Hello, 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 hello. Am I up? Am I live? I am very much live. Hello, Sylph. Hope you are doing well. I'm gonna wait for a few more people to come into the stream and also in my life because my life. But yes, hello, 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 welcome. Um, I had a really good break, actually. The past weeks, I would say, have been me just streaming very long hours. I have been streaming for very long hours. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I've been streaming for very long hours. Let me actually check how long was the past few streams. So in the past few streams, I've been streaming for 13 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours. Oops, do not want to know about this thing. Yeah. So, okay, 13 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, uh, 6-ish hours, 9 hours, 11 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 5 hours. Like, I've been streaming a lot lately. Very long lately as well, so, um, it was a good thing that I could actually get like at least a break, you know, from some kind of like long streams and such. But I don't know why. I just wanted to actually work a lot more lately, and I've been wanting to do a lot more content lately. The one content that I tried doing and it actually worked okay and all right was the AGDQ submissions. I did mention about it on Twitter, and a lot of people did like it. So hopefully, when the game list for AGDQ comes out, uh, that will go well, and then we could see on my predictions and also my non predictions as well. But yeah, today we're gonna be playing Fear. This was voted or coin tossed, I guess, on my Discord because on my Discord I asked people to choose one of five, 6 games, I think, and it was a tie between Resident Evil Code Veronica X, and I was like, yeah, if there's a tie, I'm gonna coin flipped to this one. So people are gonna be very mad if it's not Resident Evil CVX anyways, but we're gonna be playing Fear. I played the first one. I've never played the second or the third one. I heard the second or the third one is okay-ish, but we'll see about that. So we're gonna be starting out with the game. I think it's Fear 2. I'm just gonna put this on hard. I don't know. Hard. I don't know. I should actually like tell people like, hey, yo, I'm playing this game on hard. So yeah, wouldn't it be a better idea for people to be like, yo, I come in. Why are you dying so much? Oh, because I put this game on fucking hard. That's why. Anyways, you have been diverted from an assessment to assist an S.F.E.A.R D mission in the Auburn Industrial District. Your new orders are to proceed the private blah blah blah. Okay, cool. I'm very interested with this game because this game is one of those games that like I remember wanting to play this game when I was really, really young, and then I kind of pussied out, and then I started playing 1, and I was like, yeah, 1 is actually pretty cool. And then I think 3 was the one that I actually did fucking pussied out a lot because I didn't really like... No, I didn't expect it to be that scary of a game. And it's also made by Monolith Games. Oh, Monolith Games actually made Condemned. So that's pretty cool with the Condemned games as well. And I'm gonna be a bit excited for this game because I really want to see what this game's all about. We got the girl from the last game as well, which is pretty cool. Hey Baconham, hope you are doing well. Let me go to options real quick and then put the game settings. I don't even know what the game settings are like that. I want to see what you're on about. This game is what I'm all what I'm all about right now. Hello. So I don't know what kind of scares are there because, you know, the last game had like a few scares that really made it worthwhile, and I really did like it. Why are you hurt? What happened to you? What hurt you? What hurt you? I don't remember what the first game was like because it's been a long time since I've actually played the first game. But I heard this game was pretty cool. Wow, jump scare!
Sunshine.
Sit down, Red. Beckett, I need to check your visor calibration. Good, you're set.
What do you mean I'm not trans? I'm not even trans the whole time. How you doing, Shay? How you doing, Zudi?
Stokes, give us what you got.
Our target is Genevieve Aristide, president of Armacam Technology Corporation. Intel indicates she's holed up at her penthouse. Our job is to secure the site and take her into custody.
Protective custody. I don't want.
You have COVID?
Even if she resists.
And there's every reason to believe she might. We believe she's directly.
Bacon, do you have COVID? If you have COVID, take care of yourself.
Like I said, don't know, don't care. She's a high-value target, and we've been tasked to bring her in, so that's what.
You had COVID?
I
Oh.
want this by the book and fuck up free.
Lighten up, Top. She's a suit. What's she gonna do? Send a nasty text message?
She's not the problem. CENTCOM thinks Armacam's board of directors may be trying to cover their tracks, which could include making sure Aristide keeps her mouth shut.
Cough stayed? Ooh.
Fine.
Oofus.
Stokes, Keegan, you're with me. Beckett, Red, Manny will drop you off in front of the building. We'll link up in the lobby.
Shit. Why do I gotta get stuck with Bucket?
Because I don't like crybabies.
I don't like crybabies. Yo, Jamie Foxx is in this game.
Remember, people, trigger discipline.
Alright, blonde guy, you're stuck with me now.
This op is bullshit, man. What's so important about this chick that the cops can't pick her up?
Just be glad they didn't divert us to Armageddon.
Cause the chick is probably that fucking ugly.
That situation is getting out of control.
Cause no one wants to pick her up. She's just ugly as fuck. Are you kidding me? Wait, shift is to fucking. Are you kidding me? Shift is to. Oh my god. Now I had to change all the key bindings. Alright, movement. Sprint is alt! Are you kidding me? Sprint is alt my fucking asshole, bro. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. No, wait. Can I delete this? There we go. Delete that. Turn left or right. Okay. Interaction. Use E, fire, flashlight. Okay, reload. Okay. Slow-mo. There's a slow-mo. What the fuck, slow-mo? I don't even know slow-mo. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what slow-mo is. Zoom. Medkit. Oh god, medkit. Medkit is this. Because I don't think I'm gonna use anything for multiplayer items. Who the fuck plays this game on multiplayer? Kappa. Zoom. I guess Z zoom. Next grenade. Ugh. Weapon select. Self-projecting? What do you mean self-projecting? I'm not really self-projecting. Top, say team. Okay, weapons. Weapons is the one that I'm looking at right now. Was there like a key binding for... Okay, no. Okay, cool. Thank God. Okay. People have friends. True. Look at this. I turned off fucking head bobble and look at this. Run. Yes, we're running like this. Okay, let's see how it is with head bobble because I turned off head bobble. Games, is it game settings? Head bobble. Okay, how is it with head bobble? Yes, okay, cool. Wow, head bobble is so good. Do this. Toggle crouch, no, toggle zoom. Okay, what is my zoom button? Okay, I need my zoom button. What is my zoom button? Oh wait, fuck, my zoom button is Z. Yeah, what the fuck? I forgot. God, I forgot about zoom. Okay, let me change the key binding for zoom again. What is melee? Melee is F. Where's Zoom? Zoom. And then you have like some melee. I don't even know what melee. Fuck me, what melee? What's melee? God, the key bindings are so fucking weird. Delete that shit. Melee Q. Who made these preset controls? I mean, it's been like fucking years. Look! No head bobble, let's go!
Damn, this is some deluxe shit. Looks like
Deluxe shit. God, people are just gonna be like, what's if the guy just like no head bobble just does that? Not head bob. It looks awful. It looks super fucking awful. Look at that. Hello.
I could really go for an extra hot, no whip, white chocolate macchiato.
Well,
Let's not keep the big man waiting.
if I know how to make one, dickhead. I remember playing this on. Oh yeah, it actually came out on the Xbox. I forgot about that. Xbox. Turn on Xbox. Wait. Let me get to my. Okay, I'm playing this on hard as well, so
Man, that's a lot of stairs.
I don't know how hard this game would be.
It's locked, dude. But you don't really want to climb all those stairs, do you?
Oh. No! Fuck! Wait, can I just go over? How do I go over? What? I just... Huh? Okay. Flashlight. Alright. Alma Guna. Clean ya. Interesting.
Took your damn time.
Hello.
I was admiring the scenery.
We've got trouble. Let's go.
Are you running this game also? I don't think I'm gonna run this game. I heard a lot of things about F.E.A.R in general, but I'm not gonna be running this game anyways.
Back room clear.
Hello.
Our intel shows this is a private elevator to
Damn,
RSD's
her
building,
ass fucking.
but it's been locked down.
Is her
I'll need a
ass
minute to
thick
override the
or
system,
her ass
unless you'd rather
flat?
take the stairs.
I don't know. Probably her ass is flat. I don't know. To the building management team, I'm simply appalled at the lack of proper security protocol that occurs in this building. Armacham has provided you with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment and security measures, yet as I entered the building yesterday, some pathetic mongrel pizza delivery boy was buzzed in right past the front desk with Narvi a glance. With nary a glance. I want the individual on duty yesterday at 10:30 p.m. dismissed ASAP with prejudice, and the rest of the staff should be re-educated about security protocol immediately. I'll be forwarding my full thoughts on your retraining requirements shortly. Interesting. This game is not like Dead Space. This game is more of, if you know
Probably took one.
F.E.A.R. Oh dang. What the fuck, bro? Bro got fucked, man. Look, see, it's got shot, and then this guy just got
To find Aristide
busted
now.
in the head, man.
Agreed. Fox, secure the lock. Red, take the stairwell. Rest of you, you're with me.
The stairs? What the fuck, Top? It's like 1,000 fucking stories.
This is the 1,000 fucking stories. But I don't think this game is like fucking Dead Space. This game is more of like whatever it is.
Then what is it?
What? Uh-oh. Oh.
Bleeding.
Rip.
I'll stabilize him. Stokes, Beckett, get moving.
Body armor stopped most of the rounds, Top. One got through.
How bad?
Not good.
Yeah, I got ammo. No! I'm with the hot chick now! Fuck! Hello, Stokes. We were stuck in this elevator, am I right? F.E.A.R. 1 is still the best. I don't know about anything about F.E.A.R. 1 or anything, you know?
Hell of a view, huh? All right, Beckett, it's just the two of us. Stay sharp. I'm counting on you.
Okay. Look at these buses.
Contact.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Waste them.
Well, she can do all the work, I guess. Are you gonna do all the work? Smile. Aye! Okay.
Move up.
I'm gonna get all the ammo, man. Hello?
On the balcony.
Oh shit. Oh shit. It's the fucking military. Well, just the military already. Holy shit, it exploded. Okay, hold on. Get out of the way, woman. Sorry. Didn't mean to say that. I have full health? What do you mean I have full health? I took like so many fucking bullets. I have full health? Really? Okay, I guess so.
Hey, Beckett, over here.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me actually fucking reduce the... Okay, I'm dumb again. I'm just gonna reduce a little bit of the aim sensitivity again. Ah, yes, we're putting it that fucking low now. This is how low my aim sensitivity is right now. Hello? Are you there? You damn well better be. Snake fist. Damn it! I said stop bugging me. I'm working as fast as I can. I've been here all freaking weekend without AC and eating out the damn vending machine. Can't exactly order a pizza from here. We've lost his mind. The Harbinger candidates will be here shortly. What the fuck? You said this was theoretical. It was. Are you insane? Oh wait, of course you are. Don't argue with me, Terry. Says who's Terry? I don't know anyone named Terry. What kind of idiot would think about using someone's real name in an unsecured chat? Calm down. Wait, hold on. Calm down. Wait, calm down. Terry, calm the fuck down. I don't know you. Stop spamming me. Kate, thanks. Kate, thanks. Bye. Who the fuck? This is like a high security fucking place, and you go Kate, thanks. Bye. Of course. Sure. Kate, thanks. Bye. Kate, thanks. Bye.
Head through here, I'll find another way in.
But how do I get in? Oh. Hey, Pipsprite. Good morning to you. At the vault now. Bad news. I think Harlan is planning to release Alma. Am carrying out Plan B as you requested. Get ready for big boom. N. Interesting. N. Hey, what up, dude? You alright, man? You alright? You kind of just fucked your job up as a janitor. Sprint. What the fuck is happening? Oh, what's up? What the fuck? Well, okay. I got some health fucked. Yeah, I got some health fucked over. Yeah, how are you doing, Pips? I hope you're doing well. Is there any kind of glitches that I can do? Already wanting to break the game. Alright, cool. We're just gonna try to break the game right now. Come on, man. I can't get in here. Fuck. Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna go in there then. More ammo. Armor vest. I have armor vest. How are you? I'm doing well. Playing this game. That people tied this and Resident Evil CVX, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do a coin toss.
My building's under attack. I think it's Colonel Bannock's men. He's the bloodthirsty bastard that cleans up messes for the board of directors. I'm dead if they find me.
Okay. Hey, Jared. Genevieve. I was able to divert the Harbinger candidates to pick you up as you requested, but I've also been notified that your board of directors dispatched a Black Ops team to your address 30 minutes ago. Your survival depends on who gets you first. Who gets to use it first? Sorry, I voted for Ari. I feel ripped off. Blame the coin toss. Honestly, blame the tie and blame the coin toss. You know, suck it. I wish there were more I could do, but I've stuck my neck out as far as I'm willing to. Good luck. P.S. Assuming you survive, I expect a full report on the first protocol of whatever it is. Prototype, I meant. Hello. That body hot. That body hot. Medkit. H for medkit. Alright, cool. Hello? I got nades! Let's go! Hello! Oh god, get out of the fucking way! Wait, I played this on hard. I'm playing this on hard at the moment, hold on. I forgot I'm playing this on hard with like no bobble. So the bobbling, no, I turned off the bobbling of the head because I thought it was is kind of weird. So you can see like the guy's fucking gun just going downwards like that. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Okay, hold on. I'm here. That's right, bitch. You don't mess with like fucking global elite. No, I'm not even global elite. Very high level Counter-Strike player. I play Counter-Strike. I know how to play Counter-Strike. This is how I am. Totally. Smile. But then this is not the same as Counter-Strike. You just have to aim and then that's about it. Omega lol. Sure. We're fucking up the museum as well. A lot of fucked up artifacts and swinging lights like these. Of course. Alright. Who's next? Fire mode selection. Oh wow, I can actually go for single fires as well. What the fuck? More grenades. Oh, take the grenade. Was that a flashbang? That's not a flashbang. Haha. Wait. Hello, bitch. Suck it. Suck it. What the? Wait. I want to exchange my pistol though. Is there a way for me to exchange my pistol because I don't want to use my pistol at all? Oh, more armor. I probably do not need more armor. Flick to cover? Damn, bro. Nice. I don't need that anyways because I'm fucking professional, Smile. Am I really professional enough? I don't even know. Yes, that's me at the moment. Oh man, can't really do anything. Okay. Am I really just supposed to go out there then? I guess I'm really just supposed to go out there then. Or... Damn it! Why can't I just go in? Oh man, the invis walls, man. The invis walls in this game. I hate it. I'm gonna hate this game right now because of invis walls. I just want to go places. You know? I just want to go to some random ass place, man. Submachine gun. Oh, I have full submachine gun because I'm literally a fucking. Oh god, never mind. I was about to say I'm pretty much fucking pro. And then I fail my nade, like I always do in Counter-Strike. Like I literally fail my nade in Counter-Strike. I'm failing my nade here as well. Oh, what the fuck? Who the fuck shot me? You. I wiped out the whole squad. Now it's just you left. Oh, too bad. I wiped out your squad. Damn, bro. Sorry that I did that. How about like don't be a noob, forehead. Computer. Station locked. Oh man. Do I have to unlock it? Almost grenaded himself, totally a pro. Yes, I'm totally 100% a pro. Where am I supposed to go? Here? Whoa, dude! Ah! What? Okay. Jesus Christ. Ah! It was F.E.A.R 1. F.E.A.R 1 was on GDQ. F.E.A.R 2 has not been on GDQ. What the fuck? That was a kid crawling. This kid was crawling. I guess I can go over like this. Oh, well, I died. I die? Okay, I didn't die. Holy shit. I was like, wait a minute. Did I die? Wow.
I just picked you up on the security system.
Oh, hello.
There's a lot of them. Head for the master bedroom.
Locate the hidden door in Genevieve Art. Okay. The hidden door. I see. Oh shit, hello. Damn, bro. What the fuck, man? Is she gonna be spawning all around the place? Like, please don't. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. And what the fuck is here then? Oh, this is just health. Okay. I guess so. If it's just health, it's just health. Anyways, oh fuck! Wait, grenade! Huh, 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 Die, bitch. F.E.A.R 2 is not as good, but F.E.A.R 1, but better than F.E.A.R 3. I don't know how the F.E.A.R games are like, but anyways, how are you doing, James? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? Fucking camper. Hold on, give me a sec. Doing well, sir? That's good. That's good that you're doing well. I'm doing alright as well. Alright. Genevieve, the board of directors has reviewed your report on this morning's massacre at the Perseus compound, the crisis unfolding at our Fairpoint HQ. Frankly, it's exactly the sort of transparent finger-pointing we've come to expect from you ever since you went behind our backs and reopened the vault. The cost of your monumental stupidity and arrogance can be calculated at this juncture. What? It is the board's view that the entirety of our Fairpoint operations is a total loss and that you are solely responsible. Your excuses and scapegoating do nothing to change the fact that you personally instigated the disastrous course of action. Expect your official notice on your termination shortly. Interesting. Cringe game? I don't know. I picked this game. I somewhat picked this game because, you know, on the Discord I put 6 games out and this was tied with Resident Evil Code Veronica, and I had to do a coin toss on seeing like which one actually which one should I play first, and I guess the coin toss chose this one. I was like, hits is Resident Evil CVX, tails is F.E.A.R 2, and then we got F.E.A.R 2. So it's not my fault that you guys got F.E.A.R 2. It is the coin toss's fault. At least it's not F.E.A.R 3. You know, yeah, it was like an 8-8 draw, I think. People wanted to see both CVX and this game, and then yeah, I guess this game won from the coin toss. Look at this scenery. What the flying fuck? To do. Call senator about accelerating schedule. Get lab reports. Lab results. Sorry, from Terry. Blah blah blah. Interesting. Hello. Yo, music box. Get that music box out of there, man.
She's too dangerous.
You were telling me to seal my daughter away.
Yeah, look at this.
Come to this, we both knew.
Interesting. Damn, what security cameras, man? What the fuck is this? Damn! Kevin Dittrick. He looks so hunky and Asian. Alright. We're in the bathtub, I guess. Are we supposed to be in the bathtub or in the bathroom? Is there a hidden door in the bathroom? Yo, find the hidden door. It's like in here somewhere. Of course. What the fuck am I supposed to be going here then? F.E.A.R 3 was awful? I heard F.E.A.R 3 was kind of awful, I guess. Oh, shit, here. In the head bob. No, I don't want to do the head bobbing. What is this good luck? Paragon review scores. Outstanding. Subject struggled in school but has excelled in the military. Furthermore, his Paragon score are the best I've ever seen aside from the Origin prototypes with telestatic amplification. He might even surpass Paxton Fettel. Interesting. Damn, what the fuck? That's us. That's all of us. What the fuck? That's probably me. I don't know. Maybe I don't even know. Subject has excellent academics and military service record. God, I am just, you know, tired today. Hold on, let me just do this real quick. There you go. Gonna make my experience of this game even spookier by turning off my lights. Well above average, but his mental stability is a concern. Recommend 4-month evaluation schedule as opposed to the usual 9 months. Subject telestasis. Telestatic signature is already 83% synchronized with Alma's. Alma is the little girl, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like, fucking, you know. The little girl. Further attunement may not be required. Interesting. That's like all the notes and stuff. Hello.
Sergeant Beckett, where's the rest of the team? We don't have much time. You and your squad are
I don't know, man.
hope.
I don't know, man. I don't talk, but like I don't know. All I can do is hit bubbles. Yes, I know my team is not around here, but
My God. It's her.
It's her.
A bitch probably just killed us all.
What? Hey, go chat.
Sergeant Beckett,
What's wrong? What is it?
Damn, she just disintegrated. Like, what the fuck? Oh, rip to this disintegration. Hello, Alma. Wait up, Alma. Alma nuts in you, man. Alma nuts are in you. Alma, wait, Alma. Hey, do you know who's Alma? Who's Alma? Alma nuts are in you. Alma nuts. Yo, ass. Whoa. Oh, yo. You saw booty. We saw naked booty. Damn, this game is great. I saw naked booty already. Are you serious? We got nuked? Fucking hell, we got fucking nuked already. booba. I'm a ball senor. You missed the ass. The ass was just there. Oh shit, the nuke. Oh no, it's the end of the world. It's the nuke. Oh shit, it's Alone in the Dark all over again. Zari. What the fuck?
We don't have much time.
It's literally just fucking Alone in the Dark again, man. You missed the only interesting part. Yeah, you missed it. How dare you, man? Your mission was interrupted by a catastrophic explosion that seems to have originated in the Auburn, blah blah blah, Fairmore. Extent of the damage is impossible to estimate. Okay, sure. Needs more boing 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 boing.
Check the dosage. Shouldn't be happening. That doesn't work.
What's going on, Dr. York?
One moment. Hold the lidocaine and check his pressure. Damn it. Grab the crash card.
What the flying fuck?
Could be in V.E.A.R. Charge to 200. No, make that 300.
Dr. York.
He's alive, but we're moving too fast. We need
Just
to...
get it done.
That did it. Stand by with that morphine. 4 mags.
Where are we at, Dr. York?
He's tachycardic. We need to stabilize before progressing.
No time.
He's unstable. Progressing now would be a mistake.
You scared yet? No. Maybe I'm just so scared. Because I saw booty. I just saw booty again. Like again, I saw booty again. How many booties are there? Oh my god, it's Stokes. The hot fucking the brunette chick is back. Beckett. All right. Patient Beckett recovering from surgery at unprecedented rate. Vitals are nearly back to normal. Dr. York has been paged and should be here as soon as he's done with the final activation surgery. A patient wakes up in the meantime. Explained that he was medavased. I don't even know. Medavased from blast zone. Do not let patient leave room. Do not let the patient leave the room. Oh shit, I left the room. Too bad, son. What's with fucking Kevin Dedrick? Like every fucking where in this fucking game. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is this? Why do I have to slide into this fucking whatever it is? Oh, balls, he left. Balls, he left the room. That's about it, man. Alright, give me my gun. Hello, yo, you're the oh, yo, thank you for the booty. Thank you for staying for the booty. Oh god. Yo, this game is making me want to coom a lot more than being scared, you know? Like medevac, whatever it is. Okay, it's the same thing. Exemplary academic and military service record. Based on mental fortitude, subject has a reasonable chance, I will estimate a 20-25% probability of enduring the actualization process without severe cognitive regression, noted in failed candidate. Evased by medic, probably. I'm just here for the booty. Like honestly, I feel like this game right now, I'm just here for the booty. Explosion of unknown. Tens of thousands of deaths. Alright. Oh man. What the flying fuck was that? I just want to get a gun. Well, where's the gun? Where my gun at? Damn, was that the booty goal? Damn, bro, I wanted the booty. I wanted more of the booty, man. Hello? Okay. 10,000 pounds of well-done steak? Yes, of course. What if I glitch into the fucking whatever it is? Imagine glitching myself into like some fucking part of the wall. Damn, bro. Hello? I'm here for the booty go again. I just really want to see the booty go back. My horny ass want to see a booty go. Some spooky game? Yeah. How are you doing? What? How are you doing, Sarge? Hope you're doing well. Poor academic record and competent military career marred by occasional reprimands. Subject was first identified as potential harbinger candidate after elder brother Spencer was recruited for first encounter assault. Okay. Awesome with the 13-month resub, much appreciated. Vagina. That's it? Oh yeah, you have no message. Yeah, thank you for the resub, much appreciated. 13 months is a long time as well. Thank you for the continued resub, much appreciated. Was recruited for first oh yeah, F.E.A.R active duty. I don't expect that he would become a viable telestatic commander, but he could be useful in a research capacity. No more, hopefully. I'm gonna just say hopefully, because you know, anything could happen. Anything could happen and be like, yo, what up, dudes? I'm gonna use my stupid ass channel points, and I'll be like, no, don't do that, because I've already upped the fucking channel points. Oh man, I thought that was the hot booty woman. I want hot booty woman, honestly. Can I get the booty woman again? Is that a man? Oh man, dude's fucked. Patient's fucked, bro. Alright, let me go all around the place because I want to see like what's all around the place. Like, let me go here real quick. Damn, bro. Also, I saw Nan in there. How you doing, Nan? Hope you're doing well. I want to eat my Nan bread with my Nan. First 3 activation surgeries appear to have. Hospital sucks. Everyone did. Yes. The first 3 activation surgeries appear to have been a resounding success. The 4th patient is still in pre-op, but the others are recovering in separate wings to minimize pre-conscious telepathic interference with each other. Once they are fully awake and stable, we'll begin the attunement process. I'm doing all right. That's good. That's good. That's good. Michael Beckett, that's us, I guess. In particular, is providing. Is proving. Sorry. Oh my god. How illiterate I am right now. Holy shit. It's proving uncommon resilient. We were sure we lost him twice on the table, but then he stabilized through no action of ours. I'm sure. Interesting. Oh man. I like how the jumps are even like fucking lagged. You can see it's so fucking lagged. Like jump. See, it's so lagged. How the fuck is it that lagged? How are you doing, JA Games? Game is I mean, I've been horny because this game has like fucking thick ass ghost girl booty from whatever it is. I really like ghost ass booty from hot chick for some reason. Kelly, if you don't have any patience in the lobby, turn the TV to 22 News. Explains the shaking we felt earlier. Guess we won't be going home anytime soon. I wonder if we'll be seeing any fallout from this. Probably shouldn't talk over email. Want to get dinner in the cafeteria or on break? Page me when you're free. Ooh. You're always horny? Yes, God on God. For real. I'm horny every day. God on God, respectfully, I'm horny. But, you know, sometimes things might not work out the way it is as well. Damn, bro. You alright, man? Damn, bro. Horny is the morning. Horny in the morning. Yes, of course. Do they actually take online fucking whatever it is? Because I feel like I feel like I'm just having a bit of lag for some reason. Hello. No, it's the same woman as before. Dude, that's the same woman as we saw in the fucking toilets. What the fuck? Shit, you stay there. Well, too bad. I'm just gonna go into this door then. Haha. What's in here? Why is this a door even? I don't understand. Hello? Damn, you can't even do your security job right. Oh. Hello? Is that the fucking woman?
Sergeant Beckett, thank God you're okay. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I'll explain everything later. Right now, we need to get you to the TAC lab.
Aren't you the person who
Hurry,
wanted me
and be
fucking
careful.
fucked?
Vanek's men are attacking the facility. Can't believe he'd go to this extreme to cover up evidence.
Did you? But you got me fucked as well. How the fuck? Huh? Did you get me fucked? Did she got me fucked? I don't remember who got me fucked, but someone got me fucked. Health kit. Hello? Wait, what is on the other side then? It's just this door? It is this door. This facility has just come under attack by Black Ops team under the direct command of Colonel Richard Vanek, who's acting on the orders of the ATC board of directors. Their objective is to eliminate evidence which encompasses the entire facility and everything and everyone in it. Hey Lev, hope you're doing well. Only the main entrance is compromised at this point, so evacuate through any of the emergency escape routes. I suggest barricading corridors leading towards any of the main lobbies to buy yourself time. Do not attempt to surrender or you will probably be shot. Okay, thank you, Genevieve.
Careful, Sergeant Beckett. You're about to stumble into an ambush.
What?
This is a secure channel. Identify yourself.
Hello?
He must be monitoring us on the security cameras.
On the security cameras. You sound like a fucking YouTuber like that. He's been monitoring us on the security cameras. Stay tuned to find out what is he surveillancing. Gun and everything else. Oh shit! Ow. A game theory, yes.
You could call me Snake Fist.
Oh shit, you could call me Snake Fist.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hey, I don't know who else is listening, and I'm not taking any chances. You people need to get out of
Damn, motherfucking Snake Fist is here. Okay, hold on. Okay, what is this thing on the table? Oh, wait. Oh, I took it already. I think they fucked up my armor. Okay, they fucked up my armor, so I don't really give a fuck anymore. If they fucked up my armor, they fucked up my armor. Number 15, Burger King front lettuce. The last thing you want in your Burger King burger is someone else's foot fungus. Huh? How did I die all of a sudden? Wait, what? I just died all of a sudden. I didn't realize what the fuck was happening even. Like all of a sudden there was an explosion and then I died. So I was like, what? The fuck just happened? Oh. Hey. I thought this game was on hard mode. Well, okay, technically it is quite difficult, I would say, but like, holy shit. Is that a mouse? Oh, wait. Is that a mouse? Ah, yes, knee pads. Okay, knee pads. You need knee pads in fucking hospitals? What? God, I need to aim. I need to aim better. Hello? I heard you somewhere around here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Yeah, your head is sticking out, man. Yours too. Fucking, what? Hide behind corners, man. Whatever. Is that bullets? That's more bullets. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, you almost fucked me over. You fucked me over with a headshot! Holy crap. Okay, this is actually a bit harder than it is. I was like, yeah, this is a bit harder. I kind of realized about that. Oh my god, we're back here all over again. Okay. Stand up. Damn, we fucked that guy up super badly. We gotta fuck you and you as well. You try to jump. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I didn't mean to do that! No! No! Was that a nade? Oh, that was not a nade. Oh fuck. I was like, I accidentally threw like two nades because I wanted to heal up. And I was like, oh shit, oh fuck. Hello? Sick ass music, man. I need guns. There you go. Whoa, dude.
Sing it. Vagina, 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 vagina.
You totally didn't know I was here.
Sure. Jackie, thank you for the 2-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Are you in the Netherlands at the moment? Hope you're doing well in the Netherlands. Or is it, yeah, is it Netherlands? I think it's Netherlands. Yeah. I hope you're doing well there. Not too bad. How is it there? How is it there so far? Is it cold there? Is it warm? Because it's gonna have, yes. How you doing well? Hope you're doing well. Give me some support. Yeah, your support is fucked, honestly. He's burning. Oh no, that sucks, man. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's stumbling. Oh fuck. Oh man, what are you gonna do, man? Oh fuck. Oh. He just looked back and was like, oh yoy. That's it, bros. Okay, hold on. Just looked back and headshot me. Hey Zunga. Hey Bananas. Are they all dead? Oh shit, you're not dead. Oh, that's an 8, that's an 8, that's an 8, that's an 8. Oh, phew. Absolute hubris. It was my hubris. I like it. It's like, oh dude, you suck ass. It's like, nope. One hit headshot me with a fucking pistol, that's it. Dude, any kind of like European food is just fucking good, honestly. How you doing, Joko, Fernando, Rizanga? Hope you guys are doing well. You're gonna get fat when you get back. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Alright, let's see what you are. Stokes. Is that the chick? That's the chick. Subject is not a harbinger candidate. Military records indicate she is a communications liaison. Attached to the unit prior to current mission and has worked with what? The team on multiple occasions previously. G has requested we keep her sedated until we can decide what to do with her. Can I use my points? Is the thing broken? Is what the thing's not? I don't even know if the thing is broken. What do you mean by the thing broken? I don't know. People sad, Pepe sad. Get used to cool stuff. Oh hell yeah! I don't even know when you're gonna come back, but hopefully like whenever we can meet up again and poggers. Cause I really want to meet you again. It seems pretty poggers to actually meet up again. Fuck, where do I go? This way. No. I guess it's towards here then. No? Where the fuck do I go then? In December. Oh hell yeah. Poggers. I like food. What? What? So I'm just trapped here. Not knowing where to go now. Unless I have to break the fucking window or some shit. Hello? There we go.
Advance, advance.
What? What? What do you mean advance? Oh shit! They're here!
Shit.
What? What hit me? Oh, behind me. Fuck. I was like, what hit me? I guess it's the fucking elevators. Yeah, it's the fucking elevator. Oh god, hello. Advance, advance. Wow, holy fuck. I didn't even get to fucking throw my nade at all. There's one headshot, I'm fucking dead. Also, yes, I'm playing this game on hard.
Advance, advance.
Advance, advance. Oh fuck. Oh shit! Oh god, hello. Get in. Oh fuck. Where was the guy? I couldn't see him. I couldn't even see him at all. What the fuck? I got fucked. Like always. Whoa, was that flash? Oh yeah, that was a flashbang. What the fuck? Okay, he's dead. You're gonna be dead as well. Oh, both of them are dead. Same old is good for you. You can decide. I don't mind. Oh fuck! Okay, no one's behind me. At least no one's behind me. That's good. Ah! Yeah, sit down, boy. Sit down, boy. Okay, cool. I wanted to take the bullets as well. I was like, yeah, once I clear everything, I just want to take the bullets and I'll be like, cool. Drop you a DM once I'm back. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Alright, have a good time. Have a good time in the Netherlands, man. Seems you're gonna be having a good time there as well. Oh no. Also, yeah, I don't have head bobbing in this fucking game. Because I turned it off. Biryani. Biryani is cool. I like biryani. Oh, hello. Yeah, right in the nuts. Right in the nuts, big boy. Head bombing is just annoying. Yeah, that's why I turned it off. I was like, I turned it off, and then you look at the head bobbing right now. Look, it's just this. It's just fucking this. Look, he's just pointing down the gun. It's like this. Like, what the fuck? Where are you? Are you around? Yeah, you're here. Oh shit, hello. Where are you? Okay, one's dead here. Oh! Oh, motion blur. I need to actually turn on motion blur. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Joko. Motion blur. Is it video settings? What the fuck? There's nothing cool with my video settings. What the fuck? Yeah, there's nothing cool with the. I have to like get out of here again. Pick up phone. Did you actually throw anything in here? Because if you did, I'm not gonna be happy. Hello? Too easy. Yeah, too easy, man. Where are you? You're here. Is that the only one? I guess it's the only one there. Motion blur is always annoying, but like, you know, it is what it is. Oh wait, this is the same. Oh, these are the same guys. I just realized this. Yeah, these are the same guys. God damn it, Black Ops people just fucking coming in, just killing everyone. No, not killing everyone, killing me. In particular, me. Hello? Pressed. Okay. Damn it, someone's having some CBT in here. I want to join the CBT. Anyone CBTing? Hello? No CBT? Dang. I heard a little bit of the CBTs. Card. It's the oh man, dude, we missed the ass. I wanted it. Cab behind table. Cab behind table, indeed. We missed the ass. I wanted the ass. Can I swipe the car from the other side as well? Because in theory you can. There we go. It was voted on the Discord because I put a poll on my Discord saying what do I play today, because it's Spooktober, and I'll be playing a lot of games that I have never played before. That's the first playthrough, and this is the first one that a lot of people said, hey, I want to watch you play this. But it's also in a tie with. It was also in a tie with Resident Evil Code Veronica X. So basically I had a coin toss, and then the coin toss said this one, so we're playing this one, I guess. Curry is fucking dope, honestly. Have you played Night at the Gate of Hell? I don't think so. I've never heard of that game before. Yo, you know, I'm technically just here for the ass. I just want to have. Oh, I just want to see ass, I guess. Hey, yo, dude, you alright? Listen, dude, I try to help you, man. Listen, I try to help you. I really did try to help you, man. What? Horse wants some homebrew curry? Homebrew curry? What the fuck does that mean? Okay, what if I threw my grenade like this? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, man. Dude, I wish I could save him, but I can't even save him at all. Like, it doesn't provide me the accessibility to actually save him. Raw radish? I think raw carrot is better. It depends on what radish are you talking about. flying fuck? Where are you? Where's the shots? Oh, yeah, the shots are here as well. I think I want to use this one a lot more then. Whoa, dude. H. There we go. Yeah, it depends on what radish you're talking about. If it's like horseradish, and no. If it's like white radish, and yeah, sure, probably. God damn it. This game is already hard. I can't believe they legitimately are like aimbots, you know? Fucking aimbots in this game. Aimbotters, man. I wish I could help you. I couldn't help you at all. Oh, too bad. What the fuck? Are you running away? You are running away. Let me get this nade real quick. Which way? This way. I just used that nade for nothing. Okay, you're dead. Ow. You headshotted me. What the flying fuck? Where are you now? Oh, that's a shotgun. I don't want to use the shotgun. Ah! Where are you? Oh. What's Proteus? I never heard of Proteus before. I know about Scorn, but I wish they don't. I wish they don't like pull a fucking remodded broken porcelain, because if they actually pull a remodded broken porcelain, I'll be pissed as fuck. Are you gonna come out? Penis Project, yes. The Penis Project. Are you just like circling around? You are circling around. Like, what the fuck? You think I don't know that you are just doing this all because you're just gonna circle around like that? Can't even hear anything. Dr. York! Diode implant still sending a current at too high a frequency. Patient immediately seized. We don't seem to be able to tune the amps finally enough to gain sensitivity without incurring cellular damage. Sorry. I think we need to look at increasing the viscosity of the median. Also, what about additional hormones and supplements? What? Interesting. Also, how many chapters are there in this game, by the way? If you guys do know how many chapters are there in this game, how many chapters are there in this game? I still have to play Innocence. I've never played Innocence before. Hot ass! Oh man. Yo, dude, I just wanna see the yeah, stay there for me, baby. Stay there for me, baby. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What's up, hot lady? In the house. That booty kind of thick, no, kind of flat, but who cares, man? Down bat Jew. Yo, yes, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. No. Don't move around. Oh man. God dang it. Hey, Murkies. Oh shit. Damn. How you doing, Snot Muffin, as well? There's 7 chapters in this game. No wonder it's kind of short, I guess. Chappy ass. Chappy ass. Wait. Did I fuck myself? Oh, I didn't fuck myself. I was like, wait a minute, did I? I'm into twigs. How are you doing, Murkies and Snot? Hope you guys are doing well. Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol, isn't that game on like PS5 and that's about it? Yeah, isn't that game on PS5? Or is it on PC as well? Because I don't know if it's on PC and whatever it is. It's on Steam too? Oh, interesting. Hello, dude. What's up? All consoles. Ooh. Nice. Okay. Because I really do want to play a lot more other games as well. Hello. You fucking suck ass, dude. You made a noise, you Oi! The guy threw a fucking nade, bro. What the flying fuck? Stop throwing nades, man. It probably doesn't work like how I throw nades all the time. I may want to check out that game. Maybe that game's gonna be pretty fucking cool and such. What the fuck is that music? Wait. Is this a fucking... Is that fucking like... Oh, okay. I thought it was some kind of like fucking auto-tune. It's like... Like, what the fuck, man? This is all of a sudden... Dude, do not run and gun, man. This is not how fucking CSGO works. I mean, that's how CSGO works, but that's not how F.E.A.R 2 works. Fuck. Give me that shit. I want to play Knights of Gate at Hell. What is that game actually? Let me check. Let me check what that game is. Give me a sec. Night at the Gate of Hell. Night at the Gate of Hell. Oh! Oh, this game came out like a while ago. Yeah, like last month. Oh. This is the same guy who did Blood Wash. Ah, I see. Interesting. Maybe, but I'm not too sure if I'm gonna be very interested in it. We'll see. Come on, dude. How the fuck? F.E.A.R 3 is even shorter, only around 5 hours. Really? What the flying fuck? Are you trying to throw a nade? You did try to throw a nade. You failed miserably. We don't talk about F.E.A.R 3. Ah, yes, understandable. Thank you. What hit me? Dead Space 3, we don't really talk about Dead Space 3 as well, because you know Dead Space 3 is not the favorite one. And also what was the other game, like Resident Evil 6 as well, Smile? See again, no. I was like, what the fuck, dude? It doesn't exist. Surely it doesn't exist. Unaware. You're gonna check out a woman crying? Please don't do that. If you check out a woman crying, that just means that like they probably don't want your attention. Maybe. I don't know. Do they work like that? Oh shit, that's an entrance right here. Do I go in here? I guess I'll go in here. I play Left 4 Dead, but like I haven't played that game in like a long time, honestly. Since last October, subject has progressed from frequent nightmares to periodic hallucinations and debilitating empathic episodes. She is extremely sensitive to emotional fluctuations in those around her and becomes nearly catatonic with fear in the presence of extreme anger, particularly her father's. Special note is that her psychic potential has more than quadrupled since her last evaluation. What's this? You picked up Downpour. Good luck to you, man. During the test sequence, attending staff reported auditory and physical hallucinations. The latter ranged from mild nausea to extreme burning sensations in her extremities. In the extremities, sorry. Subject is deteriorating mentally. At the same time, she's demonstrating exponential increases in telestatic potency. I recommend that we increase frequency evaluation to every 2 weeks instead of every 6. Interesting. Oh! Oh, that ass! Baby! Baby, that ass! Mwah! Magnifique! It's flat, but I don't care. Ass is ass. Yo, what's up? Well, hold on, man. Hello, Genevieve and Kelly? Kelly. Oh, is it Kelsey? Kelsey, I think. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you kidding me? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh shit, they got dragged in. What the flying fuck? Bro. Alma, is this your work? Hello, Alma. Hello, little girl, Alma. I remember you from the first game. Yes, I came back for you, Alma. Hello.
Good morning, Chickpea.
Good morning.
You must be part of Project Harbinger. Only way to explain why Aristide would have brought you here.
Commander, we spotted him heading for the main entrance.
Roger that. On my way. Don't let them escape. Samuels, finish up here. This sucker's not going anywhere.
What? A gun-looking commander. Oh shit. Hello. Did you spin around like that? You motherfucking spun around. Oh shit, Nate. How about I throw my own nade? Shit butt stash, yes. Should I buy F.E.A.R 2 or the F.E.A.R bundle? I don't know, which one is cheaper? Whoa, you tried to fucking shotgun. What? I thought you died. Holy shit. I was like, yeah, you died, that's for sure. No, you didn't even fucking die anyways. Cool. Of course. What? I failed my nade. How the fuck did I even fail my fucking nade like that? I mean, $3.75. Oh god, hello. $3.75. And then like more than half, I think, or less than half actually. That's the less than half of like all 3 games. So that's a good steal. That's honestly a good steal. Do I still have health? No. Give me your shit. What the flying fuck? There. Take that. You guys die? Oh hell yeah, you died in the fuck position. Oh yeah. Get fucked, bitch. Died ass up, yes, died ass up. That's how I like my men ass up. I guess here then. The tech is an integral part of the Harbinger conversion process. Whoops. Ass up Descartes. I don't know. By means of diodes implanted during the activation process, the tech can modulate the subject's telepathic signal to attune it to a specified target frequency. The correction offsets are also used in the telestatic signal amplification process, which extends to subject's telepathic range and intensity. Are you fucking serious? I accidentally fucking fat finger G. I guess so. Oh, award unlocked. Complete awakening. X. Incendiary grenade. Okay. Well, I burned myself. Whoops. Yes, you have entertained me. Twitch has been very boring. How is Twitch boring? And how am I not as boring as Twitch right now, you know? How you doing, Ravinsky? Hope you're doing well. Okay, hopefully they all die. Because, you know. Die, you fuckers! Okay, wait, hold on. I need to change this again. There we go. Nice nade, yeah, of course. My nade skills are actually on point with my Counter-Strike skills. Always fucking up my nades, that's for sure. Where are you? Where are you guys at? It might have just been a follow list. Not a lot of people I follow weren't even on today. I mean Sunday. Some people take breaks on Sunday. Wait, some people take breaks on like Sunday/Monday. You know, that's what it is. It could be like that. Oh God, hello. What the fuck are you? Fire in your hole. Whoa, dude, you kind of suck there. I think you suck. Yeah, you suck. Big major ass. Here. And all my guns, all my bullets right now, alright? All my bullets. I'll take all of them bullets, thank you very much. Which hole? I don't know. Just they asked for fire in the hole, so it's probably like some hole. Can I go in here? I can't. Whoa, 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 whoa! Calm the fuck down, man. Calm the fuck down! Fuck down! Calm the fuck down! Sorry. Where are you? You're here. Holy shit! How the fuck are you here? Butthole, butthole. Well, whatever that game's called. Massive butthole. Or no, it's fucking. I don't even remember what the fucking South Park game was called. It's something butthole. You sure? Oh yeah, fetch it butthole. Yeah. What the? Are you kidding me? You little fucking idiot. You little fucking idiot. I think he tried. Demolition teams. Do not place or arm explosive charges without consulting the demolition plan and schedule. This is very important. Proper positioning of each charge is necessary to guarantee the collapse of the primary support structure. Likewise, timer delays have been carefully calculated to minimize air overpressure and increase debris fragmentation. Any team found to have deviated from the plan will be subject to termination, of course. Except they spelled it to, yeah, I know. I know they spelled it like that. What the fuck, where are you? shotgun for? Oh, it's combat shotgun. That's why. It's been a while since I've seen that game actually. So you're not wrong. You're not totally wrong.
Damn it, what are you still doing in that facility? They're about to blow the whole place to hell.
Ah, Snakefish. I was wondering when we'd hear from you again. Why are you helping us?
Yeah, Snake Fist. Who the fuck are you, Snake Fist?
Dies, everybody dies. It all has to do with Project Harbinger. I'll explain later. Just haul ass.
Just haul ass! Haul ass, man. Haul ass. Wheelchair. Grenade! Oh, holy shit, what the f— Why are you in the fire? Out of everywhere you're in the fire. Yeah, out of everywhere you're in the fire. I don't understand you, man. You're also in the fire. No. I thought when this game came out, it was tunneling using bullet time, and there's a couple much, not much. Yeah, it's not really that much that I can use the slow-mo. I don't even fucking use the slow-mo at all. Like, at all. I don't even know why. It's a mechanic, but I just don't use them. So I just rely on my fucking aim power, I guess. Or whether or not they're fucking aim bots, I guess. And they are aim bots, it's just, you know, what the fuck. I can go up here, I guess. Harder if you don't use them. I don't know if it's harder or not. It's just, it is what it is. I think slow-mo actually does help you. Where to this guy? Holy shit! Look at him being charred up like that. Are you supposed to die? Your nade fucked up. How did your nade fucking fucked up like that? Yeah, how did your nade fuck up? You know? You just fucked the nade up. Hey Arliss, hope you're doing well. Whoa, okay, that was an explosion from somewhere. How did you not die from that explosion as well, you know? Ooh. I hope you're doing well, Artless. Good to them. I got a pistol and I got a shotgun. Okay, cool. Terry, I was able to complete the attunement process on Michael Beckett. I'm sending over his data. I need you to recalculate his correction offset. Oh, hello, Genevieve. Like I said, this isn't Terry, but I'm sure he will tell you you're wasting your time and his. Sorry. Alma is way out of control. I just finished a comparison against the final readings. I pulled from the vault before Wade let her out. The growth rate is exponential. So make adjustments. I can't adjust for this! The containment plan will not work! It's just going to make it worse. You have 3 hours. Have it ready. Damn, bro. Got 3 hours, dude. 100-bit badge look like poo. Yeah, it kind of looks like poo. It's just that, like, I want to change the bit badges again, but like I haven't changed them in like fucking forever, honestly. I could change it again, but like being like a color or some shit, you know. I really wanted to change it to like the color of the bit badges, but like, you know, I don't even know if bit badges are gonna be a thing, or like bits are gonna be a thing. Cause I heard that bits are gonna go away sooner or later, and it's gonna be really sad that if it's actually true and it will go away, which I don't want it to go. I just want all these bullets. I can't survive with all these. Well, no, I can't survive without these bullets, you know. Wow, he just disintegrated like that. What the fuck? You just disintegrated like that as well. You're gonna disintegrate as well. Everything's gonna be all disintegrated, you know, by the power of my shots. Of course it would be dumb. The weird thing is that it's 70-30 as well. Unlike, you know, unlike fucking subs. Subs are like 50-50, which fucking sucks. But bits and whatever it is, the shadow shit. Holy fuck, that's actually really bad of the fucking. What the fuck is all this? That's bad epilepsy. Holy crap. I was like looking at that, I was like, what the fuck is this epilepsy shit? Bit bash and the fucking highlight of message or whatever it is. The whatever it is. I don't know. You just tell people, yo guys, I want her to suck my dick, and for like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then people be like, yo, this guy's a simp. Hey, damn it, quit pretending. Quit pretending you aren't there. I can see you on the video feed. I hacked the security system. Did you read the report I sent? I'm busy, Terry. I don't know who this I don't know this Terry person you speak of. What the fuck is this Terry person? Everyone's like speaking of Terry. Also, I got a message from my mother, I think. Yeah. I need a reply, and also this thing that I also need to reply. I need to do this real quick. There you go. Yeah, what's with the Terry name, honestly? I don't know this Terry person you speak of. Anyways, did you see my conclusion? You know, the part where it says probability of success 3%, probability of catastrophic side effects 84%. Bitch. Bitch. What the fuck? All of a sudden, this guy just goes, bitch. Ah, yes, of course. This is how you actually communicate with people. Ah, yes, 3%, and then 84%. Bitch. Dude, bitch. He knows how to text because he also said, Kate, thanks, bye. He's the same guy who also said, Kate, thanks, bye. Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck goes into, like, some kind of, like, military / army kind of, like, fucking, like, messaging app, and then just go, Kate, thanks, bye. Damn, nice symbols. Foot! They put the feet on the wall, man. They put the footprints on the wall. Feet on the wall. Hell yeah, brother. Hold on. There we go. Men. Men. Hello? Anyone in the toilets? I'm looking for people in the toilets! Hello? Anyone in the toilet? Mwah. Anyways. Damn nice ass, daddy. Okay, hold on. I like how it didn't even fucking react to the gunshot that I did. Like, oh. Never mind. That guy just came out of nowhere, man. How the fuck did that guy just came out of nowhere and just shot me like that? No! I'm back here all over again. What the flying fuck, bro? God damn it. I'm back here all over again. Snake fist out. It's like, what the fuck? These older games don't save as often as new stuff. Well, some do, some don't. What the flying fuck? Did I miss that shit? What the fuck? Did he just disappear? I was about to say, did he just disappear? Or is it just me? Was it just me, or just the guy just disappeared? And what? Damn, bro. Rip your head, by the way. I think this person only likes me. And that's about it. Are they fucking shooting over something? I guess it's just me. Whoa, dude. Calm the fuck down. Holy shit, he just run and gun on me. Stop running and gunning on me, man. Stop. Hold on. People are just running and gunning on me. I like how the movement is so fucking shit as well. That's all I could say. The movement is fucking shit. Alright, give me your bullets. Thank you. Pistol ammo required as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, your friend is fucked. Everyone is totally fucked. But, oh. Yeah, everything and everyone is totally fucked in this fucking place. You know? Hello? Whoa, dude! Stop running and gunning! Bro! How dare you fucking running and gunning, man? Maybe I'm also running and gunning, who knows? Whoa, it's the same fucking woman. The same fucking person. Same model as well. You know? Oh no, we're in the library. Whoa, dude! Let's go! Let's fucking go, bros! What the fuck was that? That was insane. That was just insane. Did she just moan? Did she just moan holy fuck? Like, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, this place is fucked. It's fucked up. I have lots of nades. I don't even know what to do with my nades. I hope there's like some kind of boss fight that I could do. I could actually use my fucking nades, you know. Good to all those dudes. I'm a one-man army. I just realized this. A lot of games are just one-man armies kind of shit, you know. Flying fuck. Stop. Yeah, every kind of game is like a one-man army kind of shit. Wow, that's a fucking headshot right there. Like, what the fuck? What the flying fuck? I just got a headshot all of a sudden. Nice. Oh, I'm back here all over again. Say, oh, holy fuck. We're back to this fucking area. It just goes, holy fuck. Of course, of course. This way, I guess. Good to that guy. I don't know what's happening with that guy. Was that a nade? I was a nade, but I don't even know whether it was an actual nade or not. One of my army games requirement grenade launcher. Yes. That guy got sucked in by in here. Like what the fuck? Or is it his leg was stuck? I don't even know if his leg was stuck in the first place. But like, he definitely was stuck in there. Whoa, dude! Insane, bro. Insane. I played the 2017 one. If you're talking about the 2006, 2007 one, no. No. Guess this way then. Hello. What's up? What's up, man?
Just saw Aristide get into an elevator. I'm gonna try to catch up to her. Just focus on getting out of here. We can link up outside.
Okay. More health kits, finally. Ooh. Stuff. Hello. Someone's fucking filming. Oh, it's the fucking... Oh, I see. The naked lady is back. Oh. Hello, naked lady. Oh, hello. Why? Do I have to kill this thing? How many of them are there? Is this only one? Oh shit, hello. Yeah, how many of them are there? What? Hug it? No. Can he see? Can I see? How you doing, Rose to make me? 15. 15. Oh. I love my odds! I love my odds! I love my odds! Bro, I was reloading, man. No, dude! I was reloading! Fuck off! You bitch! Bitch! I was reloading! Teach them love and come. No, you can't. You can't do that. I don't think you can do that at all. Can you even? Don't think so. What about you? I'm doing fine. Man, I like her a lot. There we go, real horror game, not those fake horror games. How are you doing, Xeon? Hope you're doing well. I heard that this game is not as scary as it is. What the fuck? I shot? What the flying fuck? I just want to see all these, like, whatever it is. They're better than those fake ass horror games. I did on my poll, I asked, like, hey, what do you want me to play? And, people wanted me to play either this game or Resident Evil. So I did a coin flip and it's, this game. Instead of Resident Evil. How the fuck do they come out from there? I did play F.E.A.R 1. I think you weren't there when I was playing F.E.A.R 1 because I think you were in the army or some shit. I think. He disintegrated. Rip. Rip my child who has disintegrated. But yeah, it was either this game or Resident Evil Code Veronica X, and this game, actually no, it's not this game won. Basically it was a coin toss between those two because so what? There we go. So basically, my Discord server, I have to I had a poll on choosing either between. Yo, what's up, man? Where the fuck are you? Dang, what the fuck? Hello? So my poll, I put a poll up, and it was I think I asked like 6 games or something like that, and then poll was like either this game or Resident Evil Code Veronica X. It was both tied by 8-8. I had to do a coin toss, and then this game happened. Who's Veronica? Ew, shit. It was shit. It was on shit. Yo, foot fetish. Damn, all the feet. Coin toss this dick. Yeah, toss this dick, man. Yummy. I don't know if the controls hold up. You should play I play Condemned. I finished Condemned already. The one that I haven't finished is actually Condemned 2. Because I actually fucking hate Condemned 2. I tried playing the game, but I had to restart the game like twice, and then I just didn't fucking finish it at all. I feel like I could finish it, but like, you know, someday I'll finish it again. But not now. Shut down the... Okay. Why did you play Condemned on console though? Condemned 2 is on console. That's the thing. Condemned 1 is on PC. Condemned 2 is solely on console, unfortunately, which like fucking sucks!
Stay away from her. She's mine.
How the fuck are you? Huh? You alright? Damn, bro. Shit! It's the tentacle monster! Yo, they have tentacle monsters in this game. Hell yeah. Rip J Fox though. J Fox, not Jamie Fox. Jamie Fox was dead. But yeah, Condemned 2 was on Condemned 2 was on console, and you can't really get any kind of PC access to Condemned 2 unless, you know, you have some kind of, I don't know, workaround from it, but I don't know about the workaround. Maybe a Xbox emulator that would work. I don't know. Hello. Yo, dude. Are you here? Condemn these nuts. Condemn your nuts. Okay. Due to subjects' marginal telestatic potency and high intelligence, I expect that he will be difficult to control and offer only moderate benefit to the program. Recommend keeping him in unit as a potential research candidate. Interesting. Interesting. It's like the same fucking 2 bodies, honestly. 3 bodies, actually. Lol. Is he gonna get shot? Yeah. You know what? He's gonna get shot. I'm gonna shoot him back, honestly. Criminal origin this dick. You. No, no, no. No, Grenade, get down. Oh, fuck. Okay, well. That worked. Oh, that guy just jumped over to the bed and got fucked right there. He just jumped over to the... No, it's not the bed. Whatever this thing is. Stretcher. He got fucked. I guess it's called a bed, but it's just like... It's all fucked up. It's a bed. You know? Give me that shit. Damn, bro. What the fuck? Fuck that guy. I actually want to know what that guy is. Just like your mom. Just like your mom, man. She's feared to fuck. I wish I could be afraid of the games again. I can't even remember the last game I was actually scared of. What the flying fuck? This guy is like surely fucked, honestly. At least she's fear to fuck. Yours love to fuck. What? Huh? Huh? Stop it. Stop it right now. Huh? Enemies is faster in this game. Console slow-mo is probably necessary. I guess so. But then again, you're playing this game on fucking console, so omega lol. Yo, video camera for my porno? Hell yeah, brother. This looks like a fucking Counter-Strike map. Like honestly, this game looks like no. This part over here just looks like a fucking Counter-Strike map. Is the one that they had? Never mind. It's the one where they had like all these like weird buildings and then there's an outside area, but I don't remember what that map's called anymore. It's on like 1.6 or something. I just don't remember what the map's called anymore.
F.E.A.R, open up!
Ravenheart with the raid. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How's your whatever stream it was? I don't have a mod here, but yeah. Raven raid, let's go. What's up, Dragon Crystal? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope your stream went well. Yeah, I don't think I have a mod here, so I hope your gameplay went well. I hope your stream went well. Raven raid, let's go. Yeah, I hope your stream went well. Shout out Ravenheart. Yeah, shout out Ravenheart. I can probably just do that. Shout out Ravenheart. Bogus. Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is really cool. Eshmar, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think Sis is actually busy for the next god knows how many fucking weeks or so. Hey, Ollie of Aussie saying says oi mate. What a nice name. Finish point lookout mod. Ooh, that's cool. But yeah, for those who are coming in right now, I'm Juhor's I speedrun games. But for the month of October, I'll be playing a lot more spooky games than yeah, a lot of spooky games that I've never played before. Then speedruns, because I don't really want to speedrun for now. Maybe in the time at the time if like if any of my games actually that got submitted into like some speedrun marathon actually gets in and I had to speedrun games in the next god knows how many weeks or so, I'll do that. But you know, for this month in particular, speedrun for nerds. Yeah, the nerds. Thank you for the follow again, much appreciated. What the fuck? Thank you for this indeed. Thank you for the follow. No stalking, right? Promise. I don't even know what stalk. Oh yeah, you. Haha. What the fuck is going on? Excuse me. Excuse me. What the fuck is going on? I'm sneezing. Help! Help! Ah! I'm burning. Thank you for the follow again. Thank you, friends indeed again. Thank you for the follow again. Bless you. Fuck you. Bless you. Yes. But yeah, for the time being, I'm actually playing, I'm playing like a lot of the games that, gonna scare away every new viewer again. Stop it! For the time being, I'll be playing some, horror games that I've never played before. And I'm a horror speedrunner, so I play a lot of, like, horror games as well. What the flying fuck was that? A horror speedrunner. A horror I died. A horror speedrunner, yes. But yeah, this is like the first game out of like many games that I'll be playing in the next month, in this month or so, because in this month I'll be playing a lot of games. Horse speed runner, yes, horse speed runner. I'll be playing a lot of games. So this game is one of them. Resident Evil Code Veronica X is another, because people wanted Code Veronica X. I don't remember what other games are there as well, but like I'm gonna be playing a lot more games as well. Horror. I'm a horror speedrunner. Horror. That's what they all say. Why do they fucking one-shot me? I wasn't much around when we were looking at. Yeah, I was looking at AGDQ 23's fucking submissions, and a lot of them are actually pretty fucking shit, but some of them are actually really good that I actually chose. Stop fucking headshotting me! What the fuck? What the fuck is going on! I just got a headshot after headshot after headshot. What if Obscure could get in because I have never played Obscure before. I think Obscure is gonna be on my list sooner or later as well. Fuck me, dude. I suck at fucking throwing a nade. Oh my god, dude. Hello? This fucking shaky ass movement just no, just let me win. This shaky ass movement. Let me see what's on my list as well. My list consists of let me check. My list consists of get ready for this. This game is one of them. Dead Island, Last of Us, Control, Changed, Resident Evil CVX, Obscure 2. And then, if there's any more games, probably, Scorn as well. I mean, Scorn is around here. Scorn is around the corner as well, so, like, I think Scorn is gonna be an alright game to actually play. I think. And 2 okay ones, yes. I don't know if Scorn is a U game. I heard it's a cool, like, horror-ish game. And such, but you know, it is what it is. How you doing, Matze? Hope you're doing well. Hello, dude. What the fuck? You guys are pussies, man. I got headshotted like fucking many times. I'm not a pussy. Come out, come out, come on, fight! Come on, fight, pussies. Okay, what's this ladder? I actually want to know what this ladder is. I'm gonna try to play Obscure 1 and 2 sooner or later as well, so don't worry about it. What is this? Okay, I don't even know what this fucking place is. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're the type of person that enjoy these kind of games and blind puzzles. I mean, I like puzzles. That's all I would say. I like puzzles. I'm for mech kids. What the fuck? Okay. Puzzles are really cool. I like puzzles. I'm the only pussy in here. Stop taking my pronouns. Your pronouns are he, him. Shut the fuck up. Your pronouns ain't pussy, alright? I'm making this clear right now. Your pronouns ain't pussy, alright? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Who's shooting me? You. Why the fuck are you shooting me? Pussy pussum. Okay. Ain't nothing you can do. Well, your pronouns ain't like fucking whatever it is, honestly. So shut the fuck up. Ow, I'm getting burned. Wow, everything's all fucking around. Hello, dude. Where the fuck did you go? Did you, like, holy shit, bro. What?! How did you even get me from that oh, I think it's a nade. I think it's like either the nade or something. But yeah, I'll be playing a lot of games. I'll be playing a lot of the, not the new games, but like the old games as well. Oh, fucking the nade! Did I kill them? What the flying fuck is that? Is it from this? Oi, oi! No, 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 no. Eating shit like it's ice cream. Shut the fuck up! You're eating shit like it's ice cream. I want to try to actually get the other, like, you know what? I also want to try to actually get Fatal Frame and also probably play the Clock Tower game sooner or later. I'll try to play as many games as possible as well. Like, I really want to try to play as many games as possible. Did you fucking miss that nade as well? I know I missed my own nade. I know I missed my own nade. Did you also miss your own nades? Double standards. I want to be called pussy. No, you can't. You can't. This is against the rules. You can't. All teams, due to a security concern in the outer shell testing area, the detonation schedule has been accelerated. Evacuate the facility immediately. Your mom is a pussy. My mom has a pussy. And you're not gonna be fucking it. Make call the airstrikes. My next bit, you get fucking what it called? What's it called? You get like emotes. You get bit emotes. Yeah, I forgot about that. So, if you do donate bits, right, you get a bit emote from my channel that actually is permanent in your like inventory, I guess, or you know, emotes inventory. You can totally do that. But it's whether or not you want to donate with whatever it is, you know, with bits. Sell time. I mean, I'm just telling. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Hey yo guys, if you have that Prime sub, you have that Prime Gaming sub, you can always use that Prime Gaming sub, you know? Use that Prime Gaming sub for this channel. Plus the cigarette what the fuck? I don't have a cigarette sponsorship. What the fuck is going on? Assault rifle. How about I use it on another channel, Smilers? Oh man. Satch. Using it on another channel, Satch. Oh, I didn't know that. It's not what I'm saying though. It just means uneven numbers. Oh yeah, uneven numbers. Omega lol. True. Where are you? Did you fucking explode me? Yeah, you did. That's what she said. You exploded me. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Voice play COD? Nah, this is not COD. This is a F.E.A.R 2. What are you talking about? This is F.E.A.R 2. How are you doing, RS25? Hope you're doing well. That's not proper English. What do you mean? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What? This is what the Among Us remake would look like? Yes, Among Us. No, this is not COD. This is like a worse version of COD. What are you talking about? I'm not playing as CJ. What the fuck are you talking about? You're playing as CJ. Your mom's playing as CJ. What the fuck is... Your mom plays with CJ. What the flying fuck? Stop. Hello? What the f— Thank you. Can you play Vice City? No. How about Vice City these nuts? How about that? Yeah, you. What the fuck? This guy threw a nade. Fuck. Stop. Fuck me. Stop throwing nades. Maybe if you're right-handed, the guy would throw the nade. It was dominant hand. We were like, true. I mean, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy, man. This guy just throwing nades out, like, everywhere. This guy throwing nades everywhere. Oh man. What the flying fuck? Hold on. Need backup now. Come on out, bitch. Where are you? Oh! I was like, come out, bitch! And I got crushed by the door. I'm fucking stupid. I just got crushed by the door. Hold on. My mom messaged me again. Okay. Which proves my point. All these understanding. Door one. Shut the fuck up. The door. No. Don't you dare say that, man. The door one. 0 copium, man. Door 1 0. Did that nade not do anything? Like legit? What the flying fuck? How? How did the nade not do anything at all? Door 1. Stop it. Yeah, that's right. Die. What the? Why are you at the door? Stop being at the door, bitch. Yeah, that's right. What? What the fuck was that? I just got shot. Also, I'm playing this game on hard mode. If you can tell, I'm playing this game on fucking hard mode. This is totally not easy, Copium. This is totally not easy mode, Copium. Bye, dude. Maidenless. Holy shit, that guy died. Oh, they actually fucking died. Omega lol. Looks more like limo mode because the gameplay is classic dick tier. Yeah. Look at this fucking shake. This fucking camera shake is just so fucking weird on its own as well. Oh, limp mode. Oh yeah, limo mode. I was like, what the fuck is limo mode? But sure. What the fuck are you guys? Wait. What the fuck? When you say it's totally not easy mode, I immediately think it's easy. See, it's hard. Unless you want me to change it to easy. It's hard. HJ got a stroke at my gameplay, that's why. HJ was like, Joe's gameplay is like so fucking shit. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up, Siri. Shut the fuck up, Siri. Holy shit, they died. Ah! He took out the whole squad. He took out the whole squad. Oh fuck! I need. No! 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 Ah! Okay, that was my fault. That was actually just my fault. All right. I wanted to press H and then I pressed G. I should just like, you know, turn them around. It's just... That's right, bitch. What is with all these shaking? Stop! Bro! These shaking needs to stop. Like, legit. It's just super fucking annoying. Stop it. Oh god, this is a nade. That's a nade. That's a nade. Are you dead? You're not dead. Holy shit, I thought you were dead. How are you on the fire and not dead? That's what I want to know. You know what makes this part easier? Fucking, I don't know. Me being a fucking dumbass. Not sucking? Yeah, it could be not sucking as well, you know. That guy died. That guy died. Slow-mo? True. I don't even know what my slow-mo button is, actually, because I had to rebind my slow-mo button. I don't like the whatever slow-mo shit thingamajig it is. So I just changed my slow-mo button to like something else. Oh, I just said like, fuck it, I don't need the slow-mo button. I think the slow-mo button just doesn't do shit at all. Thank God there's a lot of health here. And bullets and whatnots. Look at that no head bobble as well. What the fuck? Oh man. Okay. Oh, that's a nice gap. Nice fucking gap right there. Swap weapons. What? Swap weapons? What the fuck do you mean by swap weapons? Whoa! Sure. I feel like this guy didn't even use napalm cannon. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Napalm cannon? There you go. Hey, metal. Wait, what did I even pick up? Oh, wait. There we go. I need this. Okay, where the fuck are you guys? Get up here. Hello. That's illegal. I progressed! And it's not illegal. Why are you down there? Stop it. Ooh, ouch. Ouchie. Hey, I can at least heal up right now. Unless I could get like fewer shots on my body, sure. Yeah, like that, like that, like that! No! I threw my nade, man. Oh man, I threw my nade. What the fuck are you doing? Stop it. Okay. There we go. Then I had to use another one. Cause it doesn't know the basic mechanic. Fuck the basic mechanic, man. So where's my... I'll take this, thank you very much. What the fuck? Wow, you exploded, what the fuck? How did you explode? What? Shotgun, I guess. I just don't remember what the fucking keybind is. I don't care about it. Do you think I would care about it? No. I only care about doing it fast and fast. Okay, that guy's dead. Fine, what's my keybind then? Key bindings. What is it? Slow-mo. I had it on tilde. There we go. It's tilde. I was like, I don't use it at all, so I just put it to tilde. Okay, how does slow-mo works? Hold on. How do you back up? No. What? Oh, you're jumping down. Yeah, you take this, Nate. Okay, the slow-mo doesn't really work out for me, so I like it all fast-paced right now. Is there any more? You. Activated easy mode? Of course. See, told you. If you actually use the slow-mo, it's actually easy mode, Copium. And people be like, yo streamer, why are you using that fucking thing? What, you a fucking pussy? Give me that napalm gun. I want to use that napalm gun. There you go. Gotta head to bed, have fun. Hey, take care of yourself, man. Have a good night's sleep. That early? Really? Holy shit. Does it work tomorrow? I guess work tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night's sleep. Buggers. What the flying fuck? No. Daylight savings? Oh shit, it's daylight savings. Of course. Fuck me. forgot daylight savings is a thing. Real gamers play the game. Wait, real gamers, what the fuck? Stop. Real gamers play the game with only one hand while making bowl spaghetti on. Yes, true. True. I'm just not a real gamer at all. Gamers? Any gamers in the house? Hello? It's more actiony though. Hey streamer, why are you using one of the main parts of the game to make it look easy and cool looking? Why are you scared? True. Fuckery. Oh my god, dude. Yo, whoever puts in down make a big fat bonus. Big fat bonus my ass. You all will get my own big fat bonus. It's my dick. My dick's the big fat bonus. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Big fat bonus right here, baby. Okay, that's an 8. 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 Nuh-uh. Shit. Look out for my big fat bonuses. Big fat bonuses coming right up. Oh god, shit, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. I didn't mean to do this though. Big fat 1 inch, true, copium. 1 inch. For sure 1 inch. Copium. Is that it? Oh heck yeah. Okay, well, they didn't even kill me at all. Oh, goes the game, very actiony. And I died from my hubris like so many times. Maybe you should stick around and pay attention. Smile. 20 inch of girth. I don't have 20 inches of girth. I thought you were a pro. Well, these guys keep headshotting me and it's very bad. I didn't like it. Like one of them is trying to headshot me right now, I think. If I go up there. Ow! I'm burning! God dang it. Are you with a shotgun? You are with a shotgun. There we go. You fell asleep? Can't believe this, man. Are you using a slow-mo? No, I'm not using the slow-mo. Who pussies use the slow-mo? I only used it once because I wanted to know how it's like. It's like okay-ish, but like I'm not gonna use the slow-mo. Who uses the slow-mo? I ain't no pussy. Big strong man who ain't a pussy. That's all. Okay, let me read this shit. Alright, guys. Ceasefire. Let me read this shit real quick. Follow-up evaluation report. Subject has no conscious memory of the synchronicity event, although he has reported seven instances in the past 3 years of nightmares involving violence against people matching the general description of research staff killed by F.E.A.R or replica soldiers under his direct command during the incident. When questioned, when questioned, he attributes these images to something he witnessed on television or in training videos. He does not experience these nightmares in first person, with one notable exception: a man to learn his secrets, but he has no recollection of the actual incident. There is currently no reason to fear a recurrence, particularly now that the Origin Project and Alma Wade have been terminated. Recommends another follow-up evaluation in 24 months. 2 years, really. People who don't want to die like little pussies every 2 seconds. True. Headshot last if you did it. Shut up. Of course I'm professional in games like this. See, told you. That guy missed like everything. Smile. Oh man, I want to go up there. There you go. Haha, got it. Give me all your shit. Give me all your shit. Where do I go? Yeah, where the fuck do I go now? I just go up there? What if I can go up there? Oh man. When am I gonna play Boyfriend Dungeon? Ask Pipsprite. Pipsprite would play whatever fucking weird ass game it is. For sure. For sure. Yeah, go play Boyfriend Dungeon. I think that's your type of game, Smile. Ow. What the flying fuck? No, it's not. Yes, it is. Or is it fucking... I don't know. Who's this? What the flying fuck is happening? Oh! Yo, that's a slow motion that I'm getting. Oh. Did I die? Oh, I didn't die. I was like, wait, did I die? Phew! I didn't die. This is the progression of the game anyways. Owned. Owned. How do you know? Because it seems like your game, or I don't know, Beep Salsa's game. I don't know, that either or, you'd be interested into it. Smile. Okay, climb. Hello? Hello? What the fuck is this? Is this just shit? Shit on paper. Someone shit on the paper. They were like, fuck these papers. Also, did you miss the ass in the game? There's like hot ass in this game. I feel like you missed ass, Pipsprite. There was like ass in this game. Oh, there we go. Tits! Yo, ass! There we go, the ass! Speak of the devil, we saw the ass! Heck yeah. All personnel will be starting combat tests on the variant 7 replica soldiers this week. Maintenance is in the process of swapping out the variant 6 status pods and getting them ready for transport to Still Island. As with any new replica versions, avoid supplying them with live ammunition until we finish the telestatic signal interference analysis, which we're hoping to have done by Tuesday morning at the latest. Dr. Eldon or myself will send out all clear once the analysis is complete. Why did that make you think of me? What? No, I said, did you see the ass in the game? It's like bare ass, unless like you're telling me that I'm thinking about you naked, and no. Where ass? Also, you missed the ass! Show us the ass. The ass is missed. It's gone. Unless she appears again, then yeah. Alright, appear again, please. Oh shit. Dude, she's there! She's there! Look! She was there! Huh! Woman! She's gone now. Yeah. Ass lady is gone now because I fucking, you know, didn't... Weird shit happened when I come in. I said there was like a ass lady and like her ass is like fucking flat. Like her take me. True, I could have done that, but like... you know. It is what it is, I guess. Why didn't she show her ass? Because she was showing her bare boobies as well, you know. I think boobies are cool. What? Where am I supposed to go? This way. Flat wobble monkeys? What the fuck does that mean? Flat wobble monkeys? Okay. Flat ass cheeks, flat ass cheeks. She has those flat ass cheeks, but like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter to me because I like ass. I like ass. Okay, where are you right now? Holy shit! This guy's in a fucking CBT. Quit horsing around? Hey, yo, excuse me. I'm always horsing around. I'm always going. Yo, how you doing, SB Booker? Hope you're doing well. Ultra gay, his tongue goes. What the fuck, bro? Bro, no, I don't. Excuse me? No, I don't. Yeah, don't horse around near me. You know what happens? Excuse me? I don't know what happens when I'm horsing around near you. Alright, time to open them chambers, bro. Did you block it off? Is that blocked off? It is blocked off. What the fuck? Did you say hey, yay, or nay? Nay! It's nay for nay. Wait, did I get blocked off? Or am I just gonna go here? I guess I'm gonna go here then. Hello? What kind of fucking holding bay is this? Red Dead? Oh yeah, true. You fucking Red Dead. You fucking killed horses. I can't believe you, man. I think you purposefully killed horses, that's why. The horses in Red Dead deserves it? What? No. They can't deserve anything like that. You're just being mean. That's all I'm gonna say. You're just being mean. Oops. How do I extinguish? Oh, fuck me. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, can I just do this? Does this work? No, that doesn't work. Holy crap. Own again, bitch. I was like trying to see whether this works. If it doesn't work, then whatever, you know? Horses were mean first. Are you sure? Stop dying, what the fuck? No, you stop dying, what the fuck? Yo, what the flying fuck? Do I run into fire? Cause why not? Also, I wanted to see if I could slow-mo into the fire. Yo, dude, what the fuck? Bro. Do I have to kill this guy? Yo, dude, you alright? Yeah, stop being like that, man. Stop. No. Oh, hello. Saw slow motion, not fire extinguisher. Slow-mo the fire, man. That's all I can say. You can slow-mo the fire smile. Hey, at least it's a one-time try, right? What the flying fuck? Stop it. Slow, so we can see what movies want. True. I just keep hearing wow, wow. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Stop. Hello. We scheduled to run test battery 62 on specimen C5000 through C5 5050 next week. Make sure the drugs are requisitioned from lab 12 ahead of time, and that the military AV is the latest version. Specimens must properly restrained in transit. Handlers should wear proper protective clothing to prevent bites. Damn, that sucks for sure. What the flying fuck? Yeah, calm the fuck down, man. Anything from here? No, okay. Why am I reading lore? Because lore. You gotta understand the story of the game, man. That's what lore is. It's understanding the story of the game in order for you to. Ah! Wait, no, that's on top. I saw the shadow. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why didn't you slow-mo the ghost so we could see her ass? Oh, true. Actually, true. Very good thinking. I should do that later on. When I see her again, I'll do that. Good thinking. Good thinking. Oh shit! What the flying fuck, bro? Stop. Stop it, bro. Story is you must seek the ass. I mean, to be fair though, there's one child and one hot lady that is naked, and we want to see the naked one instead. Whoa, dude. Is there anything that's gonna be coming up right behind me? Yeah. I was about to say that. I was like, probably there's someone right behind me, that's for sure. What the flying fuck? Oh shit! Do not fall, man. Oh shit, hello! Pro tag is so down bad he flung himself. Shithole, piece of ass, true. We're just here for ass, man. We just wanna see ass every time. Ass and booty. Hello, I'm here. Take this thing. Combat testing in progress. Reminder that live ammunition tests are starting today, so the arena will be closed to all personnel below a level 2 security clearance. Those of you who have been watching movies on the arena monitor screens during your lunch break can use the boardroom instead. Wow, really? Cool. But please be sure to clean up after yourselves in case we get a surprise visit. What? These guys masturbating? These guys are masturbating in the fucking arena monitor screens? What? These guys are fucking masturbating and coming. What the fuck? Alright, have a good one, Artless. These guys be like fucking circle jerking. What the fuck? They circle jerking, man. That's what they're doing. Clean up after themselves, they're circle jerking, man. That's how it is with fucking, I don't know, guys who want to have fun, I guess. Like, do you not want to have fun? It's your dad and the... Dude, my dad and my dad's his buddies? Hell yeah, brother! The circle jerk commends. Here. Max cap 12,000 pounds. 12,000 pounds goes all the way to my penis, that's for sure. Copium. Okay, this one can't really go all the way. Oh! Well. Serves him right. Serves him right to do that. Wow, the facility. Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me go up here and see what the fucking jizz is. There's no jizz. There's like fucking camera right there. They're shooting all the weird technical stuff, I guess. What the flying fuck is this? Yo, what the flying fuck is this? Oh, this is a fucking simulation. Oh. Hello. I'll put a foot up your ass.
Guy named Harlan Wade had this place built. He's the one that came up with the replica program. Genetically engineered puppet soldiers that respond to telepathic orders from psychic commanders. Fucking crazy. This abomination was supposed to become one of the commanders. Started off as a regular Joe like you or me. The problem is, the process of turning somebody into a viable commander takes a bit of a toll. With the right amount of psychic amplification...
I thought I shot him. What the fuck? He's alive? Boo.
Nobody can control him. Not very useful in a military situation, but adequate for my prison.
Oh, he's in this room now.
How about a damn
This looks like the start of fucking Halo. This looks like the start of Halo, not gonna lie. It's like Halo right now, man. But like instead of this guy, it's gonna be like fucking enemies who's gonna be coming towards him, or coming towards them. Pill of Autumn, yeah, Pill of Autumn. You don't see it? Well, it's the start of it. Defeat the replica soldiers. Oh god. Oh. Wait, what? Huh? Where do I go now? Oh, shit. Cool. Wait, hold on. No, no. Wait. Wait. That's a neat. That's Mr. Halo right there, yeah. Totally looked like Halo, bro. I mean, it looks like you know the part where like Master Chief is like in this pod, but like is he? What the fuck? Pro gamer, shut the fuck up. No, I don't have bullets, that's why. I need to find bullets. Where are my bullets at? I want to find my bullets. Hold on. Okay, maybe I'll use this first. Should have health bars. Oh! I didn't realize you were here. Shit. Are they not regenerating? I thought they do regenerate. After like a long period of time, they do regenerate, but whatever. Also, I have no bullets, that's why. Hello. Okay, where are these other guys? Are they just walking around? Okay. Oh shit, hello. Ah! That's an 8, that's an 8, that's an 8, that's an 8, that's an 8! Oh shit, he threw it on himself. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I didn't realize that he was throwing it on himself. He was like, yes, I'm gonna throw it on myself. Don't worry about it. Okay, don't worry about it. Actually did it. Oh shit. Shit, that's like, no. No target, no target. So what's the plot? Finding a little girl again. You find a little girl, you seize that little girl. Oh shit, bro. What? Where are you? Okay, is this left, right? No, this is not left and right. Holy shit. This is like some kind of weird curve. Yeah, you seize girl, take girl from your custody, and then, yeah, you kill girl or some shit like that. I don't know. Oh shit! He did it as well! That's right, bitch! Yo, this is the whatever this fucking place is called. What do you call this place? Fuck. It's the, fuck me, it's more. Are you gonna come? No! I'm in the wrong bullet! I mean, wrong gun. What? How many waves are there? And before there's like 5 fucking waves, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Wait, what wave is this? Is this 3? I guess 3. 3rd wave. Fuck me. I need to find a place where like I need to secure myself. Just use med pack. I mean, I could use a med pack, but like I'm wasting a med pack. And technically there's one over there, but like I'm not gonna use one over there for now. Like the what? Holy shit, my mouse sensitivity is way too fucking high as well. Ow. Yeah, gonna be so. Don't my ass ain't gonna be shown until like I don't know, like 10-15 minutes later, unless your computer is actually that slow. To that I say like, damn bro, you get a better computer. Smile. Ow! Stop! Stop! Stop it! Here's nades! Here's more nades! You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the whatever. Yeah, that's right. Burn. Burn in hell, bitch. What the fuck? What the flying fuck, bro? Okay, okay, okay. Let me just get all my shit. There we go. Throw shit there. Throw shit there. Throw shit here. Fuck! What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Yo, it's the ass lady. She was back. She was back for a sec. Oh man, RS25 actually missed out the ass lady. Actually missed the ass lady. I didn't realize that the ass lady is gonna come like right now. Well, too bad. Weirdly enough, the ass lady actually helped. I didn't promise anything. I was like, wait, it probably comes back in like 10-15 minutes. It didn't. Well, but the ass lady was on the screen, so couldn't really see anything. Where do I go? Down here, I guess. What? Hello? Can I get out of here? There you go. What the fuck? Oh fuck! You actually come from the floor. I mean, fuck! Not the floors. Sorry, ceiling. Fuck! Hold on. Are you crawling? Are you fucking you guys are fucking crawling! Where the fuck are you guys crawling? Okay, hold on. Oh! The guy came out. Are these two gonna? Are these two pods gonna come out as well? No. Okay, cool. I was like, wait a minute. These two pods are quite sus. Unless they're these two people, I guess. Okay, which one is gonna come out? Are you gonna come out? You're gonna come out. He's a sub, just like a streamer, gimping his way. Did you throw a nade? I hope you didn't. Okay, which one's gonna come out? One of these guys is gonna come out for sure. For sure, I'm aware. I'm totally aware. You. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. Holy fuck, have you ever played Cry of Fear? Yeah, I played Cry of Fear. I love Cry of Fear. Maybe I could play it again, but I'm not too sure. Ah! Fuck, dude. I'm low. Lifting object. What? Lifting. Lift these nuts. Okay, is my my fucking whatever it is, the SMG is not really in like good. Whatever it is, I don't know. Okay, lifting. They mentioned about lifting. Holy shit, is that a nuke? I was like, is that a nuke? Okay, can I lift this thing? Out. Get out. Okay. Oh shit. I probably fucked something up, but whatever. Oh, it's a proximity mine. Oh my god, I came in here for a proximity mine. Yeah, you kind of miss like a glimpse of like ass. Because she was on the TV. I was like, oh no, you missed the ass. Too bad. Like, boo-hoo, too bad you missed the ass. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What? I'm here. So what gives? Yeah, I'm here. What the fuck? Huh? Here? Oh. You didn't specify how long. Yeah, you know, you didn't specify how long I should wait, man. The ass came. I progressed. Whoa! What the flying fuck? What's up, dude? Oh shit. Affirmative. Oh shit. Yeah, you missed the ass, so unfortunately I don't know what to do. What's this? We just dug out spec on... Oh, sorry. Ugh, you crack my back. We just dug up specs on replica-powered armor systems deployed in the city. These suckers are gonna be a serious problem. All technical coordinators should review the... Where? Review the docs and come up with with some workable countermeasures. Restart. Go. No, I'm not gonna go back. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Why did I sound fucking Singaporean right there? Out of the catwalk. How about you get out of the catwalk? Oh, what a miss, bro. You missed your fucking nade. That's right. That's right. How about this? Ah, I missed my nade. I missed my nade. Fuck. Help. You Singaporean, not true. I didn't realize that it was stick. I was like, yo, that's right. You missed your nade. How about my nade instead? And it's like, oh man. Hello. Okay. How about Nate? That's right, bitch. Oh. Did I even hit him like that? Oh. Okay. Switch. There. Come out. Come. You fucking. There we go. Ow. What is... Yeah, that's right, bitches. That's right. Ah! I didn't know there was the stairs at that catwalk. I thought I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the other side. That's about it. Okay, hello? I'm here to get my guns again. Thank you. Oh shit, my nade. Fuck. Stop! Stop, 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 stop. Grenade! You're welcome. Shut up. Yeah. Where are you? Where are you bastards? There you go. Okay, wait, run! Run! I have this game, this nade, my gay nade, gay nade. No, I'm burning myself. Fuck! I forgot about this thing. Okay, wait. Hello! Nate. Gay Nate, yeah, gay Nate. What the flying fuck? What? What the? How about there? No. Are they gonna come in? Yeah, that's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Get shocked. Oh man. Oh yeah, there's a fucking. I forgot there's a fucking. It broke. The fucking windows break, shatter. Gah. Gah. Okay. Broken for fuck. I know. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I know what I'm talking about. Shut up. Look at that. Grenade out. How about my grenade out? What? Oh. I sounded like Singaporean again. True. Copium. Okay, that's was way too many people. Hold on. Okay, there's way too many people. I don't want to use slow-mo. Who the fuck uses slow-mo? Maybe console people use a slow-mo. Requesting assistance. Okay, where? Okay, are you gonna climb up the stairs? Are you gonna climb up the stairs? Because I don't have any fuck. Oi! Are you here? Okay, no one's there. Oi! Oi, oi, oi! Okay, wait, hold on. Where are you? Where are you, idiot? Idiot. Can I just... Okay, there we go. Oi! No, 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 no. No, no, no. Bad people. Okay, now it's my turn to jump down like that. Oh, heck yeah, I killed everyone. Did I kill everyone? I probably did kill everyone. Heck yeah. Get out of your chair. Did I kill everyone? I don't know. I don't feel safe. I killed everyone. Okay, cool. Ah! No! No! No, you fucking idiot! Please! Please! That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Get fucked. Oi. Ooh! It's going very well. How you doing, How you doing, Angry Nick? I got bitch slapped. What the fuck is this shit? This is, F.E.A.R 2 because so this game and RE CVX had a tie, and then I was like, yeah, if there's a tie, we're gonna go on a coin flip, and then we coin flipped it, and it went to F.E.A.R 2 instead. So too bad. Tails Nail fails, yeah, Tails Nail fails, man. Fucking CVX lost, so I couldn't even say anything, man. H. So I call F.E.A.R because it's F.E.A.R 2. You have to fear it too. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Boom, boom, boom. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you fear too. What the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. What the fuck? Were they on the fucking what the fuck platform? Man, how the what the fuck, man? What's that? Me being a fucking idiot. Okay, wow, holy shit. You probably have a gun. Ow. Don't ask. Okay, someone's on the scaffolding or whatever it is. Hey! Calm down. No. Oh wait, no one's there. Oh! This game is also hard. Because I put it on hard. Omega lol. Is he dead? Okay, he's not dead. Holy shit. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Die from moaning. Are you kidding me? How are you not dead? What the fuck? No, the fucking jump down. Yes. Okay, cool. That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Bitch. Walter, bitch. Walter White, bitch. Yo, this is Jesse, bitch. Fuck! Give me that shit. Give me that other gun. Thank you. Hey, yo, first try. Yeah, there we go. First try. Yeah, I think Sis is actually busy for the time being, so he's not really around that often right now. Is he here? Oh god, at least no one is gonna be here. Oh, thank you for your submachine gun. Can I have a save point right now? Like, really? Save point? Thank the Lord about a save point. Oh! That's me when I get a save point, is just going, oh! Oi! Fuck off, dude! What? What? This fucked me over. Get a save point and sound like a wound fainting. Yes. What the fuck? I was on my shotgun this whole time. Fuck me. Arrgh! Lol, you exposed yourself, you little bitch. But yeah, how could you, man? You guys needed one more vote for CVX and you got this game instead. You guys needed one more vote for CVX and you got this game instead. Actually, they were both in a tie, I think. If I'm not mistaken, they were both in a tie. Hey, wait, no, they weren't in a tie. Like, one was 5, the other one was 6. And I said, like, last hour to put the voting, and then, like, legit, CVX Tux 2 is boring. I don't know. I don't know if CVX is next, honestly. Naked Alma, shut up! How you doing, demonic robot? But we saw ass! Ass is fun, right? No, there's ass in this game. Pog, where? You missed it. That's all you can say. How you doing, Erna? I like this game, not as good, but pretty decent. Yeah, there's ass and boobies. This game is alright, I guess. Like, the first one is good. This one is like, it's alright. It's alright. I like it. I like it so far with the combat. What do you, what? I was full health. I was full health. Dark Souls? Oh, next game. Obviously, Dark Souls Copium. You didn't miss anything. You just missed me dying, like, constantly. I just died constantly again and again and again. Shut the fuck up. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, wait, hold on. G. Grenade, get down. Oh shit, there's another nade. Ah, I'm running towards the nade. Oh fuck, they threw another nade. What the fuck? Stop! Stop! Oh shit. Okay, is there another nade? Stop with the nades, bro! How many fucking nades do they have? Grenade out. That's why I die. Single digit IQ. Shut the no! I don't want to use my slow-mo, okay? I'm telling this to myself. No using slow-mo. You use slow-mo, you ain't a gamer, man. Frag out, frag out. Can I use other nades? Yeah, there we go. Here, have a fucking. Oh yes, there we go. Is the core mechanic? Shut up. I know it's the core mechanic of the game. Shut up. Wait, hold on. There we go. Nate. Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! Fuck people up. Told you. Slow-mo's for kids. Slow-mo's for kids, bro. You're going into this with hard mode. You fuck. Yeah, you fuck. Playing Counter-Strike. No, this is Counter-Strike, bro. There. Stop! You have your nades. I have my nades. Did you actually throw a nade? I was like, did you actually throw a nade? Look back and it's like, boom, dead. I didn't know it was a nade. I was like, wait a minute, did you throw a nade? Dream's face reveal. Yo, Dream's face reveal looks like fucking, you know, why is his chin so fucked? That's all I could say. How you doing, Kamalu? And also, Sivo. Why is this, like, weird cheekbone so weirdly fucked? I don't know what it is. It just looks... Oh god, I don't even know how to say this. It just looks like fucking, you know, fucking Game Theory and whoever it is together. Yeah, it just looks like Game Theory and whoever it is together. Yo, he jumped and he fucked. You there, investigate! Wow, you're telling your buddies to investigate? Fuck that. Doesn't he though? I don't... He just looks like that. What the flying fuck, bro? Did you do a nade? Please don't fucking throw more nades. Squad, check in! No, you threw a nade! You fucking idiot! Stop doing nades, man! This guy's always throwing nades, man. You can't slow-mo in Mario? True, you can't slow-mo in Mario, man. That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Bitch. Oh shit, there's like 3 of them on fire. Why are they coming out from the same place? Stop! Just stop coming out from the fucking same place, bro! That's right! Give me that. Give me all these. Nates. I got my nates now! I got my nates! Got my nates! Yeah, that's right! Walk up the stairs! Go up the stairs to that nate! Bitch! Is there any more? Please don't tell me there's more. I killed like 20 of them. I killed like 20 of them. Wait, hold on. Is there anything like above here? I can't parkour for shit. I can't parkour for shit. Hold on. Up here, up here. Oh, because I don't have sprint. Do I have a sprint? Oh man, the sprint doesn't even... I was about to say, the sprint doesn't even fucking work on this one. How do I climb up? Bro, how do I even climb up? Man, what is the climb in this game? Oh man, I'm destined to get this because I want to know what this place is. No! Very close. Come on, bro. And before there's like nothing, I just went there for like shit all. What? Bro. This is shit. This is shit. Is it just literally just nothing? Maybe there's a fucking invis wall there. Whatever. I'm not gonna care. Invis wall. Give me all your fucking shit, man. I'm pretty sure there's an invis wall on that area, that's why. Look at all these fucking guns. Hell yeah, brother. I got all my fucking bullets back. Hell yeah. Okay, do I have to go down from one of them? Oh no, I don't. Okay, cool. Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Door. Yeah, plenty of guns. What the fuck? Notice the maintenance department is aware of the intimate issue with the hydraulic lifts and has replacement part on order that should fix the problem for good. Unfortunately, we need to get these variant 6 replica soldiers out of here right away, so we can't afford to wait. If the lift you're using craps out, you have to restore pressure manually using the override valves. Okay, cool. Are you playing F.E.A.R 3 afterwards? I don't know. How you doing, Krypton? Hope you're doing well. What the flying fuck was that? Oh shit! Sorry! It was just staring at me, man. I had to. I was like, wait a minute. Is that glass that you can't really shoot at? It's like, oh, no, mind. That was fucking something. Elevator. Oh man. Close pressure. Stop staring at me. I did nothing wrong. I swear to God, I did nothing wrong. Oh, yoy. Okay, wait, hold on. Ricochet. Ow! What the fuck was that? Ow. I was like, wait, what the fuck was that? I just got fucking shot. I think it's their Nate. I'm gonna call their Nate. Are you kidding me? Fuck off. What the flying fuck, bro? Holy fuck! Hold on, bro. Fine, I'll use the slow-mo. Okay, slow-mo. There we go, slow-mo. Wow. I don't even know what the fuck's happening with everything. Am I getting shot from that side as well? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, oi, oi! What the fuck? Are you crouched down? Yeah, you are. You're just right there. Alright, saved. Wait, there's one more guy. I was like, wait a minute, I heard one more guy. What is this? Holy shit, that's like 3 million nades. I guess I will use this then. Thank you. How many valves are there? I know there's like 2. Are you Max Payne? Dude, dig the show. Slow down? Yeah, I am. That's why. I'm Max Payne. I slowed down a lot. Gamer? I'm a gamer. Gamer all day, gamer all night, bro. Whoa! What the fuck? What the flying fuck, bro? What do you mean defeat the power armor? Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, do you need fire? That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. That's right, bitch. Are you dead? Ah! His horse in pain? What are you talking about? I'm not in pain, I swear. I'm having fun. Oh shit, bro. Sticky bomb. Okay, give me this thing. There we go, bitch. Bitch. I don't even know what the fuck is that. Wait, does he even have? Doesn't he have a shield? Doesn't it have a shield? Yeah. What the fuck? Why do you have a shield? Why do you have a shield? What the fuck? Why do you have a shield? There's a movie about Max Payne. Yeah, there's a movie about Max Payne, but like, I don't know. Max Payne is poggers, I guess. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Ooh. It is a movie! Of course! A fucking Max Payne movie is Max Payne! And movie, Max Payne, movie. Oh fuck. Oh man. Okay. What? Hey, Kylo Ren. I don't have any needs. Okay. I'm about to die, man. What the fuck is happening? I don't even know. Okay, hold on. I was thinking of F.E.A.R 2 as one of those shooters Xbox 360 games. It is. It's kind of horror-ish, but also at the same time, and has that element. What? Okay, hold on. I need to get into my fucking whatever it is. I need to get into my. Hold on. This thing right here. Did it not shock it? What? Damn. Why is this fight so hard? Hold on. Is it busting through the wall like Megaton? Yes, Megaton. This thing's so hard. Hold on. Here, take that. I wanted it to explode, but it didn't explode. Okay. What? What the fuck? I guess it's a... I guess no bullets. Yeah, I guess no bullets. This fight's so hard because your cock is soft. Damn, bro. How do I make it hard, man? how do I make my dick hard, Smile? Just stroke your I'm using a keyboard. What do you mean stroke the controller? Ooh. Why is it I'm talking to a friend all here? How do I make my dick hard smile? I don't know. HJ said the fight is so hard because my cock is small. My cock is soft. I was like, yeah, how do I make it hard smile? Oh, I gotta blame HJ. What the fuck? Why is there no bullets like fucking hitting him at all? Like, what the fuck? Oh, maybe because I need to explode something. God fucking damn it. Okay, whatever. Okay, now the question is that, do I have anything to explode him with? Ooh. Nice to know things haven't changed. Well, you have to blame HJ. I didn't do anything. I just said this game is... I mean, this boss is hard. That's it. You're not a real mage. What do you mean I'm not a real person? Excuse me. I am a real person. I'm as real as it gets. Yeah, you blame HJ then. Ben HJ. Ben HJ right now. Ben. That's it. HJ's Ben. I don't know anything. Hello, Gito. Fuck you, Gito. What do I do? Like, here's the question right now. What the fuck do I do? Fear? Yeah, what's up? Chompy. Okay, what do I do from here? Cause I can't... Oh shit, I'm gonna shock myself. Yeah, that's right. Are you kidding me? Ah! Ricochet. I'm gonna die. This! Fear this! I feared this! Are you playing Master Deception after this? You told me you would set up a lobby. Wait, what? You mean Lexa gonna set up a lobby? What? Huh? I don't know what you mean. What the flying fuck? Hey, guns. Oh god. Ah! Ah! Why is this so fucking hard? Okay, wait. Do I have to hit him from behind? Like, am I supposed to be hitting him from behind? Because I don't know if I'm doing it correctly or not. Like, hitting this fucking dude from behind. Oh god, hello. Sure, better weapons, true. Probably missed one. I don't know. There should be something behind. What? This is why I can't progress to the ass, man. I want to progress to the ass. I can't even progress to the ass. Wait, if Larks is playing fucking... You know, like, every time when we play Massive Deception, right? We are, like, the people who, like, don't play fucking whatever that other game's called. What was that other game that fucking Larks always play with? Fucking Zero? Oh, no, I don't care if she's awake. I mean, like, you know that other game that, like, she fucking plays with, like, she plays with Zero and this and whatever it is. Ooh. She plays, like, what's that fucking pirate game called? No, it's not Dead by Daylight. Why are you playing so badly? Because I don't even know what the fuck's happening. I don't even know what's happening right here. No, Dread Hunger. There you go. Dread Hunger is the one. How you doing, Perp? Yeah, Dread Hunger. Because she always plays Dread Hunger with like fucking whoever it is. Dist and Zero and all the other chicks as well. Because it's like fucking Zero's like, hey yo, I'm gonna add in a lot of chicks and Ella Jazz as well because you know I'm popular that way. And then whenever we play games, it's always like the fucking, you know, like the plebs, you know. Hey sis. Oh fuck me! Get out of here! Oh fuck. Shot! Get fuck! Are you implying that we are plebs? Well, do you think we are better than... What, does Twitch have super chat now? Because Twitch has super chat and we can't use super chat. Omega lol. Oh fuck me. Do you think that we are better than Ella Jazz and Distortion? Like do you ever think that we're actually better than them? Yeah, I guess like, yeah, you just have to shoot in the back. I think we are equal, true. This might be a duo thing. You know, because Zero only fucking invites chick streamers. I don't even know why Zero fucking invites chick streamers, honestly. You run Elden Ring? Oh yeah, true. Do I run Elden Ring? If I don't run Elden Ring, I'm not in her. Zero, yeah, Zero thirsty, man. Zero only like, dude, Zero only like invites like Dist and Ella Jazz for like the views, and then like 6 other chicks because, you know, for the views as well. Oh, hold on. Fuck, dude, stop. I know Zero, yeah. It's just that he stays away from me because of quote unquote I'm being a furry. Oh shit, I don't even have the whatever it is. There we go. Oh fuck! I see the fursuit, I call the cops. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know, man. Dream being... I don't know. People are just... Okay, like, it's funny to say that, like, people think that Dream is fucking ugly. It's like, oh my god, Dream is, like, surely he's blonde, and then he's, like, fucking, I don't know, some, like, weird brunette, white guy or some shit like that, and then everyone's like, ew, he's ugly, or whatever it is. He got jaw... Yeah, he got that jawline, man. I just realized that. Yeah, jawline. I didn't sim for Catfall. Catfall's asked me in the first place. Maybe if she asked you, then yeah, sure. I didn't even say anything. She was asking me. She was like, yeah, you want to collab? I was like, yeah, sure. I don't know. I play with people. I don't mind playing with people. But I don't stream it. I know I play with like GSD. And I play with Matse. That's not me simping for them. mind playing with you. True. Actually true. Sag. Yo! Is Kappa truck. I just realized that Kappa truck. You're gonna play Overwatch 2? I haven't even played Overwatch in a long time, but I used to be a support main. I really didn't like how McCree and Soldier were. Oh shit! Is he about to explode? Ah! Yes, he's dead! He's dead! He's dead! I think he's dead. Yeah, Cassidy. I don't like playing like McCree or Soldier 76 or whatever it is, you know. I'm a Mercy main. I used to be a Mercy main. Automatic shot. That's an automatic shotgun and I didn't know about it. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna use this instead. I wanna see if there's any other bullets as well. What the fuck? I'm a Lucio Ana Mercy main. What the fuck? I used to play a little bit of like Junkrat and McCree, but then afterwards I was like, nah. Because everyone is being a fucking... Like, the only reason why I changed to main, to support is because everyone was taking fucking, either... what are the classes again? It's like either... Okay, there's tanks, the supporters. What's the fucking the other one? I don't remember what the other one is. There used to be like 3 classes only, or is it 4? I don't remember if it was 4 or not. DPS, yeah. So everyone was choosing DPS, and everyone was like, "Hey, can you like play fucking support?" Or like, "Oh, I'm a better support than you guys." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Or like, "I'm a better DPS than you guys." I'm like, "What?" And then in the end, like, I just changed because no one was playing support at all. How did I forget DPS? Because I don't play fucking Overwatch anymore. I don't play MMORPGs. What are you talking about? I really just don't play MMORPGs. Which support do I play? I play Mercy, Lucio. Do I not have any? There we go. Lucio, Mercy, Ana. I used to play Junkrat, McCree, Widowmaker, but then afterwards, like, no one wanted to play support. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna change my fucking... I'm just gonna change support, and then, like, everyone else was like, yo, Pog, we got support. Thank you, support. I eat your pussy. I'm like, yeah? Yeah? Sure? Sure, buddy. I don't think you're gonna eat that. Better streamer than Bach or Dis? Excuse me? There we go. Wait, what do you mean it's low? Hydraulic pressure low. What? Oh, that one. Okay. It sounds like a Diva main. I used to play a little bit of Diva though. Like, I used to play Diva, and I don't play Reinhardt. I don't like Reinhardt. I played Diva and who's that fucking other tank? Not Zarya. I don't like Zarya at all. But I was like the old person to actually play Overwatch back in like fucking 2016, you know. Hello, Griffin. C. Griffin. This is when Lewis Griffin fucked the guy from Cleveland. Cleveland! Cleveland Griffin. I didn't play Monkey. I think I just only played like Diva and that's about it. I played if you're talking about DPS, I played Junkrat, Junkrat McCree, and Widowmaker. And then afterwards I changed to support and played a lot of Mercy. And then afterwards, when they actually nerfed Mercy or buffed Mercy, I actually changed to Lucio. Then I played a little bit of Ana because, you know, she's like Widowmaker with the sniper. And then afterwards I played a little bit of tank like Diva. I'm alright with Winston, but I haven't played Winston in a while. Boat chick. Sat rat jam. Better rat jam right now. Or else. Hey you better rat jam right now. You better do it right now. Rat jam. Don't you dare. Bro, I typed Kyle. What, Kyle Hunk? If Kyle Hunk is in here, you have to show up right now. Asians forgotten? Yeah, we're always forgotten. Don't worry about it. What the fuck? Damn, it's 9/11 all over again. That was a bad joke. I'm so sorry. Urgent! We are getting numerous reports of replica activity throughout the city. We are trying to figure out why they're activating to see if we can shut them down remotely, but in the meantime, do not hesitate, kill them on sight. Due to the insane amount of interference from the explosion, we're still read it about Jihochu. We're still unable to get through the board about reinforcements and equipment drops. So don't sit around expecting to be rescued. Just do what you're trained to do and we'll get out of this okay. I want to know how many fucking dream stands legit like fucking, yeah, actually, like going back to the dream fucking thing, I wonder how many dream stands are there who kind of like fucking find dream ugly afterwards, you know. I like how everyone's just reaction, like if you go on Twitter, like everyone's just fucking reaction is just like like what the flying fuck, bro. Hold on. Let me find it. Hold on. Dream look like the villager from Shrek. True. Yeah, everyone's look. Everyone's like whoa, and it's like whoa. Like, oh my god! Wow, you have a fucking jawline! Faceline Dream. Whoa! It's like, whoa!
You're black.
He's not black. Is he, like, again and again? It's like, what the fuck? There's like so many of these fucking creators fucking reaction to Dreams' face, and I think, like, none of them, like, actually meant it that way, you know? I think they just like, whoa, that's Dream, dude. This guy breakdancing, man. Do reaction, Juho. I'm not gonna do a reaction, man. This guy breakdancing. Oh. This is what happens when... Yeah. Started busting it down sexual style, white boy.
Holy shit! What just happened? I just picked up a massive energy spike emanating from the Harbinger facility. It's almost telestatic signature. Probably a reaction to Sergeant Becky getting away from her.
She must be pissed.
The bad news is she probably woke up most of the replica forces within 10 square miles.
Interesting. Hi. Are you busting it down sexual style? I guess not. Why am I doing all of this shit? Okay. Okay, somewhere in this area there's gonna be like the Alma ass, you know. Is this guy a zombie? Whoa! What the flying fuck? He busted it down already? Probably. Is he bringing people alive? Is that what he's doing? Like he's bringing people alive? Like what the fuck? He's stringing them. He Morbin? Yo, it's Morbin time. Dude, it's Morbin time, man. Holy fuck. Look at that. Look at that Morbin. He's trying to morb, but he can't even morb. Look, he's trying to morb. He can't even morb at all. You're gonna die? Holy shit, he disintegrated. That's what happens. Motherfucker disintegrated like it's just nothing. Nope. Threat report. We have lost contact with several teams moments after the report. They reported seeing civilians behaving strangely. Colonel Vanek advises that all units avoid contact with civilians and do not let them approach you. Interesting. Is that a person? What the flying fuck is that? Thank you for your gun. Stop licking ass! There's no time for licking asses. This time is always the time to fucking, you know, save the world, not lick ass. It's time to save the world. Do not eat ass. Colonel, okay, Colonel. I don't know, Colonial Colonel. I don't know, man. I have a hard time like pronouncing like certain words because, you know, fucking I'm Asian, Singaporean, that's why. I don't have this fucking accent like all the time. What the fuck are you? Fuck are these? Wait, what? Whoa, this is a ghost. Oh shit, that's a literal fucking ghosts. English is weird. Definitely, but it can't be that weird, right? Oh shit, it's a mech! Oh shit, a mech! Yo, mecha!
Guys, I got a problem here. Big one. Genevieve just showed up with a massive armor camp hit squad on her tail. I'm sure she wants my help with something, but we're both dead if she leaves them in here.
Shit, what's your location?
Come to Wade Elementary on Sycamore Highland. Oh, that stupid bitch.
Metal Gear. Sure.
Let's hustle. We've got to get
Find Snake Fist. Find Snake's fist and fist him. Because we are actually gonna fist him for sure. No weird champ. Is that booty thick? No. I'd be eating dust. What? Oi! Oi! What the fuck? I'm burning! Stop! Bro! Stop! Stop, bro! What the flying fuck is all of these? Hold on. Fuck! What the flying fuck's happening? Are these like new fucking robots or whatever it is? Yeah, there's like fucking new robots, whatever. I don't know. Okay, how do I throw this nade? Is he above? Okay, he's just there. Okay, how many people are there? Okay. Meeting time? Alright, have a good meeting. Hoggers. What the flying fuck is that? I just got fucking exploded in the asshole. Wait, Overwatch 2 is coming out. What? Overwatch 2 is coming out already? What the fuck? Tomorrow? In 2 hours? True. I don't even know that Overwatch 2 is coming out already. I know Overwatch isn't Overwatch free? Like now? Yeah, like Overwatch 2 is free, I think. Hey, Lost in the Rain. Hope you're doing well. Hey sis, if you're still here, I got a question for you. Because I didn't even see you for like the past few days. I wanted to ask you, like, were you busy for the past few days? I didn't think you. I'm doing alright. Overwatch 1 is shutting down? What the flying fuck? Really? All teams. I was on vacation. Ooh, where were you on vacation, by the way? Hope vacation was well. We have identified a potential weakness in the replica powered armor units that have been deployed throughout the downtown area. According to specifications, the prototype models have inadequate shielding around the power core, making them susceptible to electrical disruption if you don't have any XS shock grenades. Try shooting electrical transformers while powered armors units are oh my god. Oh my god, Malaysia. Do you still have to wear masks in Malaysia? Like, no, right?
This is Griffin. I'm getting close to the stadium, but the damage is pretty severe.
Indoors? I see. So it's like the same thing as fucking Singapore then. Like outdoors you don't have to fucking wear a mask then. Fuck. I've been playing Overwatch after, but I recently played a bunch of Genshin. I mean, I was trying something. Oh man, I wanted to try something, but you know, the first time failed. The second time it kind of worked, but like I need to have like the slow motion coming around. Whatever. Oh fuck me. Thirst like the charm, copium. Hey flapjacks. Excuse me. All I would say is that I'm glad that. Ow, ow, ow. I'm glad that you missed out 20 fucking hours of me looking at the fucking GDQ submissions. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, during your vacation, I'm glad that you missed 26 hours, actually. Yeah, 26 hours of, of GDQ submissions. You gave out an A. Good choice. Missile launcher. Ooh. Eh. He's dead. Oh shit, it's a fucking mecha. Oh shit, bro. Oh! I had to look through like 20, like, not 26, sorry, 42 pages, but also at the same time I had to look through all of them, and also at the same time, like, there were 550 games that I really did like. I'm just saying, like, 550 games that I really did like. Oi, oi, holy fuck, this guy is like fucking strong as fuck. I don't understand. But yeah, I had to look through 42 pages, 2,100 submissions. 2,100 submissions. There's others as well, but I forgot what others are. I'm just, yeah. I probably will upload like 23 hours of content on my YouTube channel for sure. Because if anyone wants to watch it, sure. You can like see what games I've actually fucking looked at on like a tier list. No, not a tier list, sorry. It's not a tier list. More or less like on what letter I saw. Where are you? Whoa, dude! Oh. Just make it into one video. I actually put them together actually. Yeah, I put them together already. I just took the end part of it away, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I actually did that. Hey Raven. Hope you are doing well. Is that guy dead? I hope that guy's dead. Okay, cool. Oh god. 3 a.m. October 5th. I mean, isn't it what it is? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. They're shutting down it. They're shutting it down completely. I can't believe this, man. Okay, hold on. I just need to fucking look through this. What the fuck is going on? I need to like at least go up there, right? I need to find a way to actually go up above, you know. Oh. Oh God, hello. No, fuck me. No. Ha, the Fortnite. Haha, Fortnite. There's a legacy content. I know that they have like if you watch someone's Twitch channel or some shit like that, you get drops or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what the drops are, but yeah. How do they do that? Like legit, how do they like legit do that? Ooh. Get a green skin from Reaper? Really? I don't even know how to do this thing. Whoa. What? I'm gonna go bed now. I have a phone appointment with my doctor this afternoon. Alright, have a good one. Have a good night's sleep. Okay, what in the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm trying my best to think of what the fuck am I supposed to do. Is he dead? Oh God, that's you with the rocket launcher. Oh! I was running towards the mecha. Fuck me. Well, nothing. I did nothing for the past God knows how many days other than looking at GDQ fucking submissions and stuff like that. Have you found my GDQ game? I did. I mean, okay, if you want to see my... Hold on. Give me a sec. What is this? What? Hold on. I need to tell someone something first. Okay. So if you want to know about my GDQ games right now, I could just show you guys what I mean. This is my first draft. I need to close a few things real quick. I need to close a few things real quick. Okay. Close porn tabs? No, more like closing my fucking password notepad. Yeah, this is what I have. So these are the games that I actually chose out of 2,100 submissions. Which is on a Google Doc on my Discord. Excuse me. It's on a Google document on my Discord, and like these are all the games that I actually did choose. And SNT actually took me about like 5-6 hours. Like no joke. No joke. SNT took me 5-6 hours. Dead Rising 2 is actually with no, it's in correlation with Sweet Ola's is fucking yeah, Sweet Ola's is whatever is called submission actually. Yeah, there we go. Posted on Reddit and foster a healthy debate. I mean, I could do that, but like I'd rather not for now, you know. I don't know if I have the chance to do that for now. Whoa. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Included Chris Pratt Mario game. I had to look at like 20 different Sonic games, 20 different Mario games, like 10 different Donkey Kong games because they like Donkey Kong as well. There's a lot of shit that I had to go through just to like choose games and such. And I really just didn't know what to choose, honestly. Run Sonic 06? I'm not gonna run a Sonic game. Oh god. I don't even know what I'm doing, honestly. Oh god. Oh, I did it. Oh, poggers. Oh, poggers. Oh, poggers. I did it. Pot champion, oh, poggers. I didn't even know what the fuck I was doing, honestly. I just, you know, killed the fucking dude and that's about it. That's a, oh. More ammo. Poggers, Singa poggers. Yeah, true, Singa poggers. I don't even know what the fuck to do right now. Oh, am I supposed to go towards like this way then? Am I? Oh! Sorry. Wait. Oi! Get out! Give me a sec, man. I don't. Fuck! I don't even know. Okay, wait, hold on. Is that what I'm supposed to do then? This guy. Goddamn snappers. You're cracked for real, for real? Yo, I'm cracked for real, for real. Oh shit. The Tesla. Okay, he needs assistance, whoever it is. Stop throwing nades. I had to throw nades, honestly. Whoa, did you actually fucking hit me with a shotgun? You didn't. I was talking about the AI, true. Hello.
Thank God! This place is swarming with snipers. See if you can find a way to flank them. If I move, I'm dead.
Sure. How about, like... Okay, hold on. Find a way to flank them. Well, I'm trying.
Please
Oh,
hurry, Beckett.
here. There we go. Please hurry, Beckett. Imagine what they'll do to your ass. They have nuke 2. What the fuck is nuke 2? Oh shit, sniper rifle. Wait, hold on. Ooh, fuck me. Wait, oh shit, I'm on the wrong fucking gun. There we go. Where the fuck are they? Alright. Where the fuck are you? Okay.
I got another one. You see him?
Where? Oh. There we go.
That was close. Just a few more, Beckett. Stay tight.
Where? Okay, that's one. How many good at snipers? Fuse bat. I just wanted to see the woman. I guess my horny ass was like, yo, can I just see the woman? And then I just got fucked by my hubris. I'm so sorry. God, I got fucked by my hubris. What do you mean my my What the fuck? What the fuck? How did I not kill him? There we go.
Just a few more, Beckett. Stay tight. Shot, Beckett. Keep it up.
Where's the other one? Ow. Wait, hold on. Fuck me, bro! I kill him? I did. I think.
They're trying to flank you.
Charges are set and ready to fire. Clear.
Hey, yo. Oh, fuck. I don't want to use this shit gun. Okay, let's not use my fucking health this time. Hold on. Alright, well, what happens if I use this instead? Oh shit, they're dead. The disappointment is too good. Shut the fuck up! I was curious. Here, have a nade. I was curious. Shut the fuck up. Enemy APC? What the fuck? What? Oh. I didn't do anything. Shut the fuck up. Oh man. Help Stokes make it past the snipers. Wait, what? My bad, I get no! Okay, got one. Where are the other snipers? Wait. Am I supposed to be here? Okay. I don't know anyone else. I don't see anyone else. Ooh. Yeah, I got more ammo. Shot ahead, just giggle. I mean, sometimes you gotta giggle it all away, man. What the fuck? And also, I don't have any fucking, you know. Reloading after every shot, I have to, man. It's a habit. It's like the habit of reloading because of every shot you take, or like every death. I mean, every kill you make. Yeah, there we go. Oh god, I'm actually fucking low right now. Wait, I killed him? Oh. I was fucking low, okay? I can't do anything. I was fucking low! Shut the fuck up, I was low. I couldn't do anything, I was low. It was a sniper shot? I don't think it was a sniper shot at all. Was it actually a sniper? I don't think it was a sniper. It was those guys. I need a medic. I never got over CSGO reload. How's the weather? The weather is like... Hasn't it been raining for the past like God knows how many fucking days in Singapore? What? Who shot me? Oh. You can say it as Singapore. Shut the fuck up. Guys are lame. Guys are just lame. Whoa, dude. I don't even know. I don't even have health! Bring out the corn and the cheese. What? Corn and cheese? You can cheat, no one would judge you. I'm not gonna cheat. If the way of cheating is just going too easy, then probably. That's a little bit of health. Yes! Oh, 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 oh. Oh man, fuck me. What do you mean you can't handle the disappointment today? I'm playing this game on hard. Wait, where am I going? I'm down. Playing this game on hard. Hold on these nuts. Shush. Or else I'll kill this rat. You guys shut the fuck up right now, or else I'll kill this rat. Alright? 5, 4, 3, 2. You better. You better. Kill it. Wait. Where's the rat right now? I don't even know where the rat is. Oh. Who cares? Oh shit, I missed. Okay, never mind. How you doing, 7 Sage? Who cares? I just missed the rat. Oh shit, another one. Oh, another one. I'm already disappointed. No! Don't know. They're big, by the way. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, it's back again.
Repairs complete.
Wait, hold on. I just realized this. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, bitch. That's right. I own this mecha now. Wait, where am I going? Infinite power. Alright, have a good one at the station. Well, damn, bro. Can't even see shit now. There we go. Code E to exit. No, I'm not gonna exit. I don't wanna exit. Do I really have to exit? Okay, fine. Fine! I'm just gonna exit. Confidential. Elite powered armor products specification. Oh my god. Specifications. One of the elite powered armor's most powerful features is the failsafe self-repair mechanisms designed to allow for minor repairs during combat and major repairs when the machine is in lockdown mode. Pilot will be ejected during lockdown to prevent injury during repair sequence. Note: the elite power armor unit is designed to use by replica soldiers in Class B or higher exoskeleton pilots only. Used by untrained military personnel, civilians, or children is not recommended or supported by Armacham technology. Okay, sure. Has Alma already? No. Alma hasn't been doing anything at all. I don't know what the fuck Alma is. I want to see Alma, but like Alma's not even fucking here at the moment. It's like Resident Sleeper. Let's fucking kill! Oh shit, another one. Oh shit. Do I really have to eject? Yo, this guy has a fucking rocket launcher, man. Have you played the first? I did play the first one. I played the first one on stream, but I don't remember like when it was. It was a while ago that I actually played it on stream. Mech versus Mech, bitch. That's right. Dead. What the fuck? Oh shit, Mech versus Mech again. It does heal itself, right? If I'm not mistaken. Alright, that one's dead. Does it heal itself? It doesn't heal itself, huh? Okay. I thought it heals itself again, honestly. Well, I know how to read. I'm just wondering if, like, whether it heals its... Oh, recharge. Okay, it's recharging. So yeah, it's like, I thought, like, it charges when I'm in there. Like, it doesn't really matter, but, like... The other thing is also is that it recharges. You get out as well, so I was like, huh. So I was like thinking which one is which. In the first place, I was thinking which one is which. Yeah. Because I remember them saying like, oh, you can actually still recharge the suit just by like doing something, but I forgot what it was until I got out and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Getting out actually work. Whoa. Okay. Let it heal again. Whoa. Oh god. I can't see shit. What the fuck? I can't see shit. Bro, what the fuck happened? I can't see anything. Oh my god, I'm back here all over again. Oh god. Oh, I'm trapped. Oh, I was trapped inside. Oh my god, I was trapped in the fucking corner. No wonder. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I'm trapped in the corner. Oh, that sucks. Okay, hold on. I didn't know I was trapped at the corner. I was like, yeah, sure. And then I was trapped at the corner. Satch. Hold on. You. I don't even know if I could shoot you inside there. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What the fuck? Another one? What happened to your last account then, Durian Rider? Because I know you had like another Durian Rider. Is this the same Durian Rider? Don't tell me he's like the same Durian Rider, honestly. If this is the same Durian Rider, like what the fuck? That's got the other. That's got the other guy. What do you mean? Got the other guy? Oh, the other account. I see. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Let me kill this one real quick. Okay, can I move? Okay, let it heal because I need it to heal. And I need
Repairs complete.
Okay, give me a sec. Because I remember I saw a health kit somewhere around here. Did you drop down? Someone dropped down. Yeah, someone dropped down. I was like, wait a minute, did someone drop down? Oh wait, that's not a health kit. Oh, whatever. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Whoa, dude. Whoa. Missile launcher, another missile launcher. Hey, Angry Taco, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm a mecha who's killing people right now. I hope you're doing well. You. There we go. Is anyone like below here? No. Wow, holy shit, hold on. Eat it. Do I have to get out of here? I do have to. Unfortunate. Hello. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Bro! I'm stuck! Step bro, I'm stuck! Help! Oh my god, bro! No, I'm stuck. Help! Okay, I'm very disappointed in myself. Actually, like this part, I'm like disappointed. Fuck! I had to do this thing all over again. Good game, by the way. Good game. It got me stuck, man. I couldn't do anything. What do you think I could have done? I could do nothing. Just stuck right there. Can't even lower my expectation. Shut the fuck up! You become like HJ, man. Cause you did sticky icky spell. What the fuck? You die. Can you die? If I shoot you like this, can you die? Yeah, you can. Is that it? I hope that's it. I hope that's it. I've disintegrated like every one of them. Thank God. Okay, okay. Now I'm unstuck. Now I'm unstuck.
Repairs complete.
Now I can progress. Oh my God. Wonderful. I'm playing this game on hard mode, alright? Some things are hard, some things are not that hard, but you know. Oh no! Tentacle monster! Rip Griffin and also Alma was the Halloween themed mayor. True, but I had to ask my artist again. I need to ask like another artist to help me with whatever it is, honestly. How you doing, Penji? Yeah, I had to ask another person.
There you are. Let's move.
Ass!
Come on.
Yo, RS-25 is missing ass, bro. Look at that ass. Look. Oh, there you go. Fuck yes! Bottom! Top! Bottom! Here's the other ass. Oh shit, we still have the chick.
Oh God! Oh my God! Griffin!
Dude, her fucking belly button, like her look at that, her belly button is fucking exposed. What the fuck? Why would you have like a military outfit that has like your this side? Look at that side exposed. Oh fuck me, I didn't mean to do that. Second job interview. Okay, what do I do?
Let's get out of here, Beckett.
Okay, fine. I'm getting out of here. She's losing her mind, don't you know? I guess so. Director of ball busting shit. What? I guess. How do I get down? What? Fuck are you doing?
You look like you could use a ride, Lieutenant.
The fuck is she doing?
Where's Griffin?
Just get us out of here, Sergeant.
Shit. Lieutenant, what the hell is going on here?
Fuck if I know, but we're stuck in the middle of it.
Top, bottom. I took the bottom, she took the top. That's what it's all about.
So what happened out there, Lieutenant? I've never seen you shook up like this.
She killed Griffin.
Who did it?
Alma.
You sure about that?
I'm not sure about anything anymore.
Dealing with pissed off dead chicks is a little outside my area of expertise.
Let's focus on finding Snake Fist. This will go faster if we split up. Keegan, how's that wound? You positive you're up for this?
Nothing I can't handle, Lieutenant.
All right then, you're on recon. Don't go picking any fights. Beckett, you're with me.
Drawers bottom, yeah, drawers
Shoot
bottom.
up, buddy.
See you downrange.
Remember, recon only.
Are we gonna stick with the chick? Please let us stick with the chick. Oh! Dude, she fucking puts her chest in our face.
Snake Fist.
What the fuck? She puts her chest in our face.
This just keeps getting better. Why is he hanging out at an elementary school?
Whatever, let's get into check in.
I don't know, man. I don't even know why is he hanging out in an elementary school, man. I don't wanna answer that question, but you could answer it. Smile. Nice. Door's locked. Where the fuck do we go in from now? Do we go in from like? Yeah. What the fuck are we supposed to do? We can't go in. There we go. Press open. Okay. Can I press E, bro? Bro.
Keegan, we're heading inside the school.
Roger that, Lieutenant.
Hello.
The building from the south.
Good, stay sharp.
Ooh, I actually do like this. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Preston, we are concerned with your son Max's attendance records and progress in class. Max has been absent several times over the last 2 weeks, and when he is at school, he's not participating in required class activities. Specific issues include refusal to nap at the prescribed time, refusal to eat the class snack, reluctant to be creative during arts and crafts time, deviant behavior such as attempting to lift goals. That's what kids do? What? Deviant behavior such as attempting to lift girls' skirts and urinating in the cafeteria. The principal would like to schedule a conference with you along with the school counselor to discuss options that will encourage Max to behave more appropriately. Please reply by Monday afternoon. Thank you for your time. Interesting. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll continue on with the game. I'm back. Alright. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Whoa!
Bluebirds, ladybugs.
Hangman. Dog, cat, horse, house. Hello, brother. Thank you for believing in me. Can't wait to disappoint you. Did you see the Yeah, I want to ask you. Did you see the predicted games that I chose that probably is gonna be really fucking shit. Yeah. That's why. Where the fuck did you even see it from? I only posted on my Discord server. Wait. You know wait, are you looking at the 550 ones? Like the 550 games, that's what I meant. No, I posted the 550 games on Twitter. I didn't post the actual prediction list on Twitter at all. Unless I did. Did I not? Yeah, I posted the 550 ones. That's why I was like, wait a minute.
Crapping out. Never mind, I'm good.
Damn, bro. Yeah, that's what I meant. What the fuck? No, I'm even honored. Focus on a visit to the nurse's office. Yeah, I put it on the speedrun place, and then you can so I posted on a few Discord servers. One of them is mine. Mine and another Discord server, because you know, the other Discord server wanted to check it out, and I was like, yeah, sure. So I posted not only the 550 list, not only the 550 games list. I posted the predicted ones as well, which I don't want to really share it just yet. If I do share it, then yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, Omega lol. Did I get any death threats yet? What the fuck? No. I have not gotten any death threats. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at all them trophies.
Armacam, we're on the right track.
The tendons. Sure. From. Why my game not included? Well, too bad. I actually no. There was one guy actually. There was one guy who asked if his game is his games are included, and then I said unfortunately I didn't pick both of them, and then he never replied afterwards. So I think he's actually disappointed in it. I don't know if he's actually disappointed, but like I legitimately said I didn't pick both of his games. It's one because it's a race. Am I stuck? I'm stuck! Okay, cool. I was like, oh, please don't be stuck in the fucking girl. Alright. US States. Fuck! Oh my fucking god, bro. US States time. This is Texas. This is California. This is Florida. And that's how I know. Where does George live? True. True. But yeah, I told the guy I didn't take both of his runs. So one of the first game that he asked, that why I didn't take his game was because I didn't even explain to him why, but one of the reasons why I kind of like didn't choose his game, or games actually, was because one, if it's a co-op thing, I didn't see the co-op submission at all. They said it was gonna be a PS3, but I don't know whether it's just an emulated PS3 or not. So I just said like I didn't accept the submission. The other one was because it was a race, and I didn't like races anyways. But it could be a good thing if it's a race, but I'm not too sure how good of it would be, because the game has been showcased like maybe once or twice, or no, 2 times already. So yeah, it was showcased like twice already. Yo, what up, man? I should have used my fucking rocket launcher, you know. kill him. Whoa. Oh god, I'm very bad. Can you dock yourself, please? What? Why? What are you telling me to dox myself? I'm not gonna dox myself. For content, I just live in Singapore, that's all. Smile. And you can dox from there, I guess. I live in Singapore, that's it. Can we get much higher? So high. To be fair, how many Singaporean streamers can there be? A lot, actually. If you search the fucking Singapore streamers tag, or like, if you click on Singapore on my stream, that's like plenty of fucking Singapore streamers, but they're just like really fucking low. Are you talking about Singapore? Someone said they wanted to dox me, and I said, sure. Omega lol. I was like, yeah, sure, you can dox me, but I'm in Singapore, that's about it. Hello. Damn arts and crafts. Damn arts and crafts. Brain helper. Just go to Singapore and ask families, and the biggest disappointment you find Joe and you know what? Snake. Yo, Alma. What's up, Alma? I love you, Alma. Alma, hold on, Alma. I can't see shit. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't see Alma. Alma. Where are you, Alma? Yeah, the hot chick is actually called Alma. It's not the girl though. I don't think the girl is actually called Alma. Yeah, there you go. Is that better? Is that better? Hot? Hot. Look. See? Told you. It's Alma. Look at her. No, she's an adult, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Unless you're talking about the other child one, then that one is another Alma. It's like the I don't remember if it's like the same Alma. But it's like a different Alma. You guys will put your How you doing, McGregor? Hope you're doing well. Medic! Where's this other guy? There's some Juho stream from time to time. True. Very true. I'm trying to get bullets right now because I need bullets and also health. Oh, yes, armor. And that. Shut down the ruptured gas line. What? Oh god. How do I go up there then? Man, imagine I could actually like fucking, you know, go up there.
I just saw a chopper go down.
Whose was it?
Not sure, but I doubt it was friendly.
Whoa, what the fuck? What an idiot. What an idiot. Flip cover? What the fuck is this? Oh. It's like flip cover. Yeah, sure. I forgot. It's a fucking table. It's not even anything else but a fucking table. Halloween. It's Halloween and yo, it's light. The giant panda. It's light. Fuck off. I actually really like your game list, not gonna lie. Yeah. It is. See, here's the weird thing as well. I don't know any kind of Mario, Sonic, Donkey Kong, Zelda, Mega Man games. And like I could change it anytime as well, but like I had like 150 of them, like 150 games and such. Like there are some that I could see, I potentially see like two people like one person actually having two games, but like yeah, that's the one thing that I couldn't like choose at all. If you're telling me like, hey, your prediction is all wrong, then you have to look at the other one, the 550 games, because like the 550 games, I rather see that one than the ones that I actually choose, because the ones that I actually choose are the ones that like I feel like I really want to see them for sure, but like, you know, I can't decide it on myself because I'm literally only one guy and that's about it. Hold on. Dr. Disler will speak to to students about life in the scientific world, what scientific researchers do, and what careers avenue are open to those who display interest and aptitude in the sciences. This mandatory special event is produced in conjunction with the Fairport regional science fairs. Dr. Disler and other affiliates of Armor Chan will be on hand for an hour after the talk to answer questions regarding scientific projects and collect blood samples. Interesting.
Hold tight, I'm on my way.
Mom. Mom. Hello, Mom. It was a hard decision to actually choose a lot of the games anyway, so yeah. I think only having a Nintendo game console called Nintendo Classic Mini Family. Don't they have that? It's like a family entertainment or some shit like that, like NES. Yeah, that's the NES. But then they call it like the classic NES. Because, yeah. Really? It's all blocked off from there? Okay. I need to close the turn off the air conditioning. Hey, health kit. I really can't go anywhere? Okay, sure. You found that on PSP memory card? How the fuck did you even find those? Yeah, how the fuck do you even find those? What the fuck? Back to school. Back to school. Wait, we're in October. Hey yo, actually predicted October. Hey yo, we got Seattle. We got Iowa. We got Paris. Totally a United state. You know, it's totally a state in the United States. You got Iowa, Seattle, Florida. This is where Amai lives. But like, you know, does Florida actually look like this? Sure. Oh shit! Fucking Washington is a state. Oops. Oh, too bad. Bad children go to the principal. Oh shit. Bad children always go to the principal. All right. Got vampire. Got Resident Evil. Shit is Jesus, man. Jesus. Andrew looking all fucking buff as fuck, you know. Oh shit, you got Alma. You got Alma over here. Alma. Brandon is a fucking furry. Brandon's a furry. Andy's a side furry. Steve loves the United States. What the fuck? Okay, is there anywhere that I could go? Like, legit? Probably the devs. Yeah, it is the devs, that's for sure. But like, you know, press X. I don't think so. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Huh? Is it up here? Oh, it's out here. Regroup on me, sure. Regroup on me. I think you're kind of fucked, man. Hey, ball. What? There we go. Use your damn flashlight. I'm not gonna use my damn flashlight. It's already bright enough in this game, right? Is it not that bright in this game? It's kind of bright enough for me. Is this thing gonna cut me if I fucking fucked it up? Okay, kinda. It kinda did cut me. A little. You're not bright? Shut the fuck up! You're not bright! Fucking punk.
Hey, nice of you to join us.
Hello.
Kagan, what's wrong?
Oh shit. The hot woman is back! Hello, Alma.
What's happening?
Elementary. Got through the elementary school.
Kagan? Shit. Beckett, I'm glad you're okay. I've got to get Kagan back to the ABC. Beckett, this
You alright?
fist guy may be our best shot of getting out of
Look at him, he looks fucking drunk. He looks fucking drunk, bro. He's like, oh. Fuck, bro. Be sending the whole army just for some almussy. Oh my god, almussy.
It's clear.
26 Diana dead, by the way. Yeah, no shit. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I know Alma is like fucking older than she is. I know she can't be like that fucking young. Cause I know in the first game she was like fucking, you know, like legitimately super fucking old. I just don't remember how old she was. I know the little kid is like another Alma, if I'm not mistaken. 26 is what do you mean 26 is too old for me? I'm fucking 24 in the next 2 weeks. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm 24 in the next 2 weeks. What are you talking about? Too old for me, my asshole. What's in here? Computers. Okay. Whoa, what the flying fuck was that? Haha. Suck on that, bitch. What? I need to heal. Did you actually throw a fucking... Okay, wait, hold on. I probably need the submachine gun then. Oh, fuck. I thought I missed it. Fuck that woman. No! It's, you know, the... whatever it is. I was about to say the imagination of it, but like, no, that's actually worse than it is. What's my 2? My 2 is a sniper. Okay, that's it. What the fuck? Can I go out? I don't like there's another guy around here. Hammerhead? Wait, what the fuck is a hammerhead? Whoa, dude! He just jumped right into me and I died. It's like live action wet dream. Yeah, true. It's all in the imagination. That's about it. What? He just shot me to fucking death. It's all headshots, man. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Bro! Learn to strafe. This isn't hard difficulty. I don't think I could strafe that well. Oh my god, grenade, really? Where's the nade? What the fuck? What the? There we go. Including sex, true. Oh god. I thought this one could actually penetrate. How did... Oh god. Fuck. No, no one said sex. See, I have very limited bullets right now. Can I have bullets now? That's the question. I want bullets. What? Ah, man, I had to get the one on the top. We're not talking about sex. Just include sex, which I can't. I don't know. What the fuck? He moved. Oh, wait. Okay, where's the one on the top? Because there's one on the top. I don't know if I want to use this, honestly. What the fuck? There's one on the top, right? Where's the one on the top? Come on. Come out. Come out. Where the fuck are you on the top? Ow, stop. Are you not on the top? Hello? Isn't like there's some guy on the top? What the fuck? Okay. What? I'm actually bad at sex. Copium. Alright, let's get this one instead. $25 out. This isn't. Is this the needle thing from like fucking Halo or some shit? Yeah, it's like the needle thing from Halo. Yeah, I took penis away. That's what. That's right. No more penis for you guys. Alright, what's in here? Alright, cool. Yup. You have a needle thing? Excuse me? Can I be on your account for sex speedrun? What? No.
I hope you guys are close. Things are going from bad to worse. Replica forces are converging from all over. Head for the nurse's office. I repeat, head for the nurse's office.
Nurse's office.
Barricade's not finished yet, sir.
Oh shit. Oh. Hello. Whoops. Okay. I hope I killed. No, mind. I was about to say, I hope I killed that guy. Uwula? What the fuck is a Uwula? Interesting.
Unit 3's down and out. Hurry up and seal the door. Almost done.
shit, dude. Yo, toilet. Wait, actually, is there anything on the toilet? There's someone in there. That's for sure. Oh wait, no. Okay. Yo. Computers. Swearing is a bad thing. Fucking cunts. Don't tell me what to do, idiots. Free lab hour, speed synthesis. Sorry, tree fox. No lunch break this week. Please eat a big breakfast. No lunch. No lunch, man. Satch, no lunch. Ah. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Hey, Nayeli. Someone crying in there? Hello? What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck? That looks like a vagina. It's like a fucking... Come! Yo, come! Come! It's not vacuum, it's come! Come! Okay. I said it. Come. The sex tree. There's a swing. Rain. That looks like a fucking sumo wrestler. Snake. The brussy, yes. Snake. Okay. We are all special in some way. Write down how you feel about feel you are special. What makes you different from everyone else? What makes you what makes me different by Jennifer Lange. As your mama's what? Sometimes I know what other people are thinking. Like if I ask my brother where he hid my Lazy Susie doll, he acts all innocent, but I know it's buried in the kitty litter box. Except the one time he hid it in a cake. Cool. Look, it's a fucking vagina hole. Calm. No, calm. This is all we need. It's calm. That's all we needed, man. It's calm. Hello. Damn, bro. Hello. Don't you dare be filming anything bad here. No filming anything bad here. Hey, armor. Hey, look, the toilet. Is this the same thing? I hear the same thing all over again. I don't know why. Oh, is it down there? Yeah, it is down there. What? I don't know what happened, but sure. Hello? Oh god, it's them again! What the flying fuck? Bro, how many backups? Stop bringing backups, please! Oh man, how do I get up there? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute, this door sus. Alright, let's get the items real quick. Wait, what? Why are you up there? Whoa. Holy shit, what the fuck is up there? You. Wait, how do you even get up there? Yeah, how the fuck do you even get up there? Huh. Hello? Who's here? What the? Wait, are they coming from above? Oh, they are. Here, have a nade. Have a nade, man. Whoa, dude. Stop! Stop it right now. What? Are we supposed to go to the cafeteria? Like, what the fuck? Hold on. I guess it just leads to the cafeteria. Alright, cool. Oh, bet. Oh god, no! No, 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 no! Here's a grenade. I probably am gonna get the fucking armor again. Where's the armor that I saw? Yeah, that's like a few armor just now. Where's the armor? Did I take the armor? I didn't take the armor, that's for sure. Where is the armor now? I guess I took the armor from somewhere. Eh, whatever. Can't remember it anymore. What? Lol, you fucked up, man. No, lol, you fucked up, man. Is that the only one? Yeah, there it is the only one. Okay, cool. Oh shit, a laptop. Fall back to admin. Instruction for use of supplements. Do not add supplements to food until cooled on. Oh wait, is this the fucking school fucking eating shit, whatever it is. Ladybugs, tree frogs, bluebirds. Ew, what the fuck?
Oh, damn it, what the fuck's going on out there? Turner!
True, man, what the fuck is going on, man?
Get your ass back to admin. We need reinforcements now.
Get your ass back to admin. You're already near admin. We're food, yes. Children food, man. Hello. What the flying fuck? Is he just right above? Yeah, it is right above. Oh. Ow! The ghosts are attacking me again. I don't want them ghosts attacking me. Ow. Actually, ow. What the fuck? Stop it. Yeah, legit, like, stop it. I don't want any ghosts to attack me. Hold on. This way. Whoa, dang. Ow. Ow. Find a valve to shut it off. Okay, cool. Guess we have to find a valve. That's the valve. Hello? No, you blocked the way, idiot. What? Am I supposed to go through the gap or what? What? Stop. Huh? Yeah, am I supposed to go through the gap? Like, there's a gap here. Can I go through that? What? There is a gap! Can I go through the gap? Oh. Hello. Am I supposed to do something? Okay, sir, what the fuck are you doing? Am I... Huh? Do I just have to shoot that thing? No. I don't understand. Yeah, I have no understanding on what the fuck is going on right now. Oh, wow. I didn't even see that fucking lock there. It's so fucking hard to see that lock. Okay, wait. Push. There we go. Oh god, hello. Is this fire gonna blow push on me? Which didn't. Alright, which is a good thing. Good thing it didn't do that. What is under here then? Nothing. Hello. Give me my armor. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for the armor. Need a lot more armor than I need. I smell payday. Well, like you smell a bullet in your head. That's right, man. Bullet in your head, and you're dead. I told you. Okay, wow, holy shit. Yeah, you got no one's bag right there. He rushed in and killed himself. The guy just rushed in and just killed himself. That's about right. I might have to change to this gun. Squads A, B, and C establish fire perimeter around admin building. We have reports of additional hostile converging on this location from all over the city. So expect a certain fight. Squad D attempt to. Is there slow-mo in this game? There is, but I'm not using it because I'm fucking. I'm not a pussy and I don't want to use slow-mo. How you doing, Warpick? How you doing? Well, attempt to relieve fire teams pinned down near cafeteria. Recover any available munition. Yeah, munition from the temporary supply depot. And whatever you can scavenge from the dead. We need all the ammo we can scrounge up. Fall back to admin to exist in defending once. Wait, where is this? Once the objectives are done. Squad E, rendezvous with Van Eck. Team nurse. Okay, cool. Yeah, there is a slow-mo for this game. If I go slow-mo like this, then yeah. There is slow-mo. It's just I don't use it. I don't use it because I'm not a fucking pussy. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just not a fucking pussy. If I use it, then I'm a fucking pussy. I don't want to use it. I know it's like the core game mechanic for the game. Like I just don't want to use it. Not my forte. Where did that guy? Where did that guy too? Hello, dude. Also, I'm playing this game on hard difficulty, so yeah. I wear a mask with a smile. I wear a mask with a smile for armor every time. So Nayeli, how do you do you like Dreams as a face reveal smile? I suck his dick for an hour with a smile at a time. Paragon Feeder. Students in the Ladybug test groups have been treated with compound penis A. Penis A. A variant of the most recent and most aggressive of the psychogenetic mutagen. Behavioral expectations is higher cognitive response time, increased psychic awareness, improved psychic control. Phase 2 is spikes in psychic ability noted, but control is extremely fragile. Interesting. No swearing! Good children get an extra... What? Good children get an extra milk. I don't think I want to get... I don't think children want to get extra milk. Maybe. Well, what do you think? Extra milk. Do kids want extra milk? Probably. Fighting is a bad thing. True. No fighting, alright? No drama. Drama alert nation. Killer Keemstar. Students in the Bluebird test group have been treated with a placebo supplement called N. Standard Intelligent Child Development with some false positive for psychic potential. As expected with variants with tolerance. Okay, cool. Interesting. Hello? Ooh, I don't want to go there then. Find a key. Oh, I need to find a fucking key card. Extra milk is great. What are you talking about? Do you want to be a good child, Retro, in order for me to give you my extra milk? Think about it. How you doing, Retro? Hope you're doing well. Oh, fuck. He's Samson. I want to clap his cheeks in Minecraft. Wait, for real? For real? For real? For real? Those are like fucking documents. Oh, yeah. It's... Cool. Is it the same guy again? Yeah, it is the same guy again. I do need to actually swap, like, my guns, but I don't know whether I should. That's the question. Oh, Science Fair, October 14th and October 15th. So we're gonna go all the way just to find a fucking key card, huh? I know the meme song, like the meme song that goes like, I suck his dick with a smile for hours at a time, and then whatever it is. That was like super omega lol though. Is that what the fuck? Is that all smoke? The fuck is all this? Boo, sorry, did I scare you? What's up, ghost? Cocktober. If you are getting, and if you're getting this, it means you're a Halloween hoe. Every year in Cocktober, the jackal slut comes to life, coming to harvest his hoes for Thotoween. Send this to 10 other Halloween hoes, or else you trick, yeah, or else you will trick. If you get your Thotoween treat. If you get 6 back, you're a slutty witch bitch. And what if I get 10 back then, huh? What will happen if I get 10 back? That's like the big question. What do I get 10 back? Slight cover. Oh. What else, stupid? When you get 10 back, you're the spookiest slut of them all. Fuck you, alright, dude? Dear Principal Saunders, I have a concern about my son Zach and daughter Marlene, and would be grateful for your insight since I know you used to be a psychiatrist. Both of them are experiencing recurring nightmares that involved being locked in a dark place, prodded with needles, and show violent images. At first I thought they were conspiring together as a prank. But they seem genuinely affected by they seem genuinely affected by these dreams. They can't recall seeing this kind of scenario on TV and have obviously never experienced anything at all like this. So I'm not sure where it's coming from or what to do about it. Any advice would be appreciated. Daryl and Janelle Masterson. To Principal Saunders, request for intervention despite repeated demonstrations. Dr. A. Mendez continues to parade around the school grounds in thoroughly inappropriate attire. Children and parents are bound to start asking questions if they see the PE teacher in the lab coat. Disciplinary measures should be taken ASAP. Interesting. Alright, this teacher is like fucking outside right now. Oh, he's not there anymore. I didn't know he was not there anymore. Oh wait, what? What? I just got bit! Bro, I just got bit. I guess a sniper could help. Well, I guess a better aim could help. Where is he right now? Oh, hello. How's this guy not dead yet? Like, what the fuck? Oh, hello. Oh shit, this guy has a gun. Oh shit, this guy has a gun. Fuck, what the fuck? Die. I'm almost about to die. Okay, there you go. He's dead now. What the flying fuck? It's like, how the fuck is he not dead? Anyways. Wait, what? Are you serious? Hold it. Damn, I opened. Ah! Well, guys, you came to the most sexiest push and pull fight that I'm doing in this game. Hello Kuroshi, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. How's Hollow Knight? Hope Hollow Knight is well. Huggers. Hi guys, if you guys do not know me, my name is Drew Horse. I am also Singaporean like Kuroshi. I speedrun games. I close to record but you threw. That's alright, man. There's always another day anyways. Alright, have a good night's sleep, honestly. Good luck, good luck. What do you mean good luck, good luck? I'm playing game. I'm being spooky today, honestly. Like for the month of September. No, sorry, September. So the month of October, I am actually, you know, spooky today. Or spooky for the month. So yeah, I'm actually playing a lot of spooky games. Glow is stream nerd, that's why I'm okay, fine. Thank you for good luck. How are you doing, A-Press? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I legitimately forgot what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I kind of forgot what I was supposed to do. Omega lol. I think I'm supposed to go here then. Is it here? I don't remember where I'm supposed to go. Oh no. But yeah, hello guys. My name is Juhors. Again, I'm a speedrunner. I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. I don't even know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. And you can see like this guy has no head bobbles because the guy has the head bobble. You can totally see it being bobble head, but it's not. He's just putting down his gun like that and he's just running like that. Okay. So I remember that I had to go to a door, but I don't remember what door it is. Are you the door? No, you're not the door. It's some door, but I forgot. It's not that door, right? Press open. Geo face reveal went? I've done a face reveal. What the fuck are you talking about? I forgot to watch horrors. Yeah, that's because I took a 2-day break. That's why. You suck. Hey, Shy. That's because you guys aren't just watching the whatever it is then. You guys are watching Dreams' fucking face reveal, you know? Everyone's watching Dreams' face reveal and they're all like, I suck his dick with a smile for hours at a time. Hey, bro, fella. What the flying fuck? Are you kidding me? Bro. Yeah, go fuck yourself, man. Oops. Am I low again? I am low. I really... How am I doing? I'm doing alright. I'm doing better, actually. Or I'm doing, like... good. Because the past few days I've been taking my break and such. So, yeah. Tree Frog. I don't remember Horseman's face. Well, too bad. Student in Tree Frogs test group. Penis B. Alright. Got Penis A and Penis B. A variant of the most recent and most aggressive of psychogenetic mutagens. Higher cognitive response time, increased psychic awareness, improved psychic control. Results mixed. Control satisfactory, but overall ability remains unremarkable. Interesting. But yeah, I took a break because I took like a few days of break because one, I had to do fucking marathon. Two, I was looking at a fucking GDQ fucking submission page for like 26 hours, like accumulated 26 hours, and I was like, fuck this, I'm tired. I don't want to stream. Like, I don't want to stream at that time. Did you actually go? You caught on fire, like what the fuck? So I had like a really good break. I'm missing all my bullets. What the flying fuck? Yeah, brakes are good. They're nice. I like brakes. What's this? Paragon. Oh god, more reading. Observed across many generations, evolution is a wondrous process that weeds out infirmity and weakness and promotes diversity and adaptability, but it also slow. It is also slow, unpredictable, and prone to dead ends. Those of us seeking to advance human potential in a shorter time frame must take matter into our own hands. The purpose of the Paragon program is to identify and cultivate shining examples of the human species that we can propel forward to become superior life forms by means of seeking paragons. By means of the Harbinger project. Put simply, we are seeking paragons of evolution who can lead us into a brighter and better future with the strength of their bodies, the flexibility of their minds, the singularity of their purpose, and the sheer force of their will. Okay, cool. Break this. But yeah, I spent like 26 fucking hours looking at the stupid ass fucking list. And I was like so fucking tired that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna take a break for like a few days. I was well rested. Boop, 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 boop. Focus on a visit to the nurse's office. God, this is so fucking like American. It's like so American like. I launched Bluebird. Oh fuck! This is a facility! What the flying fuck? I can't believe I'm still supposed to find Snake Fist. Like, this whole fucking time I'm still supposed to find Snake Fist. This is underneath a school? I just realized this. This is underneath a school. An elementary school. Like, what the fuck?
Don't you understand what's at stake? Maybe you should go take a look outside.
You won't be able to contain her. Her power is already intensified. It's only going to get worse. We have to...
Regarding the nurse office elevator. Prior to scheduled arrivals, ensure all necessary equipment is ready to immediate access. Prove behavioral analysis sessions must be transferred to the classroom lab within 5 minutes. All students brought in for testing must be fully sedated prior to descent. Lab assistants should accompany transfer. What the fuck? Basic lab testing where the students does not awaken from sedation prior to ascendant requires no further actions. All students who awaken in the lab areas prematurely must be treated with a benzo stick to induce a short-term amnesia. What the fuck? Upon re-entry to the main level, students should be awakened, given a test, given a treat, and escorted back to. What the? Huh? What the fuck is this? This is all a test. You're surprised that the government would employ drug? True, man. Because I don't live in America, man. America is always like this. It's so fucked up. How you doing, John Maniac? Hope you're doing well. You know, this is in America, man.
You've got to hurry. Those army camp guys are almost here. Genevieve locked the place down, installed it, but they're welding through doors. I'm shut out of the system, so I can't help you. Look for a security terminal to override the lockdown. The password is, Snake Fist.
Snake fist. Override lockdown sector.
Lockdown cancelled.
That must be you that just overrode the processing area terminal. Fucking shit, the cavalry is here.
What? I don't even know what the fuck's happening. Fuck! Thank you. Sure, you might say, but this video game, sure, but I'm sure in the Cold War era, the Malays go for endurance. Really? I don't know. Because, you know, I'm not that kind. I'm not that kind of person, you know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Me just dumb streamer. Me just play game. Me just... Woo woo! That's all. Me only knows how to shoot gun... Whatever that thing is. I was only eat apples. I eat apples only. Did you fucking... What? I'm built different. Yeah, I'm just built different. I don't know what the fuck's happening, honestly. Smile. Oh, my neck. Why are these people in this fucking facility in the first place? What the fuck? That's a little boy right there. Me just horse with long face, shoot baddie in game, call Minecraft. Alright. Yes, it is me. Like legitimately is that's just me because I don't know if I would care that much. Also, but also at the same time, I think this is mostly an American thing, not like I don't know. Stick around. Yes, I stuck around. Smile. What? Holy shit! What the fuck? There's a classroom in here? Whoa. What's a fucking classroom in this fucking like facility area? It's like a classroom to me. It is a classroom, but like how the fuck is that classroom like in a fucking whatever area it is? It's so fucking creepy as fuck. Like legit. Oh, do I have to like go in and go out, or like go under and go on top? It is a very special classroom. What's this? Phase 6 testing evaluation. See attachment C2. Destroyed by spontaneous generated fire that appears to have generated by subject. Further testing hold on hold. Subject isolated in induced coma. Cool. Alma, holy shit, yeah. Yeah, we met Alma, and Alma's like pretty fucking hot, like not gonna lie, smile. I like Alma, she's pretty fucking hot. How do you get this thing out? I just have to lift this up or some shit? Guess so. I feel like this game is like the, like, put a lever. Was there a lever over there? I don't know how the lever is like. Is this the lever? Is this the lever? Yeah, where's the lever? Is it on the fucking computers, I guess? How loudly? Very loudly. Not down there, look about. Okay, okay, okay. I was like, wait a minute. There's a lever that I missed? I was like, I feel like it's like, okay, wait. I think I need to do something with this one later on. I'm probably gonna come back here later. Here. Yeah, I probably have to come back here later. Oh shit, the people up there as well. Wonka S. This place is like a maze now. There's like fucking, you know, alien isolation right now. It's legitimately like alien isolation now. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. That's very interesting. Double cover. I feel like I need a map for this, but I think there's a map, right? I don't remember if this game has a map. Wait, no, I've been here. Whoops. I think it's this one then. Yeah.
I forgot to mention, be careful in the holding area. Genevieve opened the cells to buy herself time. The specimens are extremely dangerous.
Uh-huh. Hello? What?
Get the fucking door open now!
Get the fucking door open now! Look at them. Oh shit! Oh shit! No! I fucked my own nade up. Hurry it up! Well, hopefully I can stop Colonel. Colonel, I don't know. Well, I got shot like a few times, so I didn't realize what the fuck was happening. So, if I knew what the fuck was happening, then sure. Get the fucking door open now.
That's what I need. Somebody kill that son of a bitch.
Oh shit.
This is taking too goddamn long. Hurry it up.
Oh fuck, I don't have health left. If you don't see it, it won't explode on your face. If that's how it works, smile. Yo, calm the fuck down, man. Oh, fuck. Okay. I just need to readjust myself, that's all I could say. Or, I don't need this at the moment.
That's what I need. Somebody kill that son of a bitch.
Are you kidding me?
Bury him. This is taking too goddamn long. Hurry it up.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Thank you for the gun. Wait, did I get the gun? Yeah, thank you for the gun. I need... Okay, you. Oh shit, there's a guy like below the stairs as well. I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck is happening? There's a guy right below the stairs. Copium, man. Get the fucking guy open now.
That's what I need. Somebody kill that son of a bitch. Bury him.
I need...
This is taking too goddamn
Okay, wait, hold on. What a headshot, dude. Okay, I wanted to reset the area because I was using my fucking needle gun this whole time. I was like, no, I don't want to use the needle gun. There we go.
That's what I need. Somebody kill this son of a bitch.
Bury him.
This is taking too goddamn long. Hurry it up.
Okay, is anyone coming from the other side? Like this side. I know there's like probably one more guy over there maybe, but I'm not too sure. I'm just gonna gamble and not think that there was another guy over there. Okay. Oh, wow, cool. Armor, finally, holy shit. Okay, cool. Is there anything else? What is that thing? Oh, this is fucking nothing.
Why is that fucking soldier still fucking alive?
Why are you fucking saying the word fuck so many times? Stop fucking saying the word fuck. That's how I feel, Smile. Oh shit. What the fuck? I just came in and then all of a sudden, oh. 10 out of 10 writing. Why are you fucking, why fucking are fucking you fucking here fucking? Oof. Oofus. I like how the guy just said fucking like I got no so many times. I think like 4 times in that in that line he just says fucking like 4 times.
You sure did kill a lot of my guys.
Hi.
Decontamination sequence in progress. Please stand by.
You must be hurt. Hurt. I'm looking forward to this.
Am I? What the fuck? Uh-oh. Did I do something bad?
Sequence complete.
Come on in. I got a little something for you.
Accessible.
Okay. Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! I missed! I missed! I didn't mean to miss! Cause I didn't know what to do. Oh my god, this is like the Saw thing. Yeah, this is like the fucking Saw. This fucking Saw game. Whoa. Haha, did. Easy. I stopped him. I stopped Vanek. Skill issue. Shut the fuck up. Ain't no skill. Oh! Skill issue. Uh-oh. Hey, yoy. I might need armor. I don't know where the armor is. Okay, let me go into this room for a sec and see if there's anyone who's gonna be coming in here as well. Okay, that's two of them. Oh shit! Where's this thing? There we go. Ooh! Is that one right behind me? Okay, no. I was like, wait a minute, there's one right behind me, huh? Oh shit, am I stuck again? Fuck. Just need to not get stuck right now. That's all I need to do is just not get stuck for it. Okay. What do I go for here? I go up here. Okay, cool. Okay. I'ma wait. Oh yes. Phase 2 testing evaluation. Subject test scores have dipped dramatically. Possible that subject is attempting to disguise her abilities. Phase 3. Strange side effects have been occurring during subjects' testing sessions. Other personnel in the room with her are reporting severe headaches. She also seems to be manifesting telekinetic abilities. Interesting. Bye bye. Wait, what do I need to do? Oh, the store is open, but somewhere. It's not here. Fuck. Hello. Fuck! I tried to like jump over them, but like I hate this weird jumping mechanic where it just lags for some fucking reason. This is the one thing that I just don't like. So like when you move, like when you run and then like all of a sudden you jump, there's like a little bit of lag and it's like so fucking weird. I don't even know why. Oh shit, my nade fell. Hello, you alright? You alright, dude? It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Holy shit. Is there anything in here? Nope. Damn. You scared the shit out of me for a bit. I guess it's there. Oh shit, I was about to say that's like someone crawling. I don't even know if they actually crawl in here. If they can, then what the fuck? If they can't, then good. I can switch to a submachine gun. Whoa! Automatic shotgun. Submachine gun. You know what? I'm just gonna exchange this one then. There you go. So I can have more firepower and less firepower. Less firepower.
You made it! Man.
Hello! Yo, what's up, dude?
I'm Terry Halford, aka...
Yo, you look like fucking... God.
Guess it was nothing. With Lieutenant Stokes' help,
I don't know.
establish a link to the
Snake
computer of
fist.
your armored personnel carrier. I'm uploading all my files right now. We can go over them on the way.
Okay.
By the way, don't pick your nose. She's watching us on the security cameras.
Who?
She can't hear us, so you can call her whatever you want.
Who's watching us on the security
File
Who?
transfer's done. We We can take the elevator in the main lobby, but we'll have to head through the holding area. I hope you took care of all the specimens.
Oh, that ain't good.
I don't know who he looks like, but he looks so fucking familiar.
Verging on your telesthetic signature. You're becoming a magnet for them. I have something you might want. I grabbed it from the experimental weapons lab when the shit started flying.
The dude, the dude.
Have you ever seen a hippopotamus fight? They start crapping and wagging their tails really fast and shit just flies everywhere. It's fucking insane.
What?
Here we go. It's just a prototype,
insane.
so it's a little quirky, but it packs quite a punch.
So I take this over, I guess this.
Now let's get the hell out of here.
No, my dude. Oh no, we fucked up, man. Oh no. Oh no. Anyways, here's the fucking whatever it is. It just disintegrated them. Oh my god, bro. Well, rip them, by the way. They just disintegrated. Oh, where do I go? Wait, where do I go? Whoa, what the flying fuck? I just got shot like 20 million fucking times. What the flying fuck? It's like, psh, 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 that's about it. Get to the... Oh. So I had to go to Still Island and fucking kill Alma. Okay, cool. Well, that's... There's that. Ow. Jesus Christ, bro. I just got shot all of a sudden. Boom. I'm dead. Okay, let's try this thing again. This guy just deflected my fucking... like... whatever it is, it's a plasma gun anyways. That's just a plasma gun. Did you actually throw a fucking nade there? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? You just threw a fucking nade on me. Ow! Holy shit. Okay. Maybe I do need that whatever gun it is. Because I was like thinking, am I gonna be saving the bullets? Honestly? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna use this. Is this a sniper? Okay, good. What the fuck? Hello. Okay, what if I use this then? Hold on. It disintegrates them. Like, damn, bro. Such disintegration. Look, gonna disintegrate this guy as well, but he has a slow process of disintegration as well. Look at that! Such a slow process of disintegration. That dude's stupid as fuck. He lets them distinguishedly slow ball move towards them. Yeah, it's like the ball just moves so fucking slow, like fucking 1 mile per hour, and it's like, yep, that's it, I'm dead, bro. That's it, man, I'm dead. Look at that. Look, they're dead. They're just dead all of a sudden. That's it. That's it from them. What the flying fuck? How the fuck are you alive? That's my question. How the fuck are you alive? Oh god, another grenade. Ah! I don't even know where the fuck I'm supposed to go, honestly. Oh god. I'm actually fucking low. Ah! Why is this game so fucking... Okay. Maybe because I put this fucking game on hard, that's why. Oh! Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that quickly, but sure. What? Was there someone right behind me? Oh man. Okay, this is gonna be some fucked up shit right here. Hold on. I like how the nades are just slower than mine for some reason. Like the time to explode their nades is just slower than mine for fuck all. I don't even know why. Yeah, where the fuck? Oh, you. Oh, wow. Holy shit. How do you even get up there? What? Yeah, how the fuck do you even get up there? That's my question. Ah! Where is everyone? Okay. Okay, that's one down. Ooh. Okay, that's another one. Oh god, has the spooky happened yet? It did. So, like, a little bit, but like, not a lot, honestly. Oh god. Oh god. Damn it. Oh! I had to rely on like hearing them shout like oh! Oh! Remember when we blazing and knifing? What the fuck is knifing? The fuck's that, man? I don't know what knifing is. Oh, the knife. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I remember. Oh. It's strong. I just need to use this gun a lot more often then. What the fuck? Are you serious? Oh, that guy is down. What's this? That guy wasn't down this whole time? The RE2 knife, I see. Oh! Sure. What? Holy shit. Hopefully I'm alright with health. 'Cause I need health. Like a lot of health right now. There we go. That's another one. Hey, whatever this shit is. Okay. I hope I can actually go here now. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. What is this? Yeah, get out of the way, man. It's my town now. My turf. Hello? Can they even shoot me through here? Oh, they can. Oh my god. Oh! Well, at least my save point is there now. I'm like, please, just let me in! Okay. Can I shoot through the fucking... Yeah, can I shoot through this thing? Yeah, I can. But I definitely need health. That's the one thing I need right now is just health. Oh! And armor! Forgot about armor. Napalm, okay. Wait, did he just clip through the wall? He clipped through the wall as he died. What the flying fuck, bro? Whoa, dude. Fuck! This... Game's hard! Game's hard. Game's hard. Game's hard. Game's hard. Honestly, the game's hard. I'm clipped through the wall right now. Okay, I need the... Whoa! Some fucking headshot at me like that. What? What? I just got headshot again. I like how this guy just said keep your eyes open and then I just killed him like that. Test so far looks promising from the engineered subject and the engineered subjects. Relationship between specified genetic markers and psychic development is proven. Proof of relationship between induced protein alterations and control of psychic manifestations is still pending. Some non-engineered subjects also show signs of improved development under the regimen and should be scheduled for genetic level evaluation. Okay, cool. Oh shit! Hello. Give me a sec. Did someone redeem it? That's the question, though. I don't know if someone actually redeemed it. You gotta check if someone actually redeemed it today. 'Cause I don't know. Because I actually do not know if someone actually redeemed it today. 1 sec. What? You mean 2 secs? Is there any guys over here? Oh god, I need to get that whatever gun it is. Oh. Yep, there we go. Okay, is there any more health kits around? Because I need health kits right now. Well! Yeah, no one even said anything. Whatever. Can you refund his points so I could probably do it tomorrow or some shit? I don't know. I guess just refund his points. Yeah, 'cause no one told me, so yeah. If someone did tell me, then sure, but like, no one told me at all. What the flying fuck is all this? Whoa. What? I don't know. We'll see. Because I wanna... You know what? I can try to finish this game today, but like, I don't know whether this game is gonna take like God knows how long. But I'm gonna try to finish this game today anyways. If this game is ever finishable, I guess, today. Because I think there's only like maybe 2 more chapters or some shit like that. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, shit! Oh. Time for me to actually get that, I was about to say that suit, but it's armor. Time to get that armor. Return to the specimen holding area. Okay. See, I only have like 1 more ammo for this. I don't know what to do with just 1 more ammo.
I hope you're on your way, Beckett. We've got enemy forces converging from all over.
Okay. Where die enemy? Okay. Heck yeah. Oh wait, that's them, huh? It's actually them.
Into the APC, Beckett. We gotta go.
Oh my god, bro! And the fucking... whatever it
I
is.
saw what happened to Halford. There was nothing you could have done. Let's take a look at Snakefist's data. This son of a bitch was true to his word. He gave us more than enough to sink Armacam forever. Assuming we survive long enough.
Rip Snakefist, by the way.
Metaphysics and try to keep this as simple as possible. Sergeant Beckett, Genevieve Aristide did some nasty things to you back in that medical facility. First came the gene splicing operation.
Nasty things? Really?
Getting into the telesthetic attunement chamber, which strengthened the link. That's why Alma's aware of you, and why you're totally pooch screwed unless you can destroy her. Which brings me to the telesthetic amplifier at Still Island. You're not psychically potent enough to resist Alma, so we're going to plug you into a device that will crank up your brainwaves. Sadly, the only device that has enough juice for the job is on Still Island, hidden inside the old nuclear reactor.
Is he shitting? What the fuck is this? Why is he filming himself in the toilet?
Theoretically make you powerful enough to defeat Alma in a battle of wills. I say theoretically because my data on Alma's a little sketchy at this point, but the odds are better than if somebody's head explodes. Hers is not yours.
Seems pretty straightforward. Find the psychic amplifier, plug Beckett into it, flip the switch, and Alma's history.
So, Still Island, huh? I thought they shut the reactor down like 30 or 40 years ago.
That must have been when Armacam moved in.
According to Snakefist's data, it's the main testing area for Project Origin.
Bro, don't
How far
hurt.
out are we?
What?
15 minutes if the roads are clear.
They're shitting.
Holy shit! Where did you come from?
Manny, what the hell is going on?
Sorry, Lieutenant. Looks like we really stepped in the shit here. We have enemy multiple enemy targets bearing down on our position. Looks like replicas, and they're pissed.
Sergeant, get us out of here.
We don't have a lot of options. Wait,
Oof.
up ahead. Oh man, I don't know.
What?
You better grab a hold of something. I I've got an idea.
Whoa, whoa. What is that supposed to mean?
Going down. Hang on.
Uh-oh. Oh!
This Street Station. Now boarding.
Subway. Good work, Sergeant.
Manny, you crazy son of a bitch.
Beckett, man that turret and cover us. We need to figure out where we are.
What the fuck does whoever that fucking chick's called? What? Where the fuck are you? Why the fuck does the chick sound like the chick sounds like fucking Cortana from Halo. Is it just me? How am I moving up? I can't even move up. What? Is it just them or just me? I don't even know. Bro, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, Keegan, move up! Keegan, move up! Like, what? Is it? Oh, wait, no, it's the driver, right? Or is it not the driver? I don't even know if it's the driver or not. But at least... they just shouted, like, Keegan, move up! Keegan, move up! Like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Who's shooting at me? I don't even know who the fuck is shooting at me, but sure. Oh, it's Keegan, the other guy. Okay, never mind. You know what? Whatever. Am I supposed to cover that dude? Oh my god, I am supposed to cover him. Like, what the fuck's he doing? He just all of a sudden had to get up and just like fucking walk into the battlefield. Okay. Sure. Oh.
Keegan, what are you doing?
What the fuck, Keegan? I don't even know who's shooting at me, honestly. Like, I know that there are people who are shooting at me, for sure, but like... where? Oh, they're just invincible with the fucking, you know, shots like this, you know. Really? 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 What is with the fucking guys, bro? The guys, bro. What the flying fuck? I'm getting like hit. Oh, it's this guy right here. Can I even heal up? Oh, I can heal up. What the flying fuck? I didn't realize I could heal up like this. Well, now I know. Okay, cool. I came back for more horse calc. Yes, horse. And chalk. I didn't realize I could heal up like that, honestly. Okay. Focus. I didn't realize I could actually heal up in the fucking whatever it is. God, Jesus Christ. I took whatever how long it is because I didn't know about the healing process of this fucking shit. You alright? Keegan? Keegan Michael Keys? Keegan Michael Keys! Are you alright? Keegan Michael Keys? This part of the game seems thrilling. Very enthralling. Wait. Was there something? No, okay.
Oh, where are you going?
Went to a meeting, presented client, returned to. It's not even a disappointment, shut the fuck up! Sixth chapter. We're in chapter 6 already, so yeah. Damn, all the rats are running away. How can these rats run away like this? Hello? Hello, Keegan Michael Keys. Keegan Michael Keys, what the fuck? Holy shit, is that guy again? I don't want to get fucked by that guy again. I did not lower the difficulty. I have not lowered the difficulty like ever. I stayed true to my word and played this on hard. What the fuck? No. Okay, what is this? Aubon District's woes linked to military contractor. Okay, improper disposal of hazardous material at the classified facility beneath the Auburn caused a variety of symptoms reported by area residents over the past 20 years, according to an anonymous source who provided extensive documentation to support his allegations. The source claims that Armachan suspended operations at the facility almost 2 decades ago without removing potential contaminants. The facility was briefly reopened earlier this year before being promptly shut down again due to an industrial attack. Interesting. Oh shit, hello. What the fuck just happened? I was reading a fucking note when these guys came around. I was reading the fucking note when these guys came around, so I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna use this then. Can they open up the door? They can. Oh wow. Sure. What the fuck? Oh man, I don't even have fucking bullets, man. There you go. And what the fuck? Yeah, this is bad. This is like really bad. All I can say is that this is probably really bad because, you know, I only have one of these bullets and that's about it. In order for me to kill like maybe 2 of them, I probably would need like 2. I could try to only like use one, but we'll see if I could actually kill one. There's like another one, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, where are you? Oh god, there's 2 of them. Oh my god, dude. I don't think they come alive, right? Yeah, they don't fucking come alive. What the flying fuck? Okay. Give me that shit. Oh wait, no, I don't have to go here. Wait. Well, fuck you, man. No. Get out of here. No! Another one of these. Bat people. Whatever they are. Whoever they are. No, do not jump. Fuck me. I was about to say do not jump down, but sure. Motherfucking jump down for fuck all. That means I have to find an entrance. Like a fucking weird entrance way. Or this thing right here. Guess I can fucking lift and fucking whatever it is. Just lift and push. There we go. Cool. Happy, happy. Happy, happy fun time sometimes. Is there gonna be some fucking... I almost wanted to say, is there gonna be some fucky wucky bullshit? Okay. I need to stretch for a bit. Okay. Until the city sends someone to repair the sewer leak near the Madison Park station, be extremely careful not to step in puddles on the tracks. Aside from the obvious disadvantages of wadding around in raw sewer, you can also be electrocuted. If you need to access the tracks, shut off the breaker switch. Also make sure no one is on the tracks before turning the power back on. And now, I head to the bathroom. Just give me a sec. No, I still feel like GDQ does not want to accept Madison, but I don't know. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I'm back. I legitimately don't think so. Like, I feel like Madison has some kind of like disadvantages when submitting to GDQ because there's a bunch of stuff that like GDQ I feel like GDQ is alright with, but like also at the same time there's also like some games or like there's some parts in the game that probably GDQ does not like as well, which I have no control of. Man, they're really fucking strong. I think they're stronger than before, honestly. Yeah, they're stronger than before. Oh god, wait. I just need ammo, that's all I'm gonna ask. I just need ammo. Let's take this. Pump room. Sure. This is like the same thing as fucking whatever the game is. The first one, first F.E.A.R. Did you make the sound yet? Whoa! What was that? Fuck was that all about? Dude. Okay. I think someone like fucking threw a nade or some shit. What the flying fuck? What hit me? Wait, yeah, legit, what hit me? Huh? I'm actually confused by that. It's like, what the fuck hit me? Wow, what a standing upright, whatever it is. Where is the guy? What? Holy shit. Do I have armor? I don't have armor, right? Like I come in without an armor or some shit like that, right? Yeah, I come in without armor. Satch. Try my best, man. I have one bullet on my fucking sniper left. That's all I have, one bullet on my sniper. I probably have to exchange. Baku?
It's Icy Boo.
Baku with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well, by the way. Great to see you around like always. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh shit. Okay. Wow! What? I just peeked out, man. I wasn't even low. I wasn't even low at all. All of a sudden, I just died like that. Oh, fuck me. Whoa. Yeah, this thing is like fucking ridiculous. Like, the headshot percentage on those dudes, like, it's like fucking aimbots. It's like legitimately just aimbots. See, I peeked out and it's like, oh, aimbots, that's it. One shot, I'm dead. I don't know if I want to like exchange. That's the main thing. I want to exchange, but I don't know whether I should exchange. Okay. Which one is the one? Yeah, whatever. What? Oh my god. This is like so fucking atrocious without fucking armor. Like, I probably can go through this. It's just, you know, the armor is the stupid worst part right now. Oh god. Ooh. I fat fingered my armor. Not my armor, sorry. I fat fingered my health. I wanted health instead, but I fat fingered it so badly. Oh god. I'll take you. Is he dead? Oh my god, dude. Are you at the corner? No? Ah! Okay, I need this fucking, you know. Oh, can you just use the core mechanic of slowing down? Probably. You know. I don't even know if they're gonna headshot me or anything, you know? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I feel like they are actually stronger than before for some reason. You know? I'm gonna do this, honestly. What? Wait, was someone right beside me? Was someone right beside me? Huh? Okay. I don't even know if anyone was right beside me this whole time. Did you win? I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I'm at the like the 6th chapter at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like going super fucking horribly right now. Oh. Ooh. He fucked himself over. I guess he just fucked himself over. It looked like he just fucked himself over. What? What happened? What was that? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is happening. And like I don't know what the flying fuck is even happening as well. Just these guys is just fucking stronger than ever. Right in the balls, man. I'm just gonna heal up just in case because I don't know what was what happened. Yeah, I honestly do not know what the fuck would happen. Are you kidding? Eee! Oof. Oof us. What the fuck? What's that? Are they all dead? Okay, I got harness at least. Jesus Christ, finally, holy shit. Holy shit, finally! Finally I have fucking armor and everything. Oh, is this the fucking our guy? Ooh. Are you kidding me? Sure. Oh, box. Box trying to soft lock me. I can't believe this. You need to get the fuck out. Okay. Ow. Stop. Stop! Please. Oh, hello. Just gotta shoot the floor because I saw the floor ghost. That was like a floor ghost for some reason. Rendezvous. Metro staff, the extension of Orange Line through Sodo. Hey Velu. And Eastern Auburn has been cancelled. From what I've been able to gather, there's already a tunnel system intersecting that area. Apparently is some kind of classified government operation. But that's as much as anyone will say. If you are asked about the extension by the public, the official line is that the project has been cancelled due to geological concerns and the city council is investigating economical benefits of running the line above ground. Okay, interesting. What do you mean riots? What are you rioting on? I didn't do anything. What are you rioting? Are you winning, son? I'm progressing. I don't know where the fuck I'm progressing. Is this where I'm at? Is this where I was at? Yeah, I was at here. Okay. Stop! No! No, come! You do not come without permission. What the fuck? Stop. Stop doing that. You're too busy at work. Is that why? Is that why you have to come? Like, no. Don't fucking do that, man. Disgusting. One of them is gonna stand up, that's for sure, right? You got my armor all down, like what the fuck? You mean their job is to come? I don't think so. God, this fuck. I got fucking one shot by someone and it took all my armor down. Like, what the flying fuck? I don't think his job is to come. It's come for science. Excuse me. A teacher's... not teacher's job. It's a desk job. I don't think a desk job requires you to come. Does a desk job require you to come? Come at the you come at what? What? You what? No, you don't do that. You don't come at the butt and come at the desk. You don't do that. That's why I'm not winning. That's why I'm not winning. Search the area. Sure. You gotta peek out. I guess I could have shot the board instead. Where? Did you shoot? Oh, you shot me from here. Okay. Oi! What is with these guys and just one-shotting me? I don't understand. Like, they just one-shot me all of a sudden.
No sign of him.
Yeah, this guy is just one-shotting me every fucking time, which fucking sucks if it does that. Cool. What is it? Automatic shotgun? No. Thank the Lord, man. Okay. It's all water. I just realized. I like how there's no music anymore because, like, I'm taking way too long on, like, everything right now. Can I really shoot them? Yeah, I can. Back to work. Oh, man. Have a good work. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, now the music comes back. Okay. I was like, yeah, now the music comes back, and then I got fucking one shot somewhere. Great, that's great. Nice. I just got one shot fucking somewhere. I didn't even know. I didn't even know when I fucking shot from. All of a sudden I got shot. I was like, yeah, sure. Search the area. What? I don't understand. I don't think I don't think this is fucking easy. Like, I don't think this is fucking easy at all. If you are in my shoes and legit go through this part, I don't think it's fucking easy unless you fucking, you know, reserve fucking ammo and whatever it is. Have you tried being better at the game? Have you tried playing the game? That's the question. That's my question to you. Have you tried playing the game? Is that a nade? Okay. Wow. What the fuck? What? I am just dumbfounded, men. Men, I'm dumbfounded. I just need to use this, honestly. Wait. Oh! Where the fuck are you? Oh god! Are you kidding me? What? I shot you in the arm like 3 million times. How the fuck did you... I was about to say, how the fuck did you, like, not get hit by any of them at all? Like, what? Where is items? Items here.
All clear.
Okay. I like how this game is already saving every fucking like place I go now, because it's like literally just like, yep, I'm in trouble. I'm in danger. Like everywhere I go right now is I'm in danger. Like, sure, buddy. I'm already all in fucked up danger everywhere. Alright, what's in here then? Alright, mister. Are you walking in here? Destination still island facility, number of containers 3, blah 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 blah. Interesting. Is that... Oh, I thought it was a fucking guy again. I was like, no, please don't. I already took care of like way too many fucking dudes already. What the fuck? The game is in hard mode? Duh. You think I'm playing this game in easy? No. I'm playing this game on hard mode. Actually, it could have been finished. If I play this game on easy or normal mode, I think I could have been done by like, I don't know, like tenfold, I guess. Maybe in like 2 hours. Or like not 2 hours, sorry. Like I was about to say like maybe like now I would have been done with the game, but you know, this game is like fucking, you know, ridiculously hard sometimes. There's like areas that I don't know what to do. Hello, Alma. Whoa, Alma! With fucking skin. Oh my god. Oh. Yo, Alma with skin. This is what RS-25 has been missing, man. Alma had skin. And he missed it. Didn't coom at all. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you missed it, bitch. Comes again. No. Oof. Why are you playing on hard mode if it's not hard? If you're not hard, what do you mean by that? Like my penis hard or like the game wise hard? Because the game wise is like legitimately hard now. I hesitated for a bit because I wanted to find out if there's any kind of like fucking whatever it was. There's one more dude, right? What? What did I die from? I was just looking at the chat and then I was like, wait, how the fuck did I die? It's /me, by the way. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Oh god, dude. I want to get out my. Okay, that one's dead. What? There you go. Holy shit. Is that everyone who's dead? Please tell me everyone's fucking dead. Ah, Jesus Christ. Thank God. Just need a lot more ammo, honestly. Piss us all over. What do you mean piss us all over? You can't even piss all over the goddamn floor. Okay. Okay.
Spread up.
Oh my god, split up. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that laser? That's a fucking laser. Holy shit. Whoa, dude! This game does seem scary to be named F.E.A.R. The first one is scary. The first one is actually like super fucking scary. The second one, however, is like really more action-like, which, yeah, as you can tell, is like more action than it is right now. There's a hot lady though. There's a hot naked lady though. like own. It has in the body. Wait, I have sniper. Oh wait, I was about to say I have sniper rifle right now. Holy shit! Finally, okay. That part was just fucked up, ridiculous. I can't believe this.
Beckett, I think I found something. Halford's files show an Armacam cargo tunnel running from the medical facility.
No, it's not athletes. They just.
The subway line intersected near the King Street station. That cargo tunnel is your best bet.
Armacham. Okay. Oh my god, dude. Man, if people got fucked, that's because that's how they got fucked anyways. What the fuck are these? Oh, I just need guns. Wait, can you even go up from here? I don't think you can. Okay. It means I have to go up from here. What the fuck is this? A press. Oh. Troubleshooting guide for shark laser weapon. Oh, beam is dim is failed to cut it. This is a laser. Is this telling me how to fucking use a laser, which I'm not even taking the fucking laser at all. Oh god. Hello! LeBron's piss? What? Don't every like sport people go for like piss tests and whatnot? Like they had to go for like piss tests because of because of drugs in their body or whatnot, you know? Yeah. So I don't think everyone's piss is gonna be fucking that expensive anyways. Oh god. I didn't mean to do that. That's my bad. What's this? Oh. Oh god. Hello. Fuck me. I was like trying to go towards the direction that I wanted to go, but like I fucked it up like super badly. Do I still have the sniper? I do have the sniper. Okay, cool. Okay. Squad on me. Wait, what if you go to a piss test and send you in a closet and what? The fuck does that mean? How could it be? I don't know, something that's not degenerate as fuck. Oh wow, holy shit. I thought I missed that shot. That looked like I missed. Like. I know it's pretty obvious, but like, I don't think I want to think about that, you know? About some guy who's gonna be pissing in my fucking, like, I'm gonna piss someone in someone's fucking mouth, you know? Okay, this way. In that example, you were the guy pissed. No, 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 no. No, no. I'm not gonna be fine either way. Like, in both ways, I'm not gonna be fine like that. What the fuck? Whoa, dude. Holy lapsus, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. I don't even have health. That's how bad I am right now. I didn't go to the pissing academy, I test their piss. I can't test your piss. What the fuck? Hey, I don't have that kind of degeneracy, alright? I don't tell people, hey, I want you to piss in my mouth. Nor would I want someone to piss in my mouth. Or, I want someone, like, I want to piss in someone's mouth. Like, no, that's not how it goes. And I'd rather not do that. Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? That's like all for a save point, really? What? Bruh. You know what they say, better to be pissed off than pissed on? True, yeah. That's actually pretty fucking true. Like, legit. It's not even a life model, it's like legit, like, what it should be, right? Finally, fucking armor. And more rifle bullets. I need my rifle bullets. I need you to. Reflex injector. I need all my reflexes, man. Hello. Is that actual movie scene? Oh, what's up, man? That's not an actual movie scene. Okay. Is there anything that I could get from here? What the fuck? Was it the clip? Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Well, that happened. Thanks, Alma.
Looks like we're gonna have to circle around quite a ways to get to Still Island. The bridge is out on the main road.
What the flying fuck is this? Look at the textures. Look at the fucking textures. What the flying fuck am I looking at? Wait, am I supposed to be going here? The fuck? Game? Huh? What?
Repairs complete.
What? I don't know what the fuck's happening. Is this supposed to be like this? I don't even know what the fuck's happening, honestly. How is that guy not even fucking, you know? I don't even know what the fuck's even happening. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is the graphics supposed to be like this? I don't know what the graphics is supposed to be like this for. Oh, there you go. Finally, the graphics like all right now. I'm like, what? The bug? I guess so. Because I was like, what the fuck? I've never seen this. Is it gonna be like the same thing again? Please don't. Okay, cool. I feel like no wonder I've been shooting like this one guy, but like it just didn't fucking work out that well for some reason. Is he dead? He's dead. I liked it before better. I couldn't even see anything. I liked it before better. Like, fuck you, man. I couldn't see shit. Stock alarm. That's fire. That's people. Oh god, hello. Launch timer is 8. Okay, hold on. I need to fucking pull out my sniper or some shit. Hold on. What the flying fuck? Oh my god, dude. Ah! I was trying to get out of there. I couldn't even get out. Maybe I should actually just put that thing to the side. Or near the bus. And I'll be like, yep, cool. Yep, cop, cool.
Repairs complete.
That guy dead? Guess that guy is dead. Ugh. Ah! I feel like I'm hitting my shots, but the problem with that is whatever is around the fucking like enemy is just hard to even fucking shoot to it, not around it. Around it's all fucked up. Kill you first. Okay. Can I kill it from here? Okay, let me actually get out of here first. Hold on. I need to.
Repairs complete.
Where's this fucking guy at? I wanna get this guy real quick. Okay, you're dead. Okay. I wanna get this guy. And one of the guys is like above as well. That guy. I need to kill that guy from above. Oh my god. Okay. That was done. Done and dusted. What the flying fuck? What kind of war zone is this, man? Okay, hold on. Repair complete. Just give me a sec. There we go. What the fuck? Who hit me? Someone hit me. Ow. Okay. I fell asleep and woke up. Now you're fighting with mechs. Yes, I am. I'm trying to finish this game today. Oh wow, I can actually exit now. Okay. Hey, Spot.
Sing it. Vagina.
What's popping? What's popping?
Vagina.
What's popping?
Nothing much. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 7-month resub, much appreciated. I'm just right here playing this game, and I put it on hard mode, so yeah, I'm pretty much fucking, you know, hard as fuck, honestly. You're doing good so far? How's the festival yesterday? You said you were at a festival yesterday or some shit. I hope that festival went well. One of these. Oh, hello, Keegan. Keegan, do not suicide. Keegan, you better not. Uh-oh, he disintegrated. Uh-oh. Keegan just disintegrated. Love every second of it. That's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. Oh, we have to go into the pipe. Descent into the pipe. Uh-oh. Where the fuck am I going? This way. Ooh. Sewer toilet water. It's good that you enjoy yourself. At least it's still island. Oh no. Okay. Please let this be the last chapter as well, because I don't want to fucking go through this game a little bit more. Please tell me this is the last chapter. Drink the toilet water, of course. Also, I was also lucky that my armor is like in one piece as well, which is a good thing. Is this? There we go. This is not Still Island. This is like fucking something else. Are there gonna be fucking people around here in this fucking shitty ass facility? I swear to God, if there's anything else in this shitty ass facility, it's gonna be fucked up. Replica soldier is the ultimate warrior, incredibly fast, incredibly strong. Sorry, incredibly fast, incomparably strong, impeccably trained, and utterly devoid of conscience. conscious, sorry. No history, no hangups, no purpose but to serve. Unquestioning loyalty and unshakable discipline at standard PMC prices. Variant 7 replica soldiers accept voice-keyed verbal orders. Standard soldiers recognize 12 unique voices, but 24 or 32 voice extended capacity is available, and it's pre-configured to obey telepathic orders once the Harbinger telestatic commander series become available. Interesting. Oh god, hello. High level enemies in my endgame. It's more likely than you think. Yeah, there's a lot. Fucking the enemies in this game is so fucking like hard now. It gets harder and harder and harder. Kinda, I guess, but you know, I'm playing this game on hard as well, so I'm just waiting for the last chapter because there's like 7 chapters in this game. I'm just hoping that this is like the last chapter as well. I actually gone like fucking 7 hours. 7 hours 44 minutes, yeah. Going through the whole thing in like one shot, and also at the same time I'm playing this game on hard. What's No, don't do that, please. What the fuck is going on? You. What? Whoa. Whoa. Where's the armor? Where's the armor? Where's the armor? Oh god. Hello. Oh god, I have no... Yes. I was about to throw my nade. I was like, wait a minute. I forgot I didn't have nades on. God dang it. So I have 1 fucking armor and that's about it, huh? Okay, cool. Whatever. Where are the guys? What? Oh my god. Come on, dude. Really? Oh god, are you kidding me? 1 shot, I'm dead. God, what is this level? This level's like super fucking hard because of the movement everywhere. That's all I could say is the movement fucking everywhere. What the flying fuck? Stop! What the? What the fuck? Huh? Okay. Okay, I need to get the fucking armor. I could actually get to the armor. How are you already in? I hope he's dead. Did you throw a nade? You threw a nade. You fucking idiot. Why do you have to throw a nade right at me? Oh shit, there's a guy right behind me. Okay, that guy's dead. Ooh. Fuck me, dude. Where are you? No, 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 no! I saw the nade just coming right in front of me, and then there's another guy who's right in front of me. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I use this gun then. Oh, come on. So you think you could? Yeah, I probably can. I don't mind. I can finish this game today. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind if I can. Whoops, I panicked because I didn't have bullets at all. I panicked because I didn't have any fucking whatever bullets it was, and I was like, yep, I wanted to switch over to something else. How are you not dead? I shot you like 20 fucking times. Okay, now you're dead. Wait, you're not dead? What? How many times do I have to shoot you? Yeah, how many times do I have to shoot you in order for you to die? What? I'm kind of trapped though. Like I'm literally trapped. Ah! I'm so trapped! I have nowhere to go! Okay, let's see. How does this guy not die? Like, at all? Like, what? Like, I shot him like 3 million fucking times. He's not dead. Like, what? Ah. I might think of just changing the difficulty, honestly. I don't know. I might just change the difficulty. I'm not too sure if I could actually just do everything by heart. What? Okay, yeah, that's a problem, man. That's like a fucking problem. Oh god. Hey, hey, AutoCat. Oh no. God fucking damn it, bro. Ugh! Where is this fucking... Yeah, I'm... Okay. If the next... I don't know. I was about to say if the next 2 tries...
Manual override engaged.
What the f... Really? What? I don't understand, but whatever. Okay. I was about to say in the next 2 tries, if I don't beat this... Oh no.
Warning. Obstruction detected.
What? Oh wait, what? Look at all the guns I can actually take. Finally, holy shit! I just have to use my fucking... I don't know.
Reorientation in progress.
What? What's happening? Yo, what the fuck's happening? What? There we go. Back to my... Back to my own fucking hidey spot, man. Yeah, I'm just back to my fucking hidey spot. I can't believe this. Wait, oh god. Okay, I got him. Jesus Christ, that took me like fucking so many fucking tries. What? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god, are you kidding me right now? Climb up! Climb up! Climb up! What the flying fuck? Because I feel like 20k. I think people has a lot of 20k, that's why. Can we don't do it now? Use the console on the forward car. Okay. Just don't do it now because I don't think I would change it right now anyway, so. What you mean disappointment? I bet you can't really do this at all. Like I bet you don't have the fucking if you ever do this fucking part, that's fucking the worst fucking super fucking hard. Can't believe I did it anyways.
Sing it. Vagina.
Dakaru.
Vagina. 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 Vagina.
I heard this is the stream where you should be this October U0RS Scasm.
Yes, Dakaru. I'm all about the horrors and the horses, I guess. Thank you for the 30-month resub, much appreciated. Holy shit. I'm doing all the horrors this month. It is very low, but like, you know, whatever. But yeah, we're doing all the horrors today. I mean this month actually. We're starting off with F.E.A.R 2 because I've never played the F.E.A.R game. This particular one before. I feel like it's kind of exciting as well. Yeah, I know you can barely hear it, but it is what it is. Can't really do anything about it anyways. Cool. Horstober? Spooktober. It's more about Spooktober. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Dakaru. Keegan, don't you care? Keegan, where the fuck are you? What is this? Pulse weapon. Oh! We received numerous requests from managers and directors on an overview of biotechnology division's project roster, as there seems to be some confusion about which code names apply to which program. Icarus. Explore bioengineering solutions to address long-term health issues related to microgravity environments such as loss of bone density and muscle mass. It's cancelled. Supplanted by Perseus project. Alright, cool. Perseus. apply proprietary bioengineering methods to develop artificial but highly effective replica soldiers that are inexpensive to mass produce, easy to control, and trivial to replace. Still think I need therapy, but feels like I'm going through a burnout. Yes. Alright. He beat it like... I didn't even beat it like 3 times. What are you talking about? How many times have you beaten this game while I was gone? The train was super fucking long, like, not gonna lie. I fucking hated it. Origins. Origin. Develop commanders capable of directing replica soldiers telepathically. Only 2 prototypes were created, and only one of those, Paxton Fettel, was ever placed in active training. The prototypes are both clones of a classified female test subject. They were carried to term by the subject to increase the probability that her telesthetic potential would be inherited. It is suspended pending review. Harbinger. Provide a more stable and sustainable means of producing telesthetic commanders compared to clone prototypes, which takes years to develop and I'm so fucking tired, honestly. Are highly unstable. By starting with experienced, mature candidates with innate telesthetic potential and applying gene therapy and telesthetic attunement and amplification techniques, it is active, scheduled to supplant Origin Project. Oh, it's Paragon. Identify potential Harbinger candidates at a young age and cultivate them through medication schooling, subliminal manipulation, and various minimally invasive medical procedures. Is still active. Pythagoras. Develop a small pill to improve a subject's mathematical aptitude. You're reading on us? I'm fucking... Harbinger. I think it's Harbinger or Harbinger. I'm not too sure. The program relies on gene therapy using a viral vector delivered in a sugar-coated pill to correct genetic deficiencies that affect a person's math skill. Oh wait. What's the math skill? There we go. Severe action will be taken upon anyone who shares the summary with personnel below orange security clearance. I think the ones that we're actually seeing is this one. Harbinger. I think it's Harbinger. Harbinger or Harbinger? I don't know. It's either one of them. And also Paragon. Those 2. But isn't Paragon like fucking yeah. Actually, it's not suspended. It's active. Pythagoras is a bitch with triangles. Yeah, it is. It's the a squared plus b squared equals c squared. And if you do not know that, then go fuck yourself. Hey, what up, dude? No, you're raising. You raise me up to stand on my... Whatever that song's called. I don't know. Hey, yo. Dude, you alright? Keegan! What the fuck, bro? Triangles are hard. Triangles are extremely hard, you know. What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go? Oh. It takes a replica soldier 2 years to mature and 2 more years to complete programming and tactical training. Within the next decade, Armacham expects to reduce this time even further with improvements in genetic imprinting and breakthroughs in direct neural data transmission. Trigonometry is hard. Yeah. Triangles are hard. Triangles are definitely hard, honestly. I can't go up there. I can't go there either. Damn, your girlfriend got horny over me singing? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Let's go. Let's go, Benny. How are you doing, Benny? Hope you're doing well. Imagine, like, someone's just fucking like girlfriend or wife becoming horny over like my singing. Omega lol. Where do I go? I feel like I need to go up there, but like where? Is it from here? Are improving because I'm fucking okay. One, I'm a bit tired. Two, I'm not as like fucking, you know, dazed as the last time around. I was quite dazed, honestly. I'm fucking, you know, tired-ish. What the fuck is going on? Your singing could dry the ocean. Heck yeah. Don't you want the salt? Relax? Oh man, sucks. Relax, man. Alright, can you raise me up? Can you do that, please? Yeah, yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, my name is Justin. It's just, I go by Juho because it's better. I'd rather be called Juho than Justin, you know. Pussy's wet from singing? Hell yeah. Like, I really rather take Juho. What the flying fuck? Just in time, Justin? Yes. Damn, bro. Whoa! 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 You fuck! How many people are there? How many fucking 1, 2, 3, 4 fucking people are there? Oh my god, I have to do this thing all over again. Fuck me, man. Fucking this part is you raise me up to stand on my future, or whatever this fucking song's called. I don't even know. It is like fucking Keegan just goes out like that. It's like, what the fuck? This wasn't again Justin TV. Yes, of course. Alright, let's go. Get out. Get up. My windows broke from that voice. Hell yeah! That's right. Beelzebub. Who the fuck is Beelzebub? There's one more, right? Yeah, there's one more. Is this one more? Not. What? Can this one more like come? Is he not coming? Okay, sure. If you're not coming, then I'm gonna wait for you. I know that you're gonna come. Do not come. Yeah, do not come, man. I know Justin TV is Twitch. I remember that. Wait, oh. Obama. Oh shit! Soda! Doo, doo, doo. Obama. Soda! Doo, doo, doo. It was Obama's fault. Obama. I like how I just didn't care about. I like how I just didn't care about that fucking ladder there and just jumped all the way down. Oh shit, the light. Oh shit, I see the light. Oh, fuck you, dude. What the fuck happened? What the flying fuck happened? I didn't do anything. I told you to stay away, dude. Like, what the fuck? What do you want me to do? Bro. Bro. I'd do this thing all over again. Fuck me. Got pushed too hard. I got pushed too hard, I guess. I don't even know what the fuck happened anyways. this gonna go up again? Oh. Huh? Oh god, hello. Hello, 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 wait. Bro, stop! You fucking idiot! Bro! Just still get killed. You have to jinx it, don't you? Huh? You have to fucking jinx it, huh? Fucking Addlecat. Addlecat jinxed it. I can't believe this. Addlecat, why you had to jinx it, man? Okay, what the fuck? Why you jinxed it? You jinxed it, man! You fucking jinxed it! I blame you. It's your fault. The laser. Okay, the laser. Okay, where do these guys actually fall from? That's my question. I blame Bing Chilling. It's always about Bing Chilling, man. What the fuck? Let me out! So then one more? Yeah. Look at them being like all fucking extra. They're legitimately all fucking extra. Yeah, you did. Don't fucking do that right now. I'm not in the mood to actually fucking put it. I know! Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna die. I already said I'm not in the mood to do it. What the fuck? I asked Amai to refund the first one. Because today I didn't realize that someone legitimately fucking, like, put hot tub stream. And also because I couldn't even see it at all. No, you don't. Hold on. I'm not gonna be putting it. I don't even know who is on right now. No one's on even. So I'm just gonna say no. You're here. I mean a mod. I'm talking about a mod. Whatever. I don't even know how long is it gonna be. Like, if it's even like an hour, think about it. Like, if it's like an hour of like fucking like hot tub, that's about it. I don't know how long is this gonna take me. You know, maybe it's gonna be like 30 minutes of hot tub. Would you want 30 minutes of hot tub? You're not gonna take fucking 50k points for 30 minutes of hot tub, right? It could have been the whole stream, but no. Cause I legitimately didn't even see someone. Oh my god. You guys are fucking insane, honestly. That's like tomorrow, duh. Oh my god. Bro. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, bro. I don't have suicidal tendencies. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, game. They're not my points, so yeah. Well, that's why I said if it's your points, then yeah, you're gonna get fucked if I don't. It's like if it's like your points, then yeah, you're kind of fucked, right? Because you know what I'm doing right now is like I'm fucking completing this game anyways. Titty Tuesday. Hold on. What the fuck? Why does Cluely have... Oh yeah, Cluely has a sub. I forgot about that. Okay, hold on. Okay. Is there any one of these fucking guys gonna come towards me? Yeah, they are. Fuck you, man, dude. Fuck! Oh shit, dude. Oh god. Okay, whatever. Okay, how many of them are there? Oh, what? Bro, where the fuck do you come from? Where are these fucking... Okay, fine. Where the fuck do they come from? This is like so annoying. This is not hard. This is just so annoying. Okay, fine. You know what? There. Happy? I don't give a fuck. God, if I actually went over. Are you kidding me? Right now? Like legit, are you fucking kidding me right now? Okay, stay in this corner right here. Look at these fucking monkeys. It's Tuesday for me. It's like now it's Tuesday. Look at them being so fucking extra with their fucking parkouring. What the flying fuck is going on? Is that one dead? I don't even know if it's dead. Pistol. There's armor right here. I don't control time. Yeah, no one controls fucking time, honestly. Broke the AI. I don't even know if I broke the AI. Look. He's just standing there. Like menacingly, I guess. Oh my god. Bro. I'm gonna die again. Where did you come from? Yeah, the AI is not broken. It's just fucking staying there for fuck all. I don't even know why. I'm just tired, man. Holy fuck. Thinking of actually finishing this today, and now it's like whether or not I can actually finish this today. Bruh. Bruh. Double the Cotton Eye Jones, man. What the flying fuck? I had to go eat after this as well. I want food. Oh, they come from down there, I guess. Oh, fuck! Ah! Okay, as a chick now, alright? Since fucking Adocat redeemed Hot Tub, as a chick now, I'm obliged to be fucking dumb because, you know, girls are bad at video games, Smile. I'm joking. Oh shit, cancel. I'm not gonna I'm just joking. Hold on. Okay. Base is what the fuck? No. You better be sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, girls are actually some Go gamers are actually better than me, honestly. I remember one fucking chick who's actually better than me. What the fuck? Same, yeah. Some, yeah. In Counter-Strike, there's one that I know of who's like super fucking better than me. Larsa plays fucking like, you know, it's her way of playing games, honestly. I can't really do anything if she plays games like that. Also, isn't she supposed to be streaming right now? Like, what the fuck? Why are you coming on the tits? Lux is not streaming now. I just asked if Lux is like streaming anyways. Any more? I feel like there's one more, but I don't know where. Fucking get out of the way, bro. Yeah, you. Thank the Lord. Oh fuck! Come on, man. Missed it. When you scream like that, my girlfriend loses boner she doesn't even have. What? What does that mean? What did I get stuck on? Oh, this thing is so annoying. What the fuck? Back to gaming? Oh, okay. Have a good one, Alley-Cat. God, honestly, this fucking place is like so fucking stupid as fuck. I missed all my shots. Yeah, this thing is like super fucking annoying, honestly. Wouldn't it be a better way for me to skip this area right here? Like, legit. What's up there even? I actually want to know. I would never know what's up there anyways. Toggle nuclear will go. Yeah, true. No clipping. My god! Did I get double attacked? Oh my god, I got double attacked. I fucking hate this. You know, like, here's the thing. Like, it's, one, it's hard for me to see already. Two, like, fuck me. How fast are they? Like I have no time for me to react and stuff, and also at the same time I have like less fucking bullets. Like I don't even know how many fucking bullets do I need to actually kill one of these. And if I kill one of these, I have to like no. I had to kill two because it's two for one. And then if I have 2 for 1, right? Then I have to reload, and this one other fucking guy is gonna come towards me. It's gonna be so fucking annoying. I don't even know how the fuck it's gonna work out like that, you know? Oh my god, I was just shooting at nothing. Oh my god. Did they fucking gangbang? I was looking at that corner for that so long. Oh. My god. It's so hard. It's so hard to see. It's why? Why must they do this? Okay. Maybe because I'm playing this on fucking like hard. But like it's just it's fucking ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. I can't. It's already fucking hard to see this one. Go. Oh my god. What is with the corn? Oh my god, I can't. I'm already like stressed out. I'm already stressed out like this. I'm like, why can't I go to the corner? I want to go to the corner. I fucking missed the corner like fucking, oh my god. Like I'm already like super fucking annoyed and stressed and whatnots and fucking bullshit, you know. I wish there's a way for me to actually like go through this fucking part, you know. Hold on. Can I not go through here at all? I can't. I wish I can. This is so annoying. No, because like I have all my doors closed, but also at the same time, I think the only person that actually complains is my grandma, because the walls between me and my grandma are actually like fucking a bit thin. That's why. I mean, it's thick enough, but like she could hear me like fucking complain and shit, you know. Where's this other one? I had to pay once because security came and noise complaint. My grandma called me. Happy birthday. Apparently woke up my neighbor and reported. We had like 2 like noise complaints. There was one noise complaint where it was for mahjong. The other one I do not know what was the complaint all about. Okay, I need to stop doing that. Like, I legitimately need to stop doing that. I thought I was like, yeah, I can just go down again, but like, it's just fucking ridiculous at that point. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to go down from now? Because the fucking space thing is so fucking ridiculous. Look how the lag is like with this jump. I run, jump. It jumps like so fucking weirdly. Like, what is with the whole like timing for this jump? I don't understand what is with this timing for this jump. It's so ridiculous that I've never seen such a jump like this before, like on a single player, unless it's like fucking, you know, unless it's like some kind of multiplayer game, then yeah, I would get it, but like, holy shit. This is like a fucking single player game where like you don't even see any kind of fucking lag at all. Dude, it's just single player. This is just single player. Look at this fucking jump. Honestly, like, this jump is so fucking weird. Look, I'm running and I'm jumping with a fucking weird ass lag. It's like some fucking, you know, like big ping latency shit, you know? I don't know. I don't even know how the fuck is this like a hip firing the section. It's all, I mean, I guess it's the engine, but like, holy shit, it just annoys me like super fucking much, you know? It annoys me so fucking much that like, I'm shooting, yeah, but the problem with afterwards is that the fucking, you know, it's not the same as Half-Life. This is different from Half-Life. Oh my god, you have a fucking... What the flying fuck, really? How many fucking guys are here? Okay, thank God there's nothing left. Please just have a save point. Just give me a save point, please. Just give me a fucking save point. What is this? They don't even give me a save point! None! What is this? What is this thing? Why can't I just get a save point? There's like 10 of them. There's like 10 of these fucking whatever bullshit it is. I'm like, okay, give me a save point. Give me a save point now. Where's the save point? There's no save points. How is there no save points? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this suffering? That's like 11, 10. I don't even know. I don't even want to count how many of them are there right now. No, that's slow-mo. It's just fucking... I don't think I need slow-mo at all. Why would I need slow-mo? Where's this fourth? I don't need slow-mo. I don't care if it's a game mechanic. I don't need slow-mo at all. I can legitimately do this. It's just, you know, fucking whatever it is. Fine, fine. I'll use slow-mo there. Do any of these guys have fucking health? No. I feel like it's still the same thing though. Like it's still the same thing anyways. With how it's like with, I don't know, the section in particular. It's another one more, right? If I'm not mistaken. There's this other one more. Because I remember there's another one more. There's not 3 of them. There's like 4. I just need to find this last one. Are you certain? Game? Are you certain? I remember there's like 9. I can tell you don't play F. What do you mean? I do. What the fuck are you talking about? It's only at that time because I'm. Do you not watch me like reload every fucking kill I get? This is like a habit I do. Oh, that's because sometimes it's just habit to like keep your bullets, that's all. I play fucking Counter-Strike, dude. like a while. Please give me a fucking save. Where is this fucking save point? Why is this save point so fucking far? Oh, thank God. Holy fucking Christ. Hey, sweet. Why are you looking at the ground? Because there's nothing. Dude, you guys saw me play fucking CSGO before, right? The fuck? How do you guys not see me play Counter-Strike before? Maybe it... Oh my God, hold on. Fuck me, dude. Where's he? Fuck me, bro. Ugh. Come from two fucking angles. Which one is gonna come out first? Alyssa came out this last year. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like a 1 year fucking thing. What the f- Okay. What's this guy doing behind this thing? Isn't that like a guy right there just now? I don't even know. Release the cargo that's destructing. Stop breaking the laws of time. Fuck me, dude. How you doing, sweet, by the way? Wait. What the flying fuck am I supposed to do again? Good, thanks. Fucking thanks. Good to know. Sorry. Thanks, my fucking asshole.
Obstruction detected. Safety lockdown engaged. Tram online.
The flying fuck? What's the other sniper? I don't know if I'm supposed to shoot the container. I don't think so. Let me try. No. I think that's a fucking like whatever it is.
Obstruction detected. Safety lockdown engaged. Tram offline.
I had to go and fucking find a switch, that's all I could say. I think there's a switch like somewhere around here or something. I don't know. So the switch is up there. No, 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 no. It's a fucking, you know, someone who's fucking a dominant and a submissive. Of course. It's that kind of switch. That kind of switch. What the fuck? There we go. What? Is there any more guys? What? What the flying fuck? Hey Valkyrie, your Nintendo Switch. How about the yellow shit you passed? What? Hold on. I just need these guys to like stop shooting me, honestly. Is that it? Alright. Okay. Wow! Wow! It's F.E.A.R. and I'm playing this game on hard.
Obstruction cleared. Safety lockdown disengaged. Tram online.
Okay, I think I'm supposed to go back then. How are you doing, Valkyrie? Eden? Hope you're doing well. Okay. What am I supposed to do?
Obstruction cleared. Safety lockdown disengaged. Tram online.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh, that thing.
Tram activated.
I don't give a fuck. Get in! Throw a fucking nade just in case. Just in case it's like someone's around here, Smile.
I was digging through Holford's data on the way here and found a recorded report on Alma. You should hear it.
Alma Wade was 8 years old when they put her in the vault. Her own father stuck her in.
Okay, Alma Wade is not 8 years old, alright? Alright? We're not gonna say that Alma Wade is 8 years old while she's fucking naked. All around her. All around. She's naked, alright?
She woke up for that one too. She didn't like them taking their babies away from her. A few years after that, they decided she was becoming too dangerous. When they realized
She has been naked this whole time! How do you guys not notice? Alma has been naked this whole fucking time.
So they turned off the life support and sealed up the facility. Just left her to drown in amniotic fluid in that miserable little tank she'd been floating in since she was a little girl. Well, her heart shut down, but her psychic signature didn't. Not many people can just refuse to die. Harlan Wade was right. We make our own monsters, and they come back to haunt us.
I wear your face with his... I suck his dick for an hour at a time. I just only know that fucking meme because I... Oh! Look at how, like, skinned she is now. Like, holy fuck. Do you want me to show you guys again? You want me to show you guys again? Look how skinned she is, man. Look at that shit. Hold on. Look how fucking like skinned she is now. See? Told you. Buttman jump scare. Buttman jump scare indeed. No, she's like fucking skinned hot, you know? She's yum yum, you know? Okay, what am I? Oh god, hello. Am I supposed to be shooting at her or something? What? Almost like fucking hot as they say. Fucking hot as they say. As hot as I am. Wait. Am I supposed to go? Hold on. Oh man, it's an invis wall. Fucking invis wall, of course. She can light you on fire. True. Oh my god. Damn, naked woman, please. She's 26. Says who? Says the wiki. I don't know, someone said 26. Like, she's past 18 anyways. Except for the first game. The first game is like fucking, you know, she's like 8, 10 years old or some shit like that.
Take her back to the vault.
Oh no. Oh no. It's wow. Okay, hold on. It's fucking young Alma. Sure. How long am I left with this game? I honestly want to know. Yeah, she was like about like 10-ish. Yo, is this Half-Life? Yo, Half-Life? Actually Half-Life? Bro. We're in fucking Half-Life right now.
I'm inside. Looks like someone was here recently, but I haven't seen anyone so far.
Stokes, we've got movement. Lots of movement.
Hold them off as long as you can, but don't take any chances. If it gets too hot, I want you to get out of here.
I'm not
Look at these rats, bro.
Do as you're told.
These rats.
You can court-martial me if we come out of this alive.
Beckett, I sure hope you're close.
What the fuck? Okay. Did you do a nade? You did. Where's that nade? Look at this Half-Life looking ass game. Oh, what is this? Actual fucking not enemy? Wow. I wanted to slow-mo and then I lift up the slow-mo because I thought it didn't work. Ugh. What's this? Oh, pistol. Oh shit, I don't have bullets. I mean, grenades, I meant. No, I've been told to use the slow-mo, but then I told them like I don't wanna because like I just, you know, I wanted to play my own game, but then like at this part I was like, yeah, you know what? There's like 10 fucking enemies right there. I'm just gonna slow-mo anyways. What? Who fucking hit me like that? Didn't I had like full armor? What the fuck happened to my armor? What? I had like full armor. It says duo time before what? It's duo time? What are you talking about? I just put fucking I don't remember what my live fucking message is, honestly. I think it's like the horse stable was open or some shit like that. I don't remember. Oh my god, this is... He ran into that. I didn't do anything, he ran into that. Are you kidding me? Okay, there's like a fucking sniper over here. Song of Horror fucking sucks for me. I don't like Song of Horror. I'm dead. I'm not. No, I'm dead. I didn't like Song of Horror when it came out. Or like, I liked the first episode, and then after the second episode, I just didn't like it anymore. I don't know why. I just didn't have a feeling to actually play that game. CVX. I know the games that I'm gonna be trying to play. CVX, Dead Island. If I could actually finish Dead Island, because you know at the time that like I played. Hold on, let me actually check a list. Hold on. So it's. What the fuck is this? Oh, hold on. It's Dead Island, Last of Us, CVX, Changed Control, F.E.A.R 2. If Scorn is out, Scorn. Obscure 1, Obscure 2. So that's like 9 games already. And hopefully I can actually finish them, you know. You don't want bad rats. No one likes fucking bad rats, man. Oh shit, I thought you did. There we go. It's not with Riptide because I don't think I have Riptide. I have Dead Island, like not the definitive edition, but like Dead Island. Did he throw nades at me? I didn't like Riptide. Like, I think Riptide is like one of those like weird ass fucking games, honestly. So I didn't like Riptide at all. I wanted to try to play the first one again. I'm a bad motherfucker. I went through a lot of fucking shit. It was Stokes.
Right through here. Damn it! Hey Stokes, the panel must have taken a hit in the fight. Can you open this door from where you are?
I think so. Give me a minute.
Keep your head down.
Oh, you fucking kidding me.
Looks like we've got some late arrivals to the party. Get on the turret and see what you can do.
Get on the turret, really? Did my teammate just shot me? Oh yeah, motherfucker! What the flying fuck? What kind of fucking music is this? Hey Teddy. What? Heal. Sorry. Oh, where? Oh, it is my last. Oh my god. Jesus.
Understood, Lieutenant.
Jesus Christ. I want to get my fucking health back, honestly.
Hey, Beckett. Good luck, man.
Thank you, Miles Morales from hit movie Spider-Man. Am I supposed to? What am I supposed to do? Huh? Pretty good luck, man. What the fuck? Huh? What? What the flying fuck? Is it just up there? What? Huh. I don't know what's happening. I guess down here then. No, this is the shoot that guy. I'm not gonna shoot that guy. Hell, I'm not even supposed to shoot that guy. What? The flying fuck? Am I supposed to shut this thing? What? I don't see a button anywhere. Ugh. That, I mean, sure. Alright, last chapter. Last chapter of the fucking game anyways. What the flying fuck? Alright, last chapter. I don't even know what the fuck the last chapter is gonna be like, but sure. Get scanned. I got scanned.
Beckett, over here.
Hello, hot lady.
Man, it's good to see you. I didn't know if you'd make it. Hell, I didn't think we were gonna make it. Alfred wasn't sure what would happen.
Look at her clothing. It's like a fucking bit. Like, what is with her clothing? Do you have clothings like this in, like, you know, top agencies and whatnots, like with a short
If we get out of this, it's because
short shirt with a belly button sticking out. Carson, yo, call me Carson, the guy who the guy who got fucking canceled by Twitter. I just wanted to update you on the situation here. I was able to get one of the I guess Harbinger candidates into TAC. I'm not gonna shoot belly button. Which has made him a beacon for Alma. I believe that if I can get him into the containment facility, I can lure Alma there and trap her. I understand why you're upset about this. Unfortunate about this unfortunate incident, but there's still hope of a satisfactory resolution. I can accept that I must take some responsibility for everything that has happened, but I assure you, I've always acted with Armacham's best interest in mind. If you feel that I no longer have any values to the corporation, I will humbly resign. But we can discuss alternative. Oh my god, I'm fucking tired already. But we can discuss alternatives further once Alma is in control. Okay, whatever it is. Sure. Fucking Genevieve, anyways. Because the Still Island telestatic amplifier unit can magnify a telestatic signal by up to 11.6 times as much as the smaller units at our facilities, extra precautions must be taken to minimize workplace mishaps. Yeah, because there was just one part in the game that took me about like fucking 20 minutes and it's so fucking annoying. I fucking hated it. Make sure the device is fully charged before engaging the Hellfoot limiter, as even minor fluctuations in power flow during the initiation sequence may trigger the spontaneous discharge of undirected telestatic energy from the subject, causing injury or even death to anyone within the test chambers. I just watched a video that explains Alma. I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know about Alma is that she's hot. That's about it. She's fucking old. She's over 18 and she's hot. Yeah, I've been spending like 2 hours reading that note. That's for sure. Smile.
once we're inside, I'll need to make sure everything's set up the way Snakefist indicated in his notes. While I'm doing that, you can power up the amplifier.
Hey Dave, you know that music box that was in Harlan Wade's old office at the Still Islands facility? Miss Aristide wants it if it's still there. I told her it used to belong to Alma, but she didn't seem to mind. Guess the melody's been stuck in her head ever since she first heard it. Next time you're over there, can you have it sent to Miss Aristide? Aristide? I guess Aristide. Yeah, she's very naked. Home address. Thanks, buddy. Lyle.
Great, another airlock.
Open these nuts. Heck yeah. In the unlikely event of a wide-scale desynchronization while at full power, immediately engage the emergency shutdown. The shutdown will activate a dampening field and contain the subject in the telestatic suppression chamber until either the system resynchronizes or the subject expires. The suppression chamber is rated to contain up to Type 4 telestatic emanations. So it is not recommended to use the device for Type 5 or higher telepaths. Are you fucking kidding me? I almost got fucking pushed.
Power up the amplifier.
How? There.
Activate the console. That's it. According to Snakefist, it'll take a few minutes to reach full power.
Are you serious?
Get in the chair and I'll strap you in.
Damn, she was She got pregnant. What the fuck? That's some sick shit, dude.
What's wrong with you?
Hey yo, what's up? What's up?
That's exactly
What's up, Genevieve?
But that kid's not strong enough without the amplifier. She'll absorb him.
And then we'll lock them away.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
You better not. You better not.
I don't have any leverage. Without leverage, I don't have a future.
I can't believe this. The city's a smoldering ruin, and you're worried about your fucking resume.
Listen.
No, you listen. We're doing this Halford's way.
She has a gun. Like fucking. Are you fucking out of your mind? She has a gun, you fucking woman. Well, she's the other woman, anyways. But you, come on, man.
I'm not a bad person. I just don't have a choice.
Oh well, the hot girl's dead, so whatever.
Sergeant Beckett. Let's not keep her waiting.
Hey, yo, what's up? Yo, titties! Yo, her ass, bro. Yo, this is what we came. Yeah, baby, this is what we came for. Yeah, baby, this is what we came for. Oh shit. Yeah, baby, this is what we came for. Hello. I don't know, because I think she wanted me instead. I mean, I probably had the bigger cock, though. Oh, what the fuck? Maybe because I had the bigger cock than you, bro. What the fuck? Oh, shit. What? Your 3 inches, your 3 incher isn't big. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, where do I have to go? Whoa! There's like 3 of them. What the fuck? There was like 3 of them. Not his ding dong, bro. It's like one more, right? Yeah. Well, she's fucking me right now, so what the fuck are you talking about? Ow, my hand. Bro, she's fucking me right now. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? I don't know, bro. I think you're just bad. Bro, what the fuck? Any gamer go? Why do you have to do that? Any gamer goes? See, I told you, even in slow-mo, like, you get fucking... You get fucking, like, headshotted as well. Like, what the fuck? That's unfair. Can I get up from there?
She's mine. Never have her.
Dude, my dude's having, like, I'm having sex with her at the moment. What are you talking about? What the fuck? fuck. This dude is such a simp. I see. I see. Oh my god, bro. You can change the key binding. What the fuck are you talking about? I wonder why that like that's like me with Booba. True. Get good. Bro. Keep changing the keybind when it's loose end. Yeah, the fucking yeah, because it's a fucking old game. That's why this game is fucking old. Like I don't know, 2008, 2007, 2006. I don't even know. This game old as fuck, man. That's pretty rough. Like, whatever happened, that's pretty rough. Sounds like a good time over there. The only thing we're here for is just the fucking sex, and that's about it, huh? The Alma sex. Oh my god, hello Alma. Oh shit, you're pregnant! I didn't do this. I didn't do this. Wait. No. Wait. What the fuck? Oh, we're done. We're done. I guess I don't know what happened, but we're done. You won. I won the game. I won the game. Huh? I won the game. What the fuck is this? I did the game. Unprotected sex ending. Yeah. I don't know. I won. Yay? I guess? Anyways. F.E.A.R 2. Plot-wise, story-wise, I actually did like it. Like, amidst of all the fucking sex stuff, or like, you know, Alma being fucking, you know, Alma being fucking naked and all, like, it's pretty cool. It's just like, you just fucking going back and trying to find who the fuck Alma is anyways. You know, like the first story is basically just like, you know, getting out of this facility, and then Alma is just leading you out of the facility, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember, like, it's just Alma just getting you out of there, and then this one is just like, you want to try to find Alma. Is it? I don't know. I don't remember like what the first one is, honestly. But it seems like this game is just all about trick you to release her. I guess so. But also, fuck the old woman. Oh, in the first one, okay. Because it's been a long time since I've actually played the first one. Like, the first one was like back in, I think, start of this year, or like, I don't remember when it was. Let me find out when did I actually like play this game. Oh, I played whatever fucking when did I even play this game? The last time that I played this game was, ooh, why am I looking at channel? Hold on. The last time that I played this game was last year, actually. Wow. Last year I played this game. It was, yeah, it was actually just last year. I didn't realize it was October 20th of 2021 last year. I played the first F.E.A.R. Now I played the second F.E.A.R. I didn't realize that it was that long since I played F.E.A.R. I played longer than that. I guess so, but like it's been like ever. It's been like forever since I've actually played F.E.A.R. But yeah, I think F.E.A.R. is actually a really cool game. I don't know about 3. I heard 3 is actually pretty shit, so I'm probably not gonna be touching 3 anytime soon. But yeah, finally done with this game anyways, so yeah, that's the first game off the bucket list for all the Spooktober games that I'm probably gonna be playing. Next one is probably gonna be either, I don't know, maybe Controlled or Resident Evil CVX, who knows. I do want to play Obscure as well. Maybe I'll put Obscure in the mix as well. Or I can, like, you know, or maybe like, you know, Chillus Art games. I heard about the Chillus Art games, but like, okay, there are a few games as well. Chillus Art games. What's that other one? Fuck. People were talking about it like a lot of times. Chillus Art. Fuck. What is that other one? Puppet Combo. There we go. Puppet Combo. Chillus Art Puppet Combo games. That's what I've been talked about, and like like people were telling me, hey, you should play the Puppet Combo games. I was like, we'll see. And then all the other whatever games that I'm actually putting up for you know, up for voting on my Discord. If you want to actually join my Discord for voting, just do join the Discord as well. Discord is this one. Do join the Discord. The Discord is pretty cool. Pretty cool, smile. A lot of people do bully me anyways. Anyways, I think I'm done with F.E.A.R. This is the first game checked off the list, and I will be playing like another game tomorrow, hopefully. I don't even know what game. Hello. wrong fucking scene anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna go and eat and then probably just, you know, sleep it off or something like that. And then tomorrow we're gonna go and play another game. One more horse, too bad. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow with another new game. Let's see who I can host. I probably will host it up too. Is Tali still gonna be live? Like, honestly, I don't even know if Tali's gonna be live. If Tali's gonna be live, then I'm probably gonna be hosting it off to Tali then. Where's my fucking, there we go. I always have my copium, your copium or your cigarette. I don't know. It's either one of them. I've already said like if I end stream early, then yeah, too bad. Your fucking whatever it is fucked up, right? Have a nice day. Have a nice night. You mean? I'm probably gonna like go and eat and then go to sleep. Honestly, I don't even know if Tali's gonna be live.
Sheva.
You did.
The fairy tale Sheva.
Hold on.
Let me
I need to ask Tali because, you know, Tali's fucking live.
Well, Jafar wants warrior. Yes, Jiro, I'm still streaming. We're just looking up stuff for,
Okay, she's still streaming. Alright, have a good one, guys. See you guys. I'm hosting out to Tali. Take care, love you. Give her some love. See you, bye.